Why, hello. Another clown has departed the vehicle? Oh yeah, a big one. It's large, in charge. Red nose, honking, massive shoes. I mean, to be honest with you, I know this may be terrifying. This one may even have a rainbow wig. I know. News that absurd? Yeah, it's pretty bad, actually, dude. It's actually, like, super fucked up. You'll see. We'll talk about it. We're not supposed to be seeing you today? Dude, I'm putting my glasses on, man. Explain, please? I will. It's bad. Bad funny or bad? No, it's just bad. Like, it's actually, like, devastating to people's lives bad. It's like you should go to jail bad. Probably will. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. It's like not funny, haha bad. Yeah, it's funny like, oh, another clown has escaped the car bed. It's a laugh so you don't get irrationally mad bad. Yeah. I don't even think it would be irrationally mad. I think it'd just be mad. It'd be normal mad. Boop. Whoa, I exist. Alright, so, because I don't like beating around the bush about this, I've been talking to some developers that were from Ashes of Creation for the last, I don't know, several years. We've been buddies with them because of the fact that we ran one of the largest guilds in the world for Ashes of Creation. We had, at one point, 200 guilds active at the same time in the game because you could only have a maximum of 50 people in one guild. Enormous. I was the largest content creator for the game for a great deal of time as well because I'm very into social sandbox games and saw a lot of potential in it. So since the collapse of all of this and Steven turning into a giant fiery piece of shit, flaming out across the internet and taking everything and running, it's been great. A fantastic human being. I've still been talking to those devs. People who are still trapped on the inside and don't know what to do because their job doesn't exist, but still exists. None of them have been paid. So I'm talking to dude right now. None of them have gotten paid. They keep getting emails from this new board. They said this is the third one. All of them are AI written with no legal backing saying weird crap. This is such a shit show. I hope the courts pull them apart. And then even today, that was, when was that? That was on the 3rd. So that was 3 days ago. And now today they said they haven't been paid anything, and they pulled away the termination letter from their HR app, so some of them can't even apply for unemployment properly now. Like, there needs to be court cases over this. Everybody involved needs to be hit with fines, and potentially criminal, like, liability at this point, dude. Like, this is, you're dealing with 250 people's livelihood. And their ability to get unemployment? At that point, like, that's, That's insane, dude. So, and the thing is like, we're not just getting this from like one employee, and it's actually a person that we know works there. Like, it's not like a person claiming to be an employee or some like weird alt account or something like this. These are people that we've been talking to that are on the inside that have been working on the game the whole time we've been playing, the last several years. So it's not like some unknown agent or some duped account. None of that shit. Like, it's a person that we know. It's just fucked up, dude. So like, we're waiting to find out like what's going to happen to the company, to the organization. But like, Steam has already taken it down. So if we go to Steam, we go look at Ashes of Creation, right? Go pull this shit up. They're already at 16% positive. This, you can't buy it on Steam anymore. People have started getting refunds even if they even if they played more than 2 hours. So that's already happening, right? If we go down to the actual reviews, we can see that 11,610 of the people who left reviews actually bought it on Steam. Another 5,865 bought it from Intrepid from before it was Steam. And the reason why is because if you buy it on Steam, then your review counts as a Steam purchase. If you buy it on Intrepid's store, then it'll mark you as product received for free, even if you didn't get it for free. And I know this because I got it that way. So if we go up here, I saw some really interesting ones with this. Is like, they were like, oh, you marked it as received for free. That's not how that shit works. If we go into edit for review, you can see that I did not check this box. And if we go back out, you can see it's still marked product received for free. Anybody who got it through Intrepid's website and then received it on Steam as a result of already owning a license from a pre-purchase from Intrepid's website, their review gets marked like this. And that way you can tell people who were Steam purchasers versus non-Steam purchasers. And you can see how well this game did on Steam. That's bullshit. I know it sucks. It's awful feeling, right? It sounds like a bug, but it's not. Because technically, we did receive it for free on Steam because we bought it outside of Steam. Yeah, it even tagged yours as free. Exactly. It's gross. It's stupid as shit, but like that is the way it is. So you can see 11,599 of these purchases were done on Steam. Yeah. Yeah, Steam just has to keep track of analytics, but this shows you how many people bought it on Steam. It's a lot. It's not a small amount. It's the majority of the player base at this point, because you've got 11,599 versus 5,864. And if you go into the other, you can see it's all that. And it's just like, what the hell, man? Like, it's not, like, this is not great. Like, it's really not great. But you can see as you go down this, like, anyone that has this is somebody that received it before the Steam days. Yeah. It was also on sale, too. They put it actually on sale. Let's confirm that. I want to make sure. SteamDB, and we'll go to Ashes of Creation. We'll go into that, and we can see the actual prices. Yeah, they actually put it on 15% off sale. When did they do that shit? Oh, it looks like they did it at the very beginning. So they did a 15% off sale right in the beginning, and then they made it full price the whole time, and then it died. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of blown away by this, to be honest with you. Just the treatment of the individual workers, right? Players number currently 0. Like, I don't know. I don't even think you can play it right now. Can you? Can you actually play this game currently? 1,000. There's still 1,000 people somehow playing it. Bro, I would uninstall that launcher. You have a company that's not even paying its employees now. I would not play this game because you don't know if that launcher is going to turn out to be some insane shit, dude. Uninstall that shit from your computer. Legitimately so. Like, they could drop any update they want into that. They're already delisted from Steam. You do not want to have that installed on your machine right now. You do not. Like, uninstall that shit. That's a very not good idea. Yeah, lost holdouts of the apocalypse. It's not even that, dude. Like, that's it could turn into ransomware, it could turn into all kinds of shit. I would not trust it. I wouldn't trust that at all. And it's running easy anti-cheat. I would not trust that thing. Uninstall that from your computer. Like, that's a bad idea. Yeah, that's a real bad idea. So, like, no, I'm out. That's insane. But yeah, from hearing from that employee, they still haven't been paid. It is now the 6th, right? Um, they pulled away the termination letter from their HR app, so most of them can't even apply for unemployment properly because you need a termination letter in order to apply for unemployment. And the only mail that they've received from this new board is all AI generated trash that is got no legal backing and is saying weird shit. Like it's bad, dude. Why dwell on the subject? Because there's 250 employees that are losing their job in the most spectacular way possible or completely getting ripped off. And to be honest with you, I hope that there's a legal investigation into it. That's why I'm talking about this subject. I don't give a shit about the game anymore, dude. I give a shit about the people who are still working there that are screwed over. Like, if you lose a job, you need to be able to receive unemployment. You have to. Like, that is bonkers shit. Like, that is outrageously bad for them. I know Steven got away with the bag, right? You know, he transferred his home into his partner's name before all this shit went down, which is wild in and of itself. But that's all the people that got left behind, all the developers that they hired in from the games industry. Every single one of them is getting screwed right now. Just not paying people while you're legally obligated to do so under the WARN Act for the next 60 days. And then on top of it, denying them the letter that they need to be able to receive unemployment. Like, are you kidding me, dude? Like, that's completely insane. Can you even collect unemployment if the company doesn't exist? Yes, you can. Yeah. Unemployment still exists. You have to pay, as an employer, you have to pay into unemployment every month. Every time you pay an employee, part of that goes to unemployment. It's like a whole big thing. Like, I do it as well. Every time I pay the moderators, there's a certain amount of tax that goes into it. There's like corporate taxes and like state taxes and all this shit that goes into it. Like, that's all that it is. Yeah, no, it's the idea of seeing it play out this way is nuts, man. Yeah. If they're willing to take hostage of their employees, there's no doubt they'd be willing to do the same for the customers. Yeah, uninstall that launcher. Do not have that shit on your machine. That is dangerous as hell. Isn't criminal? Oh, it definitely is. Yeah, that is definitely like they're breaking the law there, man. Yeah. That is absolutely a crime. Yeah. Yep. And the thing that's really funny about this is I don't think Steven will get any of that on him because he resigned in protest because the board was doing this. So it's like, this all just feels really calculated to me at this point. You know, I think this feels really calculated, and it doesn't. It just blows me away at how actually awful it is. Yeah, that's really it. It's just really awful. No one watching the servers. It's a hacker's dream. I mean, I guess I don't know what the hell else is going on there. Someone's likely to be left holding the bag. Yeah, and unfortunately, it's the players and the devs. You know. Yep. That's really it. That's just insane. What you mean? You still think that was made a mistake? Who said that? Did I ever say that? Are you having one of those like I like waffles, so you must hate pancakes moment? Like, what are you talking about? What new info did you get? I was talking to one of the developers. They still haven't been paid, and the termination letter in their HR app has been removed. So now a lot of them can't even sign up for unemployment. Yeah, yeah. You see the videos about Crimson Desert? Looks way too good. Crimson Desert is single player though, which is cool, but like not kind of my thing. You know. Too much planning for someone allegedly that is bad at management? Exactly. That is exactly it. Like, there's no way that you pull that shit off without planning that for months in advance. Transfer of the home at the last minute, suddenly, like, protesting and resigning because of the board that never existed, all the employees receiving, like, AI-generated emails that have no legal backing, employees not getting paid despite you having multiple years of runway for the money. Like, the HR app removing their termination letters, like this is getting that level of like corporate scam shit that's wild. Is there factual proof of the board yet? So the devs themselves have been receiving emails from the board, and they've gotten their third one so far, and quote, all of them are AI written with no legal backing saying weird crap. Yeah, I'm gonna ask them now if they can send me those emails, man. Because like I want to publicize this so that they get investigated. Because this is stupid. That's getting insane, dude. Yeah, the review bomb's warranted. Mind giving a TLDR again? Basically, like we've been talking to a developer on the inside that we know is a dev, someone we've been talking to for years as they've been developing in the game. Person who they've been talking to us about stuff that they fixed and things like that. We've known them the whole time that I've been playing the game, right? And they said, quote, they haven't been paid anything, and they have pulled away the termination letter from their HR app, so they can't even apply for unemployment properly. And also, they've received 3 emails from the board, in quotes, and all of them have been AI generated with no legal backing, saying weird shit. And I'm asking if they can send me the emails so I can make that shit public, because this is the state's got to. Honestly, the state of California is going to have to do an investigation because they're incorporated in California, and there are very strict workers' rights laws in California. If you don't pay your people, California state will come after you. Even if you're a day late, the California state will come after you. So the idea of doing this is, no. California's vicious about that, man. They give a shit, like a big shit, about workers' rights in California. You cannot screw that up. Would it be salvageable? The code be open? No, I don't believe so. And the reason why I don't believe so is because of the way that we saw it play out in terms of developer time required to fix even simple issues. So it feels to me structurally like it was made wrong. And I made my voice very clear on that throughout this entire phase. So, yep. Twitch is promoting Roblox. I saw that. Weird choice. Yeah. Sent you a message through Discord. Did you see the job fair tweet from Margaret? No. What is this? There you go. Yeah. Kronos talked about it yesterday. Yeah, it's terrible, man. Wait, you're angry now? Link it. Oh no. That's whatever. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, I saw that one. You just got here. What changed? The employees still haven't been paid. It's 6 days into the month. Yeah, like our employees get paid for domestic employees from the 28th to the 30th, depending on transfer times, and for international employees, it's usually the 1st to the 3rd, depending on transfer times. No matter what, that's how that works. Yeah. How are labor laws in Arizona? It's very lenient to employers. No, they're in California, man. That's the thing, is like the business is incorporated in California. Those employees have to be under California state law. And they are breaking California state law. Like you have to pay them. You have to. Like that's yeah. California needs to investigate this, and they need to slam them. You know, it's not a small business either. 250 employees is a shitload. Yeah. How is the law in U.S.? EU, you have 7 days to pay the latest percent when the incomes. With California, they're real vicious about it, and that's the thing, is like that's why California state needs to get involved with this. Also, if employees need to be, if they did the WARN Act, they have to pay them for the next 60 days, and they haven't even paid them the first one, and they're way late already. Yeah, you can't terminate your employees and then unterminate your employees to avoid unemployment. Bingo, because they have to pay unemployment. And, like, it's supposed to be covered underneath every one of their payments anyway, but you still have to pay extra on top of that if they're doing that, unless the state covers it. There's, like, a bunch of different ways for that, but the fact that they're not doing it is, yeah. There's a public WARN Act paperwork on CA.gov website. You got a link. I'd love to see that. Yeah. What is this? Love your content. Any golden tip for someone just starting off with their first game dev? Yeah, don't take it too seriously. Don't quit your day job. Do something fun. Something fun on the side. Make an arcade game. Make a weird, shitty arcade game. Our first one was, well, I'll show you, actually. Because, like, I came from AAA, man, but, like, I never had made something on my own before, you know? And I came from, like, QA and like, security, and I was like, I'm just going to go make something shitty and weird, right? Even, you know, been in the industry so long. So we made this. It was called Champions of Breakfast, a little arcade game, right? I'd never made anything before. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. And I worked in an engine I'd never used before, and we made it from concept to launch with leaderboards and difficulty classes and all kinds of shit. 24 days. It worked. Worked great. It was super fun. And if you look in the background, you see that in the background, that rug? You see that dog down there? That's Baron from Heartbound. And that's Lore's floor from his bedroom and the rug that Baron sleeps on. We knew we wanted to make Heartbound. We just weren't good enough yet to make it. So we just do. Yeah, we just did. Leaderboards online? Yeah, we use Steam's features for it. Super easy. But yeah, if you look at that too, do you see how the ball is like red? So Shay was our artist for this one. And I was talking to Shay. I was like, why is the tennis ball red, man? And she got like real nervous. And she's like, and I was like, okay, just spill the beans. What's going on? She's red-green colorblind. She actually colors everything via hex codes. She colors by number, dude, for all of it. And that's why we ended up doing the gold and purple heart for Heartbound, was because those two colors work with red-green colorblindness. The whole game is designed around red-green colorblindness being baked into the game. That's the whole point. So that was the moment that I found out. It's like a super dark reddish brown, yeah. And to her it looks yellow. So that's quite funny. Yeah, that's what the Heartbound heart looks like that. So like, I don't know, dude, you learn shit. Go make stuff. Go make stuff weird, you know, and get it out there in front of people. But the game turned out fun. It actually worked out really nicely. But dude, this is really messed up. Yeah, it was really messed up. IE Fart Hotel, made by FNAF. Yeah, FNAF is in the news a lot right now for very weird reasons. Nah, it's not the best. 2026, what a year so far. This year is weird as shit, dude. It's like you took a clown car and then you poured it out into a... You know what it is? Everyone did a shoey out of a clown shoe. We gotta redo it. We gotta redo it. Why is FNAF in the news? Do you really want to know? It's gonna get really weird. So FNAF is in the news right now because Jeffrey Epstein, inside of his emails, really liked looking at Five Nights at Freddy's pornography and was linking it to other people in his organization via a 4chan thread. And now that's a matter of public record. Why is 2026 like this? I don't know. But it's horrifying. And I wish I didn't know it. Basically, this whole year so far has been like Zinch, dude. Like, all of it is Zinch. I decided to look. I know now. I have the knowledge. And I will never be the same. Yeah. It gets real weird in there. Yeah. Five Nights at Freddy's pornography. Yeah, dude. It's in there. It's, it upsets me a lot. At least Iron Lung was awesome. Yeah. I want to tell you right now, if your best thing from all of 2026 so far is a movie about being trapped underwater in a tiny little object that constantly has blood rushing into it and you're dying of claustrophobia and drowning, that kind of makes sense to me. Yeah, that seems like a highlight so far. Yeah. Yeah. It's great. It's a good year. Yeah. Pick up the phone. I won't. I don't want to know who's on the other end. What? Guys, basically the way that I feel about this is... Oh, we got ads. We're going to have to wait until the ads are over. We'll wait till the ads are over, then we'll talk about it. We're going to wait. Oh, Hightail update. You can't say it's been boring, though. It's content, but at what cost? Yeah. Sometimes maybe we don't need content. You know, sometimes. Maybe anything for content isn't so sustainable after all, is it? I have really enjoyed watching as all of the conspiracy theories of the last, 10 years are slowly coming true, though. Putting the con in content? Yeah. Wild idea with the devs gain full rights to AOC due to criminal acts. That's not really how IP law works. Was there news on AOC? Yeah. The devs haven't been paid. Still. Yeah, I heard they added a flamethrower. Is it not called a flamethrower? Is it something weird? Search Goblin? I may need to restart the server to get the new update. Let me grab that. Yeah, I'm restarting it now. All right. Yeah, we're back from the ads, but dude, the way that I feel about this is basically we got Hightail because we all wished for it, and then the monkey's paw curled. And now all of this other shit is happening. It's like, I mean, we got it. Everything outside of it's lit on fire, but we have Hightail. Fantastic. It's great. You just link the CA Gov websites that list the Warnock notices? Seeing as this is your first time chat ever, I don't think you did. Can you please link them for real? Because it says first time chat around your name and you have no other messages. So where is it? What? Yeah, it's really weird. How do you feel about shrimp being able to see more colors than us? I think they're just trying to make up for being a shrimp, dude. And it doesn't make them any less delicious. YouTube chat? Don't put it in YouTube chat. Put it in Twitch chat. YouTube deletes links before I'm allowed to see them because YouTube is a brilliant website made by geniuses. It's great. And Twitch goes, hey, maybe the streamer wants to see that link even if we block it. Be like Twitch. Don't be like YouTube. There we go. What is this? Excel sheet line 936. Oh, you actually have to go into this giant Excel sheet to see this? List of Warnock notices. Which one, though, dude? This goes to June 2025. Oh, there we go. July 1st to present. Hold up. I'm going to hide this real fast. Oh, my God. The Excel. Really? Oh, it's gigantic. Why? Hold up. All right. I'm blind. It's bright white. You said it was on line 936. There's so many of these. 936. Intrepid Studios. Closure permanent. Number of employees is 123. I'm going to send this over to that dev. Yeah, I'm going to send it to that dev. I'm going to copy that. Copy. We'll go dump it into here. One sec. Removing the address from this. Yeah, it says number of employees is 123. What is the 200 on this? Is that part of the address? It is. And their code is 51 information. Okay, so this right here is San Diego County, saying what county they're in. It's saying that it's happening on January 31st. It is processed on February 2nd. So it was submitted. The notice went out. It was processed by this date. Intrepid Studios, Inc., the closure is permanent, and it only had 123 employees. We know that's incorrect, so why are they underlisting the amount of employees? Listing 123 employees in the Warren Act notice. Yeah, so that's super weird. Something smells. I don't know what it is. Not counting contractors. Don't know how many contractors they had. We don't know how the split of full-on employees and contractors. Yeah. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. Even if you're remote, you're still paying them for California. You have to, everything's listed through that. So what I'm interested in is why is that number so low, and why have employees been still not paid? And then also, why has their termination letter been pulled away from their HR app so they can't even apply for unemployment? Something smells. It just smells. Whatever this is, it smells bad. I don't like it. And I hope California takes out the trash. Yep. The notice only required the workers in California, but it was 210 employees released total. I wouldn't believe a goddamn word they say. Legitimately so. I would not believe a damn word that they say. I think that any time you hear something from that company, in any way from Steven, any of them, do not believe it. At all. I wouldn't believe anything they say at all. Yeah. So, nope. I hope California does an investigation. I hope that they get audited by the IRS. I wish them a very unpleasant government time. I'm not a big fan of the government. In fact, I hate the government. But the government is what needs to handle this one right now. And if they don't, I get to hate the government even more than I already do. This is the reason that government exists, to stop companies from doing shit like this to workers. This is the thing that I am okay with them doing. This is the part of government oversight that I'm cool with. Go figure out what the hell's happening to these employees. Stop this piece of shit from doing this. Stop it. California, get your ass in gear and figure this out. IRS, get your ass in gear and go investigate this. That's how that should go. It should be an audit on their company entirely. Warren Act is federal. Yeah, the IRS has to get involved to audit the company's books. There's going to be a whole thing with that. State of California needs to look into the way that the workers were treated because they're California state workers. There's a lot of shit that needs to happen from here, dude. There's a Reddit link breaking down. Yeah, but that would require me to go to Reddit. I don't want to go to Reddit. want to have a good day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the parts that I care about right now, which is I hope the government looks into this. State of California, the IRS. So it's got to be state and federal level for both of these. And I hope that those workers get paid their fair share. And this is stupid. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad, dude. It's bad. Intrepid makers of ashes of creation. Yes, that is correct. Also, in other news, I've been going through and reviewing all of the Game Jam games. If you've gotten a review, you will see something that breaks down like this in the notes of your game, and you will have stars on it to say how many stars in each section that you got. Also, I had to disqualify a couple of games because they were using AI-generated art. That is very clearly against the rules of the Game Jam. You were told not to do this. Why are you like this? You wasted all of your time just to do that. No, stop it. So those ones got directly disqualified. Yeah. Yep. And that's how that works. How many viruses this year? So far, 0, which is nice. It's good to see. But we'll see how many it is by the end. Yeah. Picked up Dune yesterday, and you're loving the hell out of it? Oh, dude, the first 300 hours of that game, awesome. The end game is a bit weird. Yeah. Like, the game is amazing up until you get to end game, and then end game is kind of... It kind of feels like they lost direction, which is interesting to me. Like, I really like the early game. I really liked the first, 300 hours. The surviving the wilderness and, being afraid of the worm, and, they did a really, really good job. They're really good job. And then they kind of pulled back the deep desert, and it wasn't dangerous anymore. And now they've added a PvE endgame, but I'm struggling to understand the feeling and direction of that PvE endgame. And then, yeah, I think the game just shines when it's a survival. I think it shines as a survival game, dude. I really do. And I think that they need to really focus on that direction, because trying to theme park it for the end game doesn't really make a lot of sense for this kind of game. I'll explain kind of why, right? Dune really shines because of durability loss. Everything in Dune, Arrakis takes everything, right? Arrakis will take everything from you. You need to have water. You need to make sure that you are equipped to go out into the wilderness. You need to make sure that you're paying attention to your durability. It's all durability and water. Everything is. So you need to make sure that you have these resources. Your items have attrition, right? They fall away over time. So if you have a system like this, where every time you die, you lose a percentage of durability. Every time you deal damage, you lose a percentage of durability. Every time you take a hit, you lose a percentage of durability. This matters. This adds up really fast. And when you repair the item, a percentage of the max durability is removed. So when that happens, eventually the item becomes worthless. It doesn't work anymore. So now you added in Mythic Plus style dungeons from World of Warcraft, right? And Mythic Plus style dungeons are fun in World of Warcraft. But if you add them to a system where you're losing durability every time you die, you're losing durability every time you use an item or get hit, and then when you repair it, it loses maximum durability, this feels like a kick in the balls. So, they need to figure out how to balance this for punishment versus reward, and I don't think that balance is correct yet. It feels way more punishing than it is rewarding right now, and it kind of reminds me of EVE Online when they did the scarcity updates. And, scarcity updates in EVE were you can do anything, but every time you do, you'll make less than it cost you. Because they were trying to drain resources out of the universe, which, didn't feel good. And they got to find this balance. I know that this system is new, they just implemented this, but the only feedback I can give is when you're attaching mods to your weapons and your armor, they have you lose a percentage of max durability for doing that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. There's no reason to punish the player. They've already gone through a dungeon to get the blueprint. They've already used resources to build it. They've already used resources to build the item that's already breaking from going in that dungeon in the first place. and they've already used resources maybe to repair that item. Why are you adding this on top of that? That just feels like a kick in the balls. It just doesn't. It makes you feel bad for getting the upgrade, and I just don't think that feels good as a player. Like, it just doesn't feel good as a player. You know, there's balance issues and shit like that. They'll figure that out. But this system doesn't seem to work right now. And I understand wanting the infinitely scaling endgame for the PvE players. There has to be something where they feel good for getting the item. And right now, when you get the item, you go, I don't know if that feels good. Maybe that's going to suck. That's never a place you want to be. That's never a place you want to be as a player. You know, like, that's not how it works. The only reason Mythic Plus works in World of Warcraft is because Mythic Plus, while scaling infinitely and giving you better and better gear, that system, you have that gear forever. So you invest your time into perfecting your run so you can get the perfected gear that stays forever on your character. And if you have stuff that's like, you can't perfect your run because by perfecting your run, you die a bunch of times and you lose maximum durability on your gear, you don't want to perfect your run anymore. And if you're perfecting your run by losing durability on everything you own to maybe get one module that could upgrade an item on your character and also lose durability for it, it's way too punishing. It's way too punishing. The sniper you modded is not modded anymore? What do you mean? Yeah, they're doing a PvP overhaul after the PvE overhaul. But this is kind of my feedback on their system right now. I think there is too much friction for the player. I think that the player incentive is not good enough. And I think it's too punishing. The first thing I would do is remove the percentage lost durability from running a mod. I'd make it so you can switch them on and off at will. Any ones that you want to do, switch them in and out. Done. You know, no problem with that. Because like this, it's just too much. It's too many layers of that. I'm already paying for the damn things. I'm already unlocking them, you know. And I just don't get it, man. I just don't get it. It doesn't feel good. Do you guys agree with this? Do you guys think it's weird? Yeah. Not friction again? I'm going to say friction because it's funny. I'd even give the item more max durability for being modded. Yeah. Yeah, like a buff on it. And I know as you gain levels, it's supposed to increase the maximum durability of the item and blah, blah, blah for everything like that. But that doesn't really matter because that's a passive background buff. And this is what we call either a flashpoint or an instant, an on use. The player sees this more readily than they see the background buff. The background buff is just kind of a passive thing over time. This is, I get a buff that hurts me. And it's not about pure logical numbers at that point. It's about the feeling for the player. And the feeling for the player is, I don't like that. It doesn't feel good to get this, right? So it just feels negative to use. And I don't know why they would do that. I don't know. It's just too many layers of kicking in the balls for the player, I think. Maybe players extract too much resources, so they max the sinks. I mean, at that point, just give them less shit, right? Something you could do is instead of decreasing max durability is only allow a max number of repairs of the item. I mean, they already effectively do that. There's no reason to add even more limited that, right? Because the item loses max durability each time you repair it. I would say that the way that I would do it is just remove the cost of that. There's no reason for it. Yeah, opportunity cost is good, but it feels overtuned. Yeah, see, and I'm going to tell you right now, Tarmok leveled up weaponsmithing and armor smithing to maximum in Ashes of Creation. If anyone ever, if he says that any system feels negative at all, you know it's in a bad spot. Because Tarmok is like a machine that takes bad systems and eats them, somehow finding enjoyment out of them. So, like, I think that they're going the wrong direction with that. I hope that they fix it. Because Dune is a cool game. The IP is cool. But that system feels rough, dude. Yeah. They could cap max their ability loss to 50% at minimum if they don't want to remove it. No, it's got to keep going so you actually mill the items out. That's the point of a social sandbox. But I think the idea of lessening durability as you modify it is very strange. It's just more friction where it wasn't needed, you know? Yeah. Yeah. You loathe hightail durability loss? Yeah, we're not doing hightail durability loss. We're doing our system from block game Minecraft into hightail. Isn't that for PvE? It applies for PvP too. If somebody kills you in PvP, you're losing your durability too, man. So like, same shit. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah. It's not friction, it's actual chafing. It is. It's a bit chafed, you know? Lands Red only BPs are also not limited to Lands Red anymore. Can spam dungeon for Regis containers and Lasguns and AW. Yeah, but think about it this way, right? If I'm pushing, say, +5s, right? And I was only doing 4s before that, there's a reasonable amount of death that's going to happen in here. And since you don't want to run your perfect gear, because you could lose a bunch of durability, you're probably going to be running gear that's below that for training, right? So you run kind of a shit gear kit to do that. And that shit gear kit is only going to be able to go to a certain limit. So, like, there's no incentive really to do this because you're never going to re-get your entire purple set inside of that dungeon without hundreds of runs because it's randomized gear in there. And so you have to run hundreds of runs of, like, +5s, running a shit set that can barely make it by, so you can maybe get the gear that you want to wear, and then you'll go up to +6s, right? But then why would you run the +6s if you can do +5s in garbage gear? This runs into the problem of giving a player a full restore in a RPG. You only give them one. It full restores the entire party, resurrects everyone, heals everyone. When do they use it? They'll just keep saving it for a rainy day. And they've effectively set up a system that kind of does that, where, like, you're constantly getting gear for a time you're never going to use it because it's never optimal to use it, so you should just keep collecting gear with shitty gear. That's the problem that they've run into. They've developed themselves into a weird direction because the balance of reward versus risk isn't correct. That's the issue. You're going to pass on the scalable dungeons for now, maybe if they tune them in the future. I think they need to, I think they need to tune them. It needs to be more you need to be getting more out of it than you're putting into it. Saving it for the Elite Four, and then you steamroll and you don't need the resources, bingo. And like at this point, it's like, wow, I'm farming all this purple gear to use in higher tier gear, but then why would I use it in higher tier gear? Because I could just keep farming the purple gear. It ends up being the plus system only exists for a leaderboard system. It's bragging rights. It's not about gear progression, which seems opposite of what it kind of should be. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know, because it goes all the way up to, for those who don't understand, it goes all the way up to +100. So, like, it gets up there, man. Yeah. For someone who never got into WoW, would you recommend retail or classic? It depends. If you want to know the difference between retail and classic, I would say that retail is a power fantasy. You are the savior of the world. That's a power fantasy in retail. You are godlike. You can kill hundreds of enemies at once. Like, you are the chosen one. Classic is more like a D&D campaign. You're just some guy. And, like, sometimes you can beat another guy. And if you're really strong, you might be able to beat, like, 2 or 3. For most of your time playing Classic. Eventually, you feel pretty good by the end. But it's still, you could just die at any time. Retail, power fantasy, 100%. So it depends on what kind of game experience you're after, man. Yeah, champion. We need you. Champion the wounds. Yeah, exactly. God damn it. Never again. Do you like walking? Play Classic. Yeah, I mean, like, that's it. What if you just want to fish? I mean, I guess either then. About the same. Yeah, nothing wrong with power fantasies, but it comes down to what you want as a player, right? Do you like doing chores? Retail. Actually, wait. It's more than that. If you want to do chores as the savior of the universe, play retail. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, so Kronos, you said PvP balance is less important than PvE balance to Funcom from a prioritization perspective. It is, because PvE is the core of the audience. You said this change to specializing means that they fixed the latter part of your message. PvP balance is next. I don't think they fixed PvE tuning though, man. I really don't. I think that they've done a first pass and they need to do a second pass. Like they need to. Yeah, like that's just needs to be what it is. What is this? I know that you worked in cybersecurity and you worked for the Department of Defense. I never worked for the Department of Defense. I worked for the Department of Energy. It's a very different thing. What is this? If you're looking at my previous work history, just do exclamation point jobs. Go look through my LinkedIn because it seems like you're getting incorrect information somewhere. I didn't say they fixed the PvE tuning. Yeah, I mean, you said this, that they've done a pass on it. Now they're, PvP is next. They really, really need to do the rest of it. Oh, the block game cert expired? God damn it. Give me a moment. I'll go fix that. Whoop. I didn't have my auth keys. One moment. Yeah, no, they really, really need to work on that, man. Like, they really need to. Add key. Because it just doesn't feel right, man. Grab that. Grab this. One moment. I need to find out why that cron job failed. Go on, run it. Yeah. Challenge verifying. Cleaning up challenges. Very cool. Cert has been deployed. Do not redirect. All right, we're good. Yeah, cert's up. You keep getting rejected for your Ashes return? Put in a ticket directly to Steam support. Do it that way. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think of Elder Scrolls Online? So I played ESO for a little while, and it was theft simulator. I basically just run around stealing from NPCs and then selling the items back to them. Over and over again. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you need to do a manual ticket to get your refund for Ashes of Creation. You need to go into there and send in a ticket to Steam. If you just do it through their automated refund system, it will get denied. You have to contact them. 20 FPS is better than a slideshow in Monster Hunter Wilds. I went to go play Wilds yesterday off stream, or maybe 2 days ago off stream, and I had no issues. It seems like they fixed the performance issues that I was dealing with before. So, yeah. They turned down your support ticket, not your refund request? What did you say in your support ticket? Because we've had a ton of people get their refunds through the support ticket. Yeah, I can't get a refund. I bought the game on Intrepid's website in 2021. I'm shit out of luck, dude. So that's donezo for me. Like, that's gone. What is this? You don't disagree about both devs and players should have let the game cook, not rushing into releasing, but they're making right, same way as No Man's Sky, Fallout 76, Final Fantasy 14, etc. all have been able to. Yeah, but I'm going to give feedback on that, and I think that my feedback right now, man, is that the PvE is not in a good state. Like, there's not a good incentive structure for a PvE player to continue doing the dungeons. Oh, and not say to you? Yeah, no, but I'm saying to you, like, I don't think that Dune is incentivizing the PvE player base in a way that is compelling to them, and they will likely lose people that enjoy PvE content because of that. And I think that that's kind of one that's really, it's weird to fumble, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird to fumble thing, because, like, I don't know, that team did a really good job with, like, Secret World, right? They did with incentivizing items that way. Honestly, do you want to know the way that I would have done it? I would have made all of the dungeon purples unique. Drop nowhere else in the video game. Not recycle the same ones that already exist into that. Make it so that there are sets of armor that can only be obtained in there, and then make those scale with reward and not had mods reduce overall durability. That's what I would have done. And there's some recycled patterns in there, which feels pretty bad, you know, even having run them a bunch of times. How long did you play? Thousands of hours, Spy Hermit. Yeah, I hope that makes sense, though, man. There are higher level items in those dungeons, though. Yeah, but we talked about the risk versus reward for the player, and the risk is so high for your current gear that there's no reason to do what we call prog runs, right? And I'll explain that in a minute. Dune was so good, and then you start PvP. Lucky for you, there's not really a PvP endgame, so. What are the Ashes news? They still haven't paid their employees. So that's cool. All right, ads are over. So when we're talking about runs in PvE, right? The PvE player wants to put in time to get gear or a reward of some kind, no matter what that is, right? And that's really what it is. This could be this way in any video game, right? You could add a little bit of risk to it. There's got to be a little bit of risk in there, no matter what it is. And I'll give you some examples of this. Let's look at Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft. So Mythic Plus, this system, the risk or the reward is learning the content. So you get to learn the content to do higher level content. You get gear that is permanent to your character. And the risk is losing the key. Because when you activate a Mythic Plus dungeon, you pop in a key that you've built up, and then you get to run the dungeon and it's timed, and if you fail it, the key goes down levels. So that's the risk. The risk is the key. The reward is learning and gear, right? And you do these things called progression runs, where you know it is likely you will lose the key when you do this, and it'll go down, right? But you are learning new ways to pull or ways to actually go through that. You don't lose the key now. It just goes down in level now, right? I think originally it just burned the key, if I remember right. It's been a while. Yeah. So with this in mind, yeah, Mythic Plus like in WoW, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about Mythic Plus WoW. So when we're talking about that, let's look at the risk versus reward for Dune's PvE content, right? And in Dune, you've got the reward of blueprints and you've got the risk of your durability and your time. If you die in the dungeon, you lose durability. If you fail out of the dungeon, you lose durability and time. You only get rewards if you finish. And if you get rewards, they're not really rewards because you still have to build these. And then on top, so it's delayed reward where you actually have to use that stuff, right? And then after that, you also have to attach any of your mods that you get. And when you attach a mod, it gives you power, but it also gives you -% max durability. So if we go to this one, this is a direct reward. This one is kind of an indirect reward, but this is a direct reward. You just get the power up, right? And this one here, the blueprints, are not a direct reward. You have an indirect reward, and you have a direct punishment. And it's a lasting direct punishment. It's an unrecoverable direct punishment, because when you go to repair the item, you are actually getting negative maximum durability. So I think that even when you get rewarded, it is kind of a punishment, because you still have to build the thing, which takes resources that you farmed outside of the dungeon, and you have to attach it, which reduces the overall maximum durability. And that's the problem. And I think it's the issue that I see with this, is like it doesn't feel like a good reward. It feels like, wow, I want a kick of the balls. I did some content and won the kick of the balls, right? So if they removed this, or they just dropped the mods directly so that you're not building them, and remove that, I think that would make the most sense. But the idea of having to get the thing, craft the thing using other materials, then attach it, which reduces the overall durability of the weapon, is just like, that's a lot of steps to kick a player in the balls. Like, it just doesn't feel right. You know, like, you just give them a reward. They kicked ass in a dungeon that was very difficult, where they spent their time, they probably lost durability, and then the reward doesn't feel like a reward. So it's not, I don't think it's in a good spot, personally. That might just be me, but it feels like friction for the sake of friction. Exactly. It does. And I think that's my feedback for that. Yeah, Tarmac, I agree with you. Friction for the sake of friction. Yeah. And I think that that's a major issue overall. So, yeah, a little bit weird. Dude needs glue. I would expect a better reward for getting your balls kicked. Exactly. That's kind of exactly it, dude. Yeah. Yeah. What if we gave a sick emote as a reward? I mean, it's not my birthday. How dare you, you goblin? That's a lot of aggression towards the player. It kind of is. And I don't want that kind of a system. So when we're talking about, like, let's go over block game for durability, right? Let's go block game dungeon. The block game dungeon stuff that we have set up for this is when you go and run the dungeon, you get materials that can only be obtained in the dungeon. But there's two things those materials can do. You can use them to create gear of the same tier that you have, or create cores. Cores reduce corruption. Corruption is our version of reduced max durability. Instead of reducing maximum durability, we reduce the overall value of the gear. So if you have 100 stat on it, maybe it gives 99 now, 98, 97, 98, 96, right? It just keeps going down. If you use a core, it gets rid of that reduction. So you run dungeons to upkeep your gear to make sure that they stay pristine. So there's a reason to run the dungeon, because you're making your gear effective again. And you can craft other gear outside of this. And it's effectively sustainable, right? Yeah. What are you talking about, Mirror? What is this? What are you guys talking about with some ad? Right? The long text, dude? I don't know, dude. I've been talking about a thing. Yeah, so like with that, like gear and cores are what materials go into for this. So you go into the dungeon, you spend your time, and your reward, and your risk. Your risk is durability. And your reward is effectively your max power on your gear is improved. It's gone back to 100%. And then the other one with this is, with durability loss, there's a little bit of a fail out here. Because what I've done throughout a dungeon is we have chests along the way. And these chests respawn every 24 hours. And they're instanced per player. So even if you don't get all the way through the dungeon, you can at least get some rewards, right? Let's say that you fail out here and you're like, I don't want to go any further. For that day, you still get 2 chests worth of rewards. You don't have to make it all the way to the end. And like you still get whatever materials you're going to get out of that. And like there's still stuff. There's also mini bosses, and the mini bosses also give you rewards. This, I think, is a better system in terms of like giving a player rewards for their time. It's the same risk, but a lot better reward for the player. And that's what I think Dune is missing right now in terms of PvE. It's missing a reward structure that rewards the player for time, and it's missing a reward structure that actually rewards the player directly. This rewards the player directly, and this rewards the player passively, kind of indirectly with the core system. And both of those lead to increased power. And the risk is the same. It's durability loss and time loss. So I don't know, man. I think their reward structure is just off. I think it's just off. Yeah. Yeah. He's having a conversation with himself. A little bit, yeah. I mean, I'm just kind of like thinking through, because like when you're building something, man, you need to look at other ways that other developers build the same thing. We're both building dungeons, but their dungeon feels bad to me. And the dungeon that I built feels good to me. And I need to understand where the disparity is there. So as a player, why does it feel so different? And so I'm kind of exploring through that and being like, why does their reward structure make me feel bad? Why does my reward structure make me feel good? What other games have I played where the reward structure felt good? What other games have I played where the reward structure feels bad? And you start to form like kind of an idea of what sort of reward structures resonate with you as a player. You know, and you have to do that. If you don't sit down and do that, that's it, you know. And you're not going to grow at all. Yeah. You're just not, you know. We put chess on a 24-hour cooldown, though. Why put chess on a 24-hour cooldown? So I tried doing that as an extra reward incentive to like get people in there, to get them to do a thing. I don't know how I want to do that this time. I may just make it so you can just run them endlessly, you know. Yeah. I may make it so that we can. I think that's like a super important thing to do, is to give people something that they can shoot for. And I think last time I made those chests too rewarding, so I put them on an artificial 24-hour cooldown, which was kind of weird and didn't work very well. So I think this time what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it so that they respawn every time you go in that dungeon, man. And I think that's all I need to do. And if I instance the dungeons themselves, then that will work. And I will need to space those deeper in the dungeon and make it based around challenges, right? So, like, if I base it around challenges of, like, you beat the mini-boss, get a chest. You beat the big room, get a chest, right? Like, that feels better to me. The way that I did it in Block Game in Minecraft is there's, like, one in the starter room that's, like, hidden in a wall, right? And there's very little challenge. You kill 2 guys and you get a chest. So what people would do is they just go in and grab that chest and restart the dungeon and grab that chest and restart the dungeon and grab that chest. This was a problem. So I think this was an issue of design on my behalf. I got the design wrong. So in the future, my design is going to be big thing, whatever big thing is. You fight the big thing, you get a chest. And you could do this endlessly. Because if you could do it endlessly, there's got to be a challenge to it. And I think that'll work. So that's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to set that up for the hightail version of this to like big difficulty, get a chest. You could just do this unlimited times a day. At least like you're doing something and it gives you a thing. I'm also going to change out kind of the reward structure for that entirely and make it based around the dungeon that you're running. So like if you're running, say, Krognar's Bastion, which is our level 25 dungeon, or Sunken Cells, rather. There we go. And that's the level 10 dungeon. This reward structure can't be anywhere similar. Like, if you're 25, you want to be running this place. I don't want to incentivize you to run this place. There's got to be some other economic driver for that. So that players are running one, not running this one once a day and then running this one endlessly. That was weird, you know. Would increasing difficulty work for this? Kind of. The way that I kind of want to do this is when we're running, say, KB for Krognar's Bastion, I want it to start at 25 and end at level 30. I want it to be the next 5 levels up. So as you go deeper into the dungeon, this gets more and more difficult so that players can fail out at, say, 28 or maybe fail out at 26, and they still get a percentage of max reward in some way because it's based on challenges that have increasing levels. So that way players are like, okay, we're going to do a Krognar's Bastion run, but we're not doing Krognar. We're going to Cinder because that's the first boss, right? We're doing a Cinder run. We're doing a Krognar full clear. Like there's meaning to that. Where like in World of Warcraft, you do the whole dungeon or none of it, right? In this, I want it to be you do a dungeon up to a certain boss because you know your party can do it. Yeah. If you're doing a full clear, that's like what you talk about when you talk about raiding. I want the dungeon experience to be that way. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I hope that makes sense. What is this? Whoa. Oh no, this dude's just trying to get you guys to prep shit. I'm gonna be honest with you, Black Swan guy. I'm gonna look up your name real fast, and if it comes up with a company because you're in my chat trying to get people to prep, I'm gonna ban you. Yeah, you're an ad. You're an ad for your personal company. Goodbye. So, with that in mind, yeah, we'll get back to this. Yeah, I think the idea of having people fail out for a percentage of reward by max level is a good idea. And I think that feels good to the player. And as long as I kind of bookend that on specific things, like we bookend that, by the way, don't buy their products. If they're going to do that shit in somebody's Twitch stream, they're not worth your time. But yeah, if I think the best thing you can do is like I'll set it up, maybe each boss is that milestone. And if we set it up to those milestones, I think that's a good idea. And I think that's what I want to do. Is we'll set it up to those milestones of like, maybe this boss is 26, this boss is level 28. And we kind of go from there. So like your team can be like, hey, it's exit time. And maybe we put a portal after you kill the boss. That's your fail out portal. So on each one of these, you can go deeper. Or you could leave. Look at Final Fantasy XIV dungeons. Oh, I'm very, very well aware of Final Fantasy XIV dungeons. I played the shit out of Final Fantasy XIV. Love it. But I like the idea of doing something different than that. Like, I want the players to feel like they're making the decision, right? Like, let's say you get to the level 26 boss in a 25 to 30 dungeon, and then you beat the boss, but you guys barely defeat it. The party then goes, hey, man, I don't know about going further than that. I don't think we're ready. And then someone is like, I think we could do it. And everyone's like, oh, okay, I guess we'll go do it. And then they die in the next boss, right? Like, I want you to make that choice as you're going through the dungeon. You need to make a choice there. And I think that giving the players the chance to make the choice while already giving them a reward that's now on the line is exciting. Does that make sense? Like, I think that if you guys make that choice, that's like a fun way to feel. So you can decide at that moment, not like lock you in. You love trying to do the impossible in games. Well, you're gonna drop a lot of loot on the ground, right? Yeah, it's not gonna be great for that. Yeah, you get the reward after leaving. No. You get the reward in that room, and then there's a portal in the room, and it goes, hey, you want to leave the dungeon with your stuff, or do you want to risk it? Right? You know, like that's the idea for that. Yeah, make the dungeon like an extraction. Exactly. It's an extraction dungeon. You choose after each one of the big bad encounters. Do you want to increase your risk but maybe increase your reward, or do you want to leave now? And I think that's fun. For me, I think that's fun. What is this? Yep. I haven't watched in a while. What is Block Game? Block Game is our MMO that we made in Minecraft in the last, 5 years. Any chance of some PoE today? Yes. I would say nearly 100%. I want to go play my Druid some more. It adds for the social experience. I think it does, too. So we're talking about, design for dungeon. I think that's really where I want it to be, is I want it to feel that way. And it kind of already does in Block Game right now, but not in the way that I want it to. And since we're refreshing with Hytale, I think we have, we have the chance to do something really cool. Yeah. Your dog is farting so bad you can taste it. Yeah, make sure that's in that person's, like in Cinder's mod comment. I want that to be there forever. Yeah, I'm going to add it myself. Their dog farts so badly they can taste it. Add it as a mod comment to your account. So now every time the mods ever look your name up, they're going to see that. That's going to be on your account forever now. Enjoy that. Yeah, that's permanent. Yeah, that's permanent now. Yeah. Yeah. I've you said it, you know, like. Yeah, it'll also be visible on Kronos' channel and the Ferret's channel as well. So there's that. That's how you make history and lore? Yeah, that's lore now. That's part of your story. It's permanent. I didn't know you could put mod comments? Yeah. Zultralords has a bunch. Oh, you got the shirt? Nice, dude. I don't know when mine arrives. It's supposed to arrive. I haven't got it yet. Good luck. Oh, I have really cool news, actually. Let me see. We got the Septic Consultant came out. The Septic Consultant came out, and he was like, I'm going to put a septic tank over there, and I'm going to do all these different things, and he put flags all over the yard, and he was like, I got to, because we already have a septic tank in the yard, to be clear. Like, there's already a septic tank, because we don't have sewage. We're out in the middle of nowhere, right? And he wants to set one up over here that, like, feeds into this one, and we have a pressure septic system. He's literally the pee-pee-poo-poo man. Yes, that is actually his job. So that one will feed into this one, and then this one drains out into the field and makes the grass real tall. Yeah. So with that, this will be the main access point, and then they can just drain that, which is cool. Team is back in today. It's your calendar. Yeah, it's a different team today. This one is going to be, what is this one? It's not the septic guys this time. I don't even know what these guys are. What are they? Bro, I don't even know. Survey. This is the survey team. Wait, no. This is a different team. I don't even know what this team does. What do they do? Environmental industry. Basically an environmental survey. They're going to come in and be like, you live on a hill. There's no wetlands here. They're doing a ground survey for the septic installation. They have to do a couple of different surveys for that. So, like, basically they have to determine a couple things. One of them has to be that we're not on wetlands, because we're not in wetlands. And then the other one is that the ground can be dug in, and then also we can put in a septic machine. A septic thing. Environmental impact study. We already technically had that. So that's fine. That's already... Basically, these guys are the dirt guys. They're like, yep, that's dirt. Nothing lives in it. And we can dig in that. We'll go put a big mechanical machine down there that moves poop real fast. That's effectively what's going to happen there. Yeah. Is the hill going to collapse? Definitely not. No. It would collapse back in on itself. It's like really low slope, right? Yeah. The dirt man. We had the pee-pee poo-poo man, and now we're having the dirt man. Is that a, what is that? Eat sand? Fantastic. Yeah, basically that. We got John Dirtman and John Pee Pee Poo Poo. Both of them are doing the thing. And there's supposed to be a third team that was supposed to already be here, but I guess maybe they already did. I don't know. I have no idea, dude. People just show up and they do stuff in the yard, and I go, yeah, that sounds like a thing that was supposed to happen. I paid for that, so, like, yeah, cool. You don't pressurize your poop, you peasant. Are you carbonating poops over there, dude? It's gross. You're gross. Spaghetti will let us know. Spaghetti barks the whole time. He's the ultimate guard dog. Actually, no. He's the ultimate alarm dog. because he's bark, 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 bark. And then when someone walks up, he's like, hello, I am your friend. And then he'll lick them. And he's just cool about it. Like, he's like, intruder is good. Bark. It's not the best guard dog. Yeah, that's about it. He's a golden retriever, yeah. He lets you know someone's there. He also lets you know that someone's there whether they're there or not. Because sometimes he sees ghosts and then barks at them. And then you go in there and he's like, hi. Dog Paco, a Chihuahua, doesn't even bark. He just goes and says hi. A Chihuahua that doesn't bark? That's weird. That's really weird. That's really weird. Ugh. Alright. This is our block game production. I need to go into the other block game server. Block game Hightail. And I need to do one of these. We'll pull this up. I think we're in a good spot. Alright, so status effects. We got this done the other day. I'm pretty happy with where it's at now. Yeah. Yeah. Hightail. Let's see, design doc. By God, the design document has grown so large. We now have status effects, and they're enormous. Status effects feel real good now. It feels really good. I really like the way that this is done now. Yeah. If he wasn't on guard, you'd obviously be attacked by squirrels. I'd be attacked by one squirrel. There is the fattest, most pregnant squirrel I've ever seen in my life in my yard. And she comes out every day. She stands in the middle of the field, and she eats mushrooms. She just grabs a whole mushroom and just sits there and eats it in defiance of all predators, sitting in the middle of the open clearing and is like, I am enormous. What will you do about it? She's a big old fat pregnant squirrel, dude. Yeah, she's ready. She's ready for spring. She's going to fill the yard with squirrelings. Like, holy shit. Yeah. Squirrels in the U.S. are tanks. Yeah, they're big, dude. But this one lives almost exclusively off of mushrooms. And she just, picture it didn't happen. I'll have to ask Shay. I think Shay took a bunch of photos of her. She's a tank, dude. Do you have a photo of the tank squirrel? Oh, actually, I need to make sure that Shay actually got up out of bed. Oh, wait, no, Shay's awake. The squirrel in the yard. The giga-pregnant one. Yeah, Shay's got it. One sec. You invented a new sentence? Pretty sure that's the first time that's been asked. I don't think so. Are you awake? Nah. Shay says, I don't know if she's pregnant. She might just be fat. You can't say that. You can't say that. That's rude. That's rude. There's Giga pregnant? There is. She's huge, dude. Some fat squirrel. Big boned? No. Chonk. Waiting on the squirrel photo. How is Babby formed? Well, apparently with squirrels, it, like, expands their body by 3x. The big goal I have to do during the next hype train, but the problem is Twitch denied my payment processing the last 2 times I tried it, so I don't really know what's going on. I don't know what to do about this. Yeah. Yeah. Ah, let me show you. This squirrel eating a mushroom. I have delivered the tank squirrel. It sits in my yard, and it eats mushrooms. It is the fattest, tankiest mushroom-eating squirrel. I'm telling you, dude. That's a giga-pregnant mushroom-eating squirrel. Can they eat mushrooms? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, they're super down to eat mushrooms. She's been doing it all year. No problems. But yeah, they do that. Yeah, she's fat, dude. She's big. Big. That's a greed. The greed will consume them. She's eating for like 12 is what's happening there, dude. Yeah, she's eating for 12. There's no way that she's just fat for no reason. Her greed sickens me. I know. That's not a tank, that's a tonk. Pretty much true. Yeah, she's definitely preg. With like sextuplets or some shit, dude. You know? She's eating for 12 full-grown men. Yeah, she actually just sits in the yard and just spins a mushroom and just eats the whole mushroom. Like, that's what she does, dude. She'll just spin it while eating it until it's gone, you know? Slanesh levels of greed, yes. Her spawns she'll take over the yard. Good. Yeah, good. She just goes out in the middle of the yard, too. Like, she'll just go out in the yard, and she hunts the mushrooms. And sometimes she'll smack the ground, too. She'll go like... and then, like, look around, and then slap the ground a bunch. It's ground slapper. She's chonky, dude. You can see in this photo, that Shay was actually spotted. And you know what she did? She sat there and kept eating. Didn't even give a shit. She knows that she's unstoppable. She has no fear. She stands in the middle of the open field and eats. Her hubris, enormous. Yeah. Yeah. She's a tank, dude. Yeah, approach me. I will devour you as well. That's literally the way that she acts. She's real chunky. She is. Yeah. Me when I find loot in a video game, don't eat the loot, man. Does she have a name? We've mostly just been calling her fat ass tank, and like all kinds of just chonk. That chonk squirrel is back. The pregnant one, like just. I guess we could call her like Crushinator, Destroyer of Mushrooms or some shit. Like we could come up with like we call her Sherman. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, what I don't know, dude. Maybe she needs a name. Monster truck, fat ass. Yeah, whatever. Right. Perganonat, like I didn't Crushabella. Yeah. That she's just huge, dude. She's like huge. Big mama. Step forward morsel. Oh god. Imagine she's not actually pregnant. If that squirrel's not pregnant, then I'm afraid. Because that's terrifying. Yeah. There was a second squirrel at one point when you only saw them once. Yeah, you only saw them once because she ate them, dude. Gone. Yeah, she's enormous, dude. Massive creature. Reduce to atoms, reduce to ass fat, dude. Huge. Huge squirrel. Big fungus? Okay. Big fungus is pretty good. I'm going to start calling her Big Fungus. Her name is Big Fungus. Dude, Big Fungus. There she is, Big Fungus. She's been out there like 6 months, man. Yeah. She's been out there like 6 months eating mushrooms, and that's basically all she does. Why does the industry reject Godot? They don't. What are you talking about? It's being used for all kinds of shit. I think it was used for a Sonic game recently. Like a year ago. It was used for Sonic the Hedgehog, like mainline game. In a game called Pie in the Sky. That's cool. An Australian magpie on a mission. Oh, okay, so you're a giga bastard. Good. She's a 10-10 with trample. Accurate. What type of mushrooms? I don't know. LBMs. I don't even know what those ones are. Shay would know better. She's gonna abandon her babies to eat more mushrooms. What is she eating? Shay. What's her combined mana cost, though? You have to pay an upkeep cost every turn, or she steals some of your health. Or she has to devour another creature every turn, or she devours one of yours. And if there's no creatures to devour, she takes your health instead. Yeah. Terrifying. And she makes 1/1 squirrel tokens if she's on the board for longer than 3 turns. And she cannot eat her own squirrel tokens. Yeah, it has to be a fungus token. There you go. Consumes 1 fungus token or you lose 1 health. This card is getting wordy? Yeah. It's an uncracked card now. What's your Thalid deck? Don't fight the squirrel, dude. She's gonna be a commander. Yeah, you know? True. Someone's got a modder into Hightail? I could just add that. Right? Add her to block game? We totally could. Alright. Let's take a look at this. Is the ferret stream down? It just restarted. Yeah. So every 48 hours, due to Twitch and whatever system they have set up. There we go. What happens over on the ferret stream is it restarts every 48 hours, so it just restarted. You can see it's got 53 seconds on it right there. So, refresh the page if you're on the ferret stream. Yeah. Can you add Easter eggs in block game? Yeah, already am. There already are ones in Minecraft block game, so. What for? For the VODs? No, it's just Twitch. They won't let you stream for more than 48 hours straight. I don't know why. Yeah, if you stream for 11 hours and 55 minutes on YouTube, any amount of time over that doesn't appear in the VOD. And if you stream for longer than 14 to 16 hours, somewhere in there, it actually makes the VOD inaccessible to anyone forever on YouTube. It still shows up, but when you click on it, it says it can't find it because it never actually processes it and then shits itself violently. YouTube. I don't know why it's like that. No idea. Oh, wow. No, that dude that was trying to advertise his business just went over to YouTube as well. Yeah, no, you're banned over there, too. Stop advertising your business, you clown ass. Because now I'm going to tell everyone not to buy from you. Look at you. Look at you. Banned. Stop it. You're bad and you should feel bad. Your name, stricken from the record. Insane. Didn't someone die in a 3-day stream or something? And that's why? I mean, this has been a thing on Twitch. I think it's a technical limitation more than anything else. It has been for ages. Could you possibly set up a system where you upload the Twitch VOD automatically to YouTube instead to circumvent that 11-hour and 50-something limit? Yeah, but then we have to download a full 48-hour-long video and then upload it to YouTube and wait for it to process. You may not realize how long that takes, but even on 3 gig internet, it's kind of a bitch. It's a lot. And if anything breaks that connection any time during that full upload period, it shits itself. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not good. I don't think it's the health checks, though. What would be the size of a 48-hour video? Well, I mean, I'm uploading at 2K 60 FPS. So you're dealing with many gigs. Many. Very large. Because it's not 1080p. It's 2K video. So it's enormous. Like, actually enormous. Doesn't Twitch have a YouTube export function? Yeah, but it doesn't work very well. And it permanently flags the video as being a YouTube export. If you actually take a short off of Twitch, like a clip, and you export it to YouTube as a short directly, it will get lower viewership by a lot, by like a massive factor. We've done it in the past. So that's weird. And then you take the same kind of short and you download it and then upload it yourself on YouTube and you don't get that problem. So, yeah. About 3.5 terabytes? I don't know. I just know that it's a lot. And I don't want to do that workflow anyway, because not only is it a lot, it's a lot of, like, time that you have to spend doing that. And I stream every day. So, like, Denmark got hit by a snowstorm. So, first time in years, we've got over 30 centimeters of snow, and it's still heavily snowing. Well, that's cool. Nice. Enjoy your snow, you bastard. Wish I had some. Yeah, the normal stream VODs, like, I just don't want to do that, man. I just don't want to do that's so much effort. Yeah. And if you're wondering over on YouTube side why that guy got banned, he was over on Twitch kind of covertly advertising his prepper business because his account name was like a business that exists, and he was trying to encourage people to like prep for, you know, the oncoming wars, and was like spamming the shit out of in chat. He was doing it as a way to advertise his business, and I banned him on Twitch, and then he went over to YouTube with the same thing and then tried to do it again, so I banned him on YouTube. Yeah, it's a business trying to advertise for free. Gross. Yeah. Yeah, real stupid. It wasn't really being covert, yeah. Wannabe guerrilla marketing, yes. Girl says that durability degrades over time through general use and is damaged significantly on death. This durability must be repaired with repair powder, which then increases corruption on that item. Corruption reduces overall stats on the item by 1%, scaling up to 100%. Corruption can be cleansed from the item by using cores are crafted from materials at the tier of the item being cleansed. Cool. The patch notes were large. Oh. Mr. Simon Hypixel. Oh! My face when trying to post patch notes on Discord. Yeah. 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 That does happen. It turns it into a file instead. Did you reinstall Guild Wars 2 already? The guild is forming? No, I went and reinstalled SWOTOR, and I tried to play through that a little bit, and I realized I can't. So that's what I've investigated so far. I've been working on shit this last week, but I'll show you what my old character looks like if I grab it. Boop. There he is. So that was my my Sith Juggernaut, right? And like I signed it, I got my account back, signed into it, and then it was like, hey, if you want to play this character, you have to pay money. And I was like, nah. Because like I don't know if I'm gonna like it again, right? So like I don't want to pay for that, right? So there's a subscription fee to play my character, and I just don't want to do that. I just don't. So yeah. Why do they do that? I don't know, man. Yeah. The wild monetization now. Yeah, I just don't want to play it. I mean, if you guys want to play SWTOR, that's cool. We've got a section in the actual Pirates Discord now, and there's some really cool like characters. Some people have actually posted some of the pictures of their characters. Like, look at that one. That's neat. You know, like that's pretty sick looking. Kind of freaks me out. Cool looking. And then like this one, definitely less Sith. A little bit more probably on the Jedi side, you know, being a little bit of the good guys. Definitely more Sith on this one. Good. Yeah. The SWTOR free to play? Obviously not, because it wouldn't allow me to play my character unless I'd paid. So that kind of sucked. But there's been people posting their characters and showing off cool shit, you know. Yeah. I'm really glad that your guys' guild that you had on there is called Pink Intoxicated Elephants. That's fantastic. Yeah. But people who want to play it, they have a section in there for that now. And if we go up to this, right, you can see that I've rebuilt a lot of the Discord. We now have channels for Guild Wars, Star Wars, SWTOR, Elder Scrolls, and Final Fantasy XIV. And if we go up in here into channels and roles, I'm just going to keep adding new channels and roles to this. So you guys will actually have, you know, stuff that you can do up there. You know, whatever it's going to be. SWTOR is the worst free-to-play you've ever seen. Yeah, it probably isn't very good. Yeah, but yeah, so I've got these set up. I'm going to keep adding more of these. I put into the announcements saying like what I'm going to be doing for this in this here. These are all the games that I want to put up there. I think Warframe is going to be the next big one because I said I'm going to be prioritizing. Which ones did I say prioritizing? These are the ones that I was prioritizing first. They're done now. You only see the channels that you actually want to have on that. So I'm probably going to do Warframe and Fallout 76 next is likely the way to do this. So, yeah. Rather play Guild Wars 2 or Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 is already up there. You can already play with the Guild Wars Guild, and then Final Fantasy 14 is up there as well. I want to reactivate Final Fantasy 14, personally. Guild Wars 2 is a ferret mount skin. What, dude? Ew, no. Why does everybody post Discord link channels? Don't. God, it's gross. Stop it. Okay, that's cool. I'm really glad that I clicked on this and then also saw the Chungus above it. Fantastic. That's cool. I like that. That's fantastic. Its claws are super long. You know what's the worst about running a ferret rescue? The first thing that I saw when seeing this, like the first thing I thought was, man, somebody needs to clip those nails. It wasn't even like, wow, cool ferret. It was, God, those nails. They got to clip those. That's too long. You got to clip them all the time. Ridiculous. What? Submit a bug report. Clip ferret mounts nails, please. All right. All 50 at the same time? No, I mean, they rotate through them. But basically what Shay does is Shay has different things that she can do for different ferrets. Some of them like salmon oil. A lot of them like salmon oil. And you just take them, you put them on their back, put salmon oil on their chest, and they sit there and they lick it. Their brain deactivates. And then you clip their nails while they're sitting there licking the salmon oil. Some ferrets, rarely, some of them, don't like salmon oil. So then they have to do other stuff for them. So there's that. It's rare, but it happens. What is this? Curious to hear your thoughts on the Star Trek Online MMO. So that one's really old. I did play it briefly. And, like, I think the people who like it are the ones who've been there basically since the beginning. because I went to go play it and it felt really clunky. You know, it felt clunky and it felt like it had turned into like old man's car show simulator where they're like, look at this. Look at my big spaceship and my big spaceship and my big spaceship. I've accrued all these spaceships. And like they just kind of take them out and show them off. And like it's kind of whatever. Yeah. It feels like it's solved. Does that make sense? It's cool, but it feels like it's solved. Like it's been around a long time and it's solved now. And it's mostly a bunch of people just kind of reminiscing about the good old days on the game. And it's kind of clunky. The engine's super old. I hope that they, like, to be honest with you, it'd be cool if they made another Star Trek MMO. It would be really cool. Realm of the Mad God is different, and the reason why is because it's a roguelike. So you could just do that forever. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe not too objective, but DDO holds well. Holds pretty well. Makes sense. Yeah, I think it's kind of a solved thing, is all it is. And there's nothing wrong with that, but kind of not for me, you know. I want a social sandbox. I want something that constantly reduces the player's stuff and then rebuilds it. Going on missions with the crew from the guild would be so sick. Yeah, I kind of like that idea too. It's got a new CEO. He was an older one who left to get more experience, I think. Really? For Star Trek MMO. It's crazy to me the MMO community is so desperate for something new. It's all we talk about. I mean, kind of. Like, and I think the reason why is it's come to the point where, for me, I know what kind of game I like now. I'm old enough to know what I want, right? And what I want is I want to play a social sandbox MMO with a fully player-driven economy. And that's a tall order, man. And because of that, I'm likely going to be upset, right? like I'm likely just going to be like, well, there's not really a game for me, you know, like, and no pay to win. Yeah, it's got to be a social sandbox MMO with a player-driven economy and no pay to win. I'm basically asking for a unicorn, dude. Like, I know that, you know that, and I'm probably never going to get what I want, right? It's like, it's just not going to happen. You know, like, so, like, I don't know. That's why I was so excited for Ashes. I was like, you're giving me a unicorn? And then he was like, no, I'm actually scamming you out of money and ripping off all my employees and disappearing. I was like, wow, that's great. Thanks, man. You're the best. Yeah. It's awesome. I just wanted that goddamn unicorn, man. You have an announcement to make? Steam is the greatest platform there is. You just got your refund from AOC. Good. Are you going to play WoW Midnight? No. I'm not really interested. And, like, I know this is kind of a lame hill to die on. I've talked about it before. They added a monetization. They added a premium currency to housing. And I know you can earn a bunch of shit for housing by doing other stuff in the game. But, like, it's come to the point for me where I'm just like, dude, you guys are making me pay for a subscription. And then you also can buy a WoW token and turn it into in-game gold. And then also you have a transaction shop, like a microtransaction shop to buy cosmetics. And you now have a premium currency for housing. And I just don't want this, dude. The premium currency is still not in yet. They called it Hearthsteel. Did they walk it back? Are they just not doing that now? What do you mean yet? Did they walk this back? No, they have a whole thing on this. No, they have a whole page on this. Developer Insight, Hearthsteel virtual currency and housing in Midnight. They have a whole thing on this. Why a virtual currency? Like, no, dude, no. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want it. I don't want it. It doesn't matter if it's in yet or not, dude. Like, that's their plan. Their plan is to do this. And I don't. You don't have to buy WoW tokens or, like, gold tokens or get a house. Yeah, but I also don't have to pay them money if that's their business practice as a consumer. Like, my power as a consumer is to vote with my wallet. And I don't like those business practices, so I'm going to vote against it by not buying it. Right? I'd rather put my money into a game that isn't using those business practices because I find them unsavory. And that's my choice as a consumer, right? You can do whatever you want. I want you to buy the game and play the game that you want to play. I don't think you're a shitty person for that at all. But I'm going to vote. And that's what I'm voting against because I can't deal with it anymore. I hate it in the gaming industry. I want to buy a video game, not a storefront. And that's it, right? Yeah. Yeah, vote with your wallet, exactly. Quit WoW and Dragonflight, fair. Yeah, I mean, like, that's it, dude. And, like, to be real, what I see a lot of, this kind of happens a lot of the time, is you'll have a company that has a certain amount of player base. That player base dips a little bit, so then they monetize harder because they need to make up this loss, this distance here. And then they lose more player base, so they have to monetize even harder because they have to make up this loss. And I just see this, like, go in that direction. And the only way that they get more player base is they get younger audience. They have to get the next generation. If it sits around, they have to get the next generation of players. Because that older audience that really is like the diehards, they start disappearing. That audience falls off, and they have like a new, younger audience that breathes new life into it. And like, games will stand the test of time if they can keep garnering that younger audience. They have to keep getting them, or they just die out, you know. And like, that's it, man. So, this has never been explained better. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I've just seen it too much, man. And like, I just don't want that. Literally at all. Yeah, squeezing the long lemon. Exactly. The only thing you can think of right now is Albion, but it's on mobile devices as well. So, well, I mean, Albion has pay to win directly. So, like, I understand your point with WoW. Too bad I really enjoyed your streams at War Within release. Yeah, I mean, like, I get it. But I don't know, man. Like, I think you should enjoy the games that you want to enjoy. And I think that if you disagree with the business model of a company or of a game, you probably shouldn't support it. But that's up to you. That there's a line for every single person. And that line is yours to own. It is subjective. There's no objective right or wrong there. I think anyone who touts that is trying to get you to choose a side on something that doesn't make sense. But I've chosen for my subjective line, right, to be like this, no further than this. Yeah. And you can move that line. Whatever you think is fun, right? Whatever you think is fine. It's you're the consumer, man. That's how it works. What are your thoughts on Arc Raiders? Arc Raiders? We haven't played that in a minute, dude. I think I'll see the last time I played that shit. Arc Raiders. When did I play that last? December 21st. I haven't been in that game in 2 months. Jesus. I have 101 hours in it. I really liked it. It was a lot of fun. I don't know what it's like now. Shit's probably changed a lot. Oh, it's preparing for your second expedition. I did the first one. Yeah. Some good updates. I'll have to check it out. Do you like RTS games? A long time ago, I realized that I have more fun watching RTS games than I do playing them. Which I think a lot of people can understand that feeling. I really like watching, like, the giga micro, super powerful, like, 10,000 actions per minute guy, you know, play the game. It's like, but that ain't me, dude, you know? Having a blast, bought it 2 weeks ago. Arc that is? Yeah, I really like it. Yeah. High-level Warcraft 3 is still so dope. It is. Watching people do that is crazy, dude. Have you seen the new Warbond and Helldivers? Yeah, with the exploding hammer. I think that's cool. I dig that. Yeah. It's called Knowing Your Plays. I mean, I guess. That's him adding Roblox to the tab at the top of Twitch website. Dude, I'm going to be honest with you, man. With, like, the amount of shit that Twitch gets all the time, and, like, people calling out Twitch and, like, calling out Dan Clancy, I don't think a collab with Roblox is probably the best choice, but I guess they're doing it. You know, it's not, like, what I would have done, but whatever, man. Like, it's kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit weird. Warcraft 3 is going surprisingly strong. The channel Back to Warcraft is casting daily. That's cool. No, I dig that. Yeah. Ever consider switching to Linux? I would, but I'm a streamer, and a lot of my tooling doesn't work on Linux. So maybe one day, man. Boop. How have you enjoyed building and customizing in Hytale? It's been a blast, to be honest with you. I've been having a huge good time doing this. We actually redesigned how I'm going to do all of meat the other day. So I have this all over here. So I want to do that. The meat types are going to do this. We're going to add corruption and stuff to that, which should be a lot of fun. Yeah, should be a lot of fun with that. Miss Dune stream, is the new update good? They've got a good idea, but it doesn't feel like it benefits the player as much as it should yet. We'll probably spend more time on it soon, but I really think that they need to rebalance the risk versus reward for the new content. Yeah, no, OBS works on Linux. I have a lot of other tooling. I run StreamerBot. I have, like, text-to-speech shit. I have Stream Deck. Like, I've got a lot of little component things that, like, just don't function as I'd want them to on Linux. Yeah, it needs some balance and patch time. It'll be good a week or two. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I super agree with that. I think that right now, definitively how I feel about Dune is, cool idea, let it cook. Right? Cool idea, let it cook. And that's about it, you know? Like, they just need to cook it some more because it's got some weird bugs. It's got some risk versus reward fail going on. And I'm just kind of waiting, you know? Yeah. Also, that lightning dungeon is kicking the balls. Did you play BG3? I did, yeah. Using a blue or green screen? I've got a green screen, actually. I just keep it back here because special effects are expensive. So I don't really want to use them all the time, you know? A lot of people don't realize how expensive, you know. I know the budget. I know. I'm sorry. Sorry. Damn it. Every time I show that, chat knows. Think of all of the dollars that I just wasted showing you that. Budget's gone. Gone. Evaporated. It's over. Yeah. What's your take on Ashes of Creation? I was the largest content creator for that video game. I had it since 2021. Steven lied to all of us and had investors in a game where he said there were no investors. And now none of the employees are getting paid. We're actually talking to some of the devs that have been friends with us the whole time. And it's a shit show, man. He ripped everyone off. And that's deeply distressing. It really is. Because for a little while there, in early 2025, it looked like they were doing it right. They were doing a good job, right? The game was moving forward. They were getting good updates out. The design philosophy made sense. The devs were happy. And then around April 2025, stuff started to pull back. Updates started to make less sense. It started to get really weird. And then it started to go downhill from there. They did their launch on Steam, which was out of the blue and very strange. I went and jumped into it, and it looked like they added a lot of quests for the level 1 to 8 bracket. But everything else outside of that was broken as shit still, even a year later, which was really weird. Because if you have 250 employees, and a lot of those are developers, the throughput that they had didn't make a lot of sense. It was very strange. So, like, I don't understand what was going on there, but it looks like somewhere along there, he took investors. Those investors formed a board and then took the game away from him. And the investors that he took were ones that were from the MLM and pyramid scheme world. And now all these things have come to light where he like transferred the ownership of his house to his partner before this all happened and then left the company in protest. And now all the devs who actually work there, the people who have jobs, aren't getting paid, even though there's a WARN Act out. So they didn't get paid during their normal pay cycle, which is insane. And then even talking to one of those devs, they said that they've received 3 emails from the board, and that board has sent them AI-generated emails that don't make any sense. And now the company has pulled the termination letter from their HR app, so they can't even apply for unemployment correctly. Like, and it's based in California, and California has really strict laws against, like, companies for abusing their employees, and that's exactly what's happening here. So, like, the government is going to get involved. The state government and the federal government are going to get involved. It's going to turn into a shit show. It's going to be months of this shit. It's bad, dude. Were there no layoffs? There was. They initiated the WARN Act. They're laying off all employees. So, like, it's not good, dude. Like, all of this is bad. This is all very bad. Yeah. What? Did you see my DM on Discord? No. What are you sending me? What? No, I don't see any DM from you on Discord. Just ping me again. What's up? Yeah, I don't. No idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't have a single DM from you. You still want to know what Steam's going to do? Well, Steam delisted the game. You can't buy it anymore. And Steam started issuing refunds. Yeah, I already know about that. We talked about that the other day. Yeah. Yeah, I know. We already covered that, man. We covered that the day of. It's just making the rounds. Steam already done with this bullshit. Yeah. No worries. You're good. Yeah, no, we covered that days ago. Days and days ago. Yeah, I also have an AOC video out. You can go watch that. It just, every day it's going to get worse and worse, man. It's full-on criminal activity at this point, yes. You submitted your refund request today? Understand, if you're going to submit a refund request through Steam's automated system, you will likely get denied. Turn in a support ticket, talking to them about the situation. And cite the fact that it's sitting at like 16% positive on Steam now as a result. Like, yeah. Can Steam sue AOC? No. I mean, they're going to hold all the funds and then refund everybody. It's kind of how that's going to go. Sounds like Steven tucked his tail and ran to save his own butt. Not only that, it feels planned. I don't know if it is planned, but it feels that way. Because if the dude's doing a home ownership transfer, leaving under protest, like, these are very calculated decisions from someone who knows what's going on. You know, none of it makes sense, man. Yeah, the timeline in November is incredibly planned. But, like, the other thing, too, is, like, and I brought this up during the video. If we go to Ashes of Creation and we go to their Kickstarter, right? The Kickstarter says very specifically, if we go into this and we go all the way down here, past all of this, and we look at this, these are our promises to you. In the case that Ashes of Creation does not launch, we promise to refund all backers in full. Well, if we go into here and we look at the page, it technically launched in a really shitty, broken state, but that might technically fulfill the Kickstarter obligations, so they don't have to refund those people. $3.2 million. So, like, when we look at this, all of this feels very planned. Now, understand something. Human beings are pattern-seeking. We can find patterns where none exist. But it feels like this is planned, and it feels like they knew what they were doing, and this specifically to get out of that. And that's going to come down to court cases. There has to be court cases. There has to be an investigation by the state. There has to be an investigation by the federal government. Because you have 250 employees that have not been paid, that are not, in this case, able to apply for unemployment in some cases. And you have a shitload of consumers that have been misled about a product, and many of which cannot get refunds, to the tune of millions of dollars. So, like, this can't just be the way that it is. Yeah. Is it enough people for a class action? Class actions don't get people their money back. Class actions punish a company and make lawyers money. So I don't even think that that is appropriate. I think this is a government action problem. Because the state of California is going to go after them for the treatment of employees, because they're breaking the law there. And the federal government is likely going to want to do an IRS audit to find out what the hell is going on here. Because none of this makes sense. Like, that's really what that comes down to. That's not even a petition. There's no, like, slacktivism shit that's going on with this. This is, like, government getting involved shit. Yeah. Cali employment contract is super strict. It is. It's very strict. You can't treat employees the way that they are, right? Steve didn't plan for the game to fail. He did have an advance warning that his loans were coming due. It doesn't matter if he planned or not. He lied. The entirety of development, he lied. and he said that the buck stops with him, that there is no investor, there is no corporate entity above him, and that he's in full control to steer that ship himself. He lied the whole time. And then suddenly there's a board that has more control than him that ousted him. He took investments while lying to every one of the customers, saying that there were no investors. That's misleading the customer. So when you say that, and you're trying to defend him for it, I don't think there's a defense, because he lied to the customer base about what he was selling them. So there's no defense, man. Yeah. It's not really about him failing or not. It's about him lying about a product that people were buying. That's it. Yeah. So, like, I got no sympathy for him whatsoever, my dude. Yep. The whole selling point was there was no corporate bullshit in the way of that game. He lied about it. Like, straight up. Yep. Like, if there is no board, he lied about the existence of a board. And if there is a board, then he lied about there never being a board. Like, there's no way that he gets out of this without being a liar. At all. Yeah. Was this released as a game in development? It was released as an early access game, which is still technically a launch via Steam. So I know some people kind of want to be like, give him the benefit of the doubt shit. I'm not going to. There's no benefit of the doubt there. He lied and then disappeared. And that's it. Yeah. Failing would be bad, but I would understand. This isn't failure. This is a lie. It's very different. Yeah. Who owns the assets for Ashes now? Karen L. Borrico, which if you don't know who that is, I didn't either. We'll go look at Karen L. Borrico, and you'll find something that shows up. A company called Vema. So we'll look up Vema real quick, and that goes into Wikipedia, and you'll see that Vema, a nutrition company that was privately held, multi-level marketing company that sold dietary supplements. The company was shut down in 2015 by the FTC for engaging in deceptive practices and being a pyramid scheme. Founded by Karen Borrico. Now, funny thing about this, I have to put this on for this part. Let's just pop this open for a moment. You have Vema, right? Which is that scam company. And then what happens if you change those letters around a little bit? My God, it's the world of Ashes of Creation. Who could have known? So there's that. Enjoy that. Enjoy that. So that's upsetting as shit. Yeah. For why? Because it's funny. Because you have to laugh to not cry, right? It's like, you know, I wish I didn't know that. It's too funny not to, right? Like, I saw that and I was like, God damn it. Yeah. I think the funniest thing of all is that his brother Tim Sharif runs a company called 310 Nutrition, where they've been selling Ashes of Creation merchandise since mid-2025 July on there. And it's all like really low quality. So if you go on Amazon right now and you look up 310 Nutrition, you scroll down a little bit, you'll find all of the Ashes of Creation merch on Amazon. And it's been there for a year. It just gets weirder the longer you look at this, dude. Like, the longer you dig, it's like being in a dump and you dig past a layer and you're like, oh, there's more garbage. You dig past another layer and you're like, there's even more garbage. And you just keep doing that. And it's just more garbage, right? Yeah. That's it. It's only in the NA Amazon? Yeah. Yeah. Like, you're not even ready for the levels of scam that you've experienced in this. It's insane. This is a response I got after doing the support ticket for AOC. Hello, I understand your sentiment regarding the game being shut down by the publisher. However, your purchase greatly exceeds the terms set in our refund policy. We're unable to make an exception. Steam support doesn't have an update when the game will be available for purchase again. You may consider getting in touch with the game's publisher for further updates. I would state specifically that the game director lied to you as a customer about what the game entailed, stating that there was no board of directors and that the game was being made without any investment funds. And then after that, it came to light that there were investments, and now they're shutting down the company because of them. You were lied to as a consumer, and they used Steam's platform as a method of getting your money on that lie, which directly implicates Steam in this scam from that company. The CEO misrepresented the company structure, resulting in consumer harm. State that in your message. Say the CEO misrepresented the company structure, resulting in consumer harm, using Steam as a middleman to get my money. State that in there, and that you want a refund on this basis, because Steam is being used to hurt consumers. You'll get your money back, guaranteed. We've had it happen for a lot of people. Yeah, Steam is being used as a weapon here, and they don't like that, dude. Someone made an AI book for Ashes of Creation on Amazon. Hilarious. The Tim Sharif LinkedIn post on AOC. I know. Oh my god, dude. They also use Steam to circumvent their little refund policy if the game does not launch. That's what it looks like, yeah. Is Steam going to send a Spec Ops team after Steven? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, dude. Gaben owns $1.5 billion in yachts. You can't escape him on land, sea, or air. I would not piss off Lord Gaben. He's the closest thing that we have to like a benevolent Bond villain. You don't want to mess with a man who owns a personal navy. That's a scary-ass thing. I don't... Nah. Nope. That's one good billionaire? Maybe. He could be evil. I just don't want to know about it, right? Yeah. If Gaben is evil, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. It maybe, like, to be honest with you, maybe he sacrifices one Steam user a year so that he can keep living, right? I just don't want to know about it. Maybe that's, who knows? Yeah, Gaben could start World War III and chooses not to. True. I bet he could. Someone volunteers as tribute every year, and Gaben survives. Right? He'll be there. Long after humanity falls, long after the time of man, when the neuromancers roam the wastes, Lord Gaben will be there. Because of the sacrifice of Steam users. Terrifying, isn't it? Oop. Some emperor in the 40... Dude, he could be the emperor, right? Like, think about it this way. If we're all orcs, and we all believe in Lord Gaben, right? Like, we basically created the emperor of mankind. He's the emperor of consumer rights, right? He's like a chaos god of consumer rights. That's Gaben. It's grim, dude. It's terrifying. I'm putting that on Twitter. Yeah. Yep. Like, dude, we even have images of his holy visage, dude. Like, it's like, there he is, dude, the emperor of mankind. It's finally happened. Like, it's insane. It's so insane. Oh, miracles are coming. Yeah, it's called the Steam sale, dude. Religion of Gabenism? Gabenism. Okay. That's getting weird. Actually insane behavior. Wild, dude. Okay. Bupe. Is Ashes of Creation actually dead? No, it's dead. It's dead. It's over. Yeah. Like, it's over. It's not even a chance of we're so back. It's just actually over. What is this? What have you done? You made her into a card. Big Fungus. Fading for Trample. Create a 1/1 green fungus token. Sacrifice a fungus. Put a +1/+1 counter on Big Fungus. Whenever you sacrifice a fungus, deal 1 damage to each opponent. That's insane. Big Fungus. I said it to Shay. So chunky. What's the cost of that card? 4 colorless, 2 green. So wickedly. I don't know what fading does in Magic after my time playing the game heavily. Yeah, I have no idea. No clue. Yeah. I don't know what fading is, dude. I have no clue. I don't remember what that keyword does. Let's find out. Fading in MTG. What does this do? Fading means a permanent enters with end fade counters. At the beginning of your upkeep, you must remove a fade counter. If you cannot, you must sacrifice it. Oh, so it only lasts for 4 turns. All right. I don't think that works. Okay, I'm gonna call that out. I don't think it works, and I think the reason it doesn't work is because Big Fungus is eternal. Yeah. Yeah. These stats can be applied as additive or multiplicative modifiers for different scale. Different scaling. There we go. So we'll do internal on this, and then we'll do... What's the internal stat on this going to be? We've got a shitload of stats to pop in. Absolute shitload. Oh yeah, no, we know about it. Darkoff. Already seen it. Already seen it all. Grab that. We're going to go to damage melee. damage ranged. And then, what is this one going to be? Damage magic. Damage healing. Change these powers, so melee damage, ranged damage, magic damage, and healing power. I need to change all of this to be reduced to like 8, maybe to like 9. Let me go look at the other one for gathering. It might be under towns. What is this at? That's 8. Okay, we'll go to player stats, change that to 8. 8, there we go. There we go. And this is increases outgoing healing by a percentage. There we go. Steam says you played Battlestar Galactica Deadlock. Did I play that? Let me go look. Deadlock. .1 hours back in 2018. I don't know, man. Like, I got... that was 8 years ago. I got nothing, man. 2 hours 8 years ago. I have no clue. Yeah. Clearly didn't have that good of a time. You don't remember 2024? That's probably for the best, you know? It's sort of a shit show. Oh, we have so many different damage scalars. 2018 is extreme? Yeah. By the way, chat, I want to let you know, 2018 was 8 years ago. Yeah. You graduated in 2017? Oh, no. Okay, we've got physical. And then we've got fire, frost, wind, earth, radiant, and then corruption. And again, we got to grab everything in... No, get that back out there. Grab all of this. Take that to 8. There we go. Neat. 2020 was 84 years ago. Jesus Christ. The nightmare is real. "84 years, dude. It makes sense. I agree. Yeah, Water Heart. Go, Captain Planet, dude. You were 8 years ago? That's true. I was. So your wrinkles develop? Someone you said that? See, what you don't understand is that this stream is a cognito hazard, in which you have to face your own mortality. And every time that I make you feel old, I steal some of your life. Put it in myself. As such, I get to live forever. Hmm. This has got to be named something else. It's got to be not damage corruption. It's probably damage void, because we want to call it something else. Yep. Damage void. Radiance and void. You just lost the game? Nice. Thor's legit a lich? Maybe a little bit. I mean, eventually I want to become a demi-lich, but it's gonna be a while, you know? Saying we'll die faster by watching your stream? I didn't say that. I'm just saying that you might age a little faster. It's different, right? It's not the same. It's different. It's different. It's not the same, chat. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah, definitely not watching. Free me from this mortal shell, human? Alright. Found a second game from 2017 that was like suddenly delisted on Steam. Was that like a bad year for games? I don't know. I don't remember. It was a long time ago, right? That was 9 years ago. Right? I have no idea. Also, I haven't been hitting this button. I should probably hit that.
Lord Cario has obtained the cursed quest. A poll has begun for chat to decide their fate.
Lord Cario, are you there? User, Lord Cario. Are you in chat, sir? At Lord Cario. He's not here! Lord Cario's not here. Unfortunate. You must refund them. But I can't. It's gone. Next Curse Quest reviews when? Probably Tuesday. Probably do it Tuesday. Damage healing triggers me hard. So we keep that so that it's actually like information internally. So we keep the exact same token status for that. Healing power is how it's displayed to the player. It will never be displayed as damage healing to the player. This is just so we can keep consistent naming. So we know that this is an output internal token.
Chat has cursed Lord Cario with art.
Well, Lord Cario, if you were there, which you should be able to pick this up later, you need to draw the Emperor of Mankind on his golden throne as Lord Gaben. That's what I think it should be. Yeah. You need to create Lord Gaben, the Emperor of Mankind, decrepit mummy edition. Maybe even on a yacht. Yeah. No, not even with my face. Not the dead version, 100% the dead version. 100%. The Gaben protects. Exactly. We were talking about that earlier, so. The Chonk Squirrel as a custodian? Yeah. Big Fungus is her name. A golden throne made of boats. Fair. Yeah. Have you watched some of the scam baiters who infiltrate and social engineer scam call centers? Yeah, I have. And I've also got to do a collab with Kit Boga, who's a really awesome human being. It was a lot of fun. The Holy Gaben on his throne, on a yacht somewhere? Yes. Where does the Gabe Cube fit? The Gabe Cube is hilarious. Yeah. Gamenism. Are you all right there? Okay, I'm gonna do that because that's getting weird. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Little sus. Yeah, timed him out. Would love to see another collab with Kid Bogo. Let him know. Yeah, no, I'm super down. Kid Bogo's awesome. It was very fun. Gonna wait on these ads. Witchfire has melee weapons now? Does it really? Someone tried to scam call you the other day. Somebody's been scam calling me endlessly recently, which is quite funny. That was a fun stream. Yeah. Time to join the Traitor Marines, because Lord Gaben has failed to get me an Ashes refund. Oh! Shade Silver, put in your Ashes refund request with a support ticket to Steam, and let them know that you were misled as a consumer by the game director of Ashes of Creation, because they lied about having investors. They lied by saying that there were no investors, and there actually were, and that's what led to the collapse of the studio. And you, as a customer, were misled, and as such, you bought the game through Steam based on that lie. If you tell Steam that you were misled as a customer, and Steam was the weapon that took the money out of your wallet that bad developer used, you'll get your money back. Steam doesn't want to be that. They don't want to be that at all. Nanobator and Jim Browning? I haven't actually watched them. No, I haven't watched them. I don't watch a lot of YouTube right now. Yeah, the CEO misrepresented the company structure. Exactly. You tried a similar argument? They still told you to hold that L? We should probably write up boilerplate to help you guys out for this, because Steam should be doing their due diligence and refunding people. Yeah. Have you been through the Hytale updates? I saw them off stream. I'm listing all of our statistics right now. Yeah. I think that works. Gaben has to refuel his yachts. Dude, probably. I don't actually think we need these two. The more that I think about it, these two don't need to exist. They're covered by the status system. Yeah. Those are redundant. Those are completely redundant. Removing this. What is this? That wording was working yesterday, so I genuinely think Steam might have run out of held payment from which to refund, and now need another policy decision of whether to go into negative on it. I mean, if they go into the negative on it, they're going to have to go after Ashes of Creation, the company, to get their money back. But that makes sense, because they only hold money for 1 month, and if they just paid out all of December into January, they may have run out of all of the money to give to users, because they already sent the payment. And if you notice, they waited for the company dissolution until February, when Steam pays out from the 26th to the 30th of a month, which means that Ashes of Creation got their December funds in January and then immediately closed the company. So they timed it. They timed it to take Steam's money and walk away, which is wild. Yeah. Yeah, it's all just a little too perfect. It's all just a little too perfect. Yeah. You've been using Consolos like you recommended. I love it. Yeah, Consolos is super good. Like, if you've never used Consolos before, one of the things I like is if you look at this as I scroll down this right here, they're all perfectly in line because it's a monospace font, which is really nice. Yeah, no, so it feels a little too clean. Yeah, it's like some Ocean's 11 shit, you know? How insane should someone be to try to scam Steam? I mean, they did it, and they got away with it. So, you know. Scroll up, please? No, just say what you're going to say, man. Yeah, what? Companies don't like to say it out loud because it makes people abuse it at times. Yeah, no, I think they timed all of this too perfectly. Yeah. That text feels good in the eyes? Yeah, it does. I really like it, personally. I need to get rid of the bold on that one, though. As a roguelike player, monospace fonts are superior. I love monospace. Monospace is where it's at, dude. Yeah. It has a whiff of nefarious. Now you gotta prove it. You gotta prove it in court. But, like, I'll be real with you. We've been sitting here talking to the developers that we know, that we've been talking to the whole time. And the last thing that they reported to me is that, one, none of them have been paid still. They've gotten 3 emails from the board, and all of them are AI generated with no legal backing saying weird crap. Their statement was, quote, "This is a shit show. I hope the courts pull them all apart." And then also, they pulled away the termination letter from our HR app, so some of us can't even apply for unemployment. And they still haven't been paid. Like, dude, this is, like, bad. This is really bad. Like, I really do hope that California steps in as a state and just shit cans all of this. And I hope that the federal government does too. It's really not okay. Yeah, this is Intrepid that we're talking about. It's very, very bad. Like, yeah. California won't act. They don't care. No, California has some of the most strict laws on how you can treat your employees. They absolutely will. And here's the reason why. California wants money. How do they get money? By finding the shit out of companies that do this. They're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it because they're going to make a lot of money off of it. They're gonna absolute, like, when they get a whiff of this finally, they're gonna immediately be like, there's fines in that. I love fines. I'm California, and that's what they'll do. That's 100% what they're gonna find the shit out of them, dude. Straight up. And the IRS getting involved is gonna be like, that smells like an audit. I love doing audits because then I get more money. Like, literally, it's just gonna be the government going, there's money in that. I want it. Right? They're not doing it to just protect you. They're doing it because they smell money. Which is fine in this case. Go just be like, hey, California, you know there's money in this for you? If you do the right thing, there's money in it. There's money over here. Just a little bit of blood in the water for them. Be like, there you go. And the sharks will arrive, you know? That's all you need. Rare government W? No, it's not really a government W. It's not. It's just, it's kind of like leading a bull by the nose, right? You're like, over here, we have a big pile of money, government. It could be yours if you do the thing you're supposed to do. You know, like, that's all. I'm not a big fan of the government. You know, like, if you haven't noticed. Yeah, the monster's still a monster, even if it eats your enemies. Exactly. 30 on 30, 100%. Yeah, exactly. The government is the HR department of the country. Not your friend, but for now our interests align. I would like the government... I wish Intrepid a very unpleasant government. That's what I wish them right now. Yeah. Some insane shit, dude. Please explain 30 on 30. Just look up 30 on 30 and you'll find a video of Dragon Ball Z. It's an old meme. Yeah. It's a Piccolo rap about not being a big fan of the government. I've been saying I'm not a big fan of the government since before I knew about that meme, and then, like, every time I'd say I'm not a big fan of the government, people in my chat would say 30 on 30, and I was like, what the hell are you talking about? And then I looked it up, and I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm literally just him. Yeah. So, it's just like that. Wish Intrepid a very long and pleasant stay at His Majesty's pleasure. Dude, I wish Intrepid a very long and pleasant audit from the IRS, dude. Like, it's getting weird. How many statuses do I have to do here? It's gonna be so many statuses, isn't it? We've got 7 statuses. Status. 4, 5, 6, 7. Status bleed. Burn. Chill. Shear. Poison. Blessed. Cursed. Vogons always make the best decisions for the country. God damn it. I wish Intrepid ownership a very pleasant Vogon poetry. That's what I wish. Yeah. Good poetry slam from the Vogons, dude. What are we going to call this for the player? So internally we call it status bleed. I feel like there's got to be another term we can use for players to understand what they're getting out of this. Is it bleed, impact, or what the hell am I going to call this? Bleeding? No. It's bleed buildup, maybe? Because it's the amount of impact the bleed has until it builds up to a full bleed. You know? And I just don't know what that should be. I'm not sure. And sanguination? No, because, like, basically the way that this works is when you hit an enemy with 50 of status bleed, it builds up an internal bar. When that hits maximum, it resets this back to 0, and then makes it so the next time that bar is 1.5 times what it was originally. So, like, the idea is to build it all the way up from multiple hits until the bleeding effect is on, and then it's harder to make them bleed, and then it's harder to make them bleed, it's harder to make them bleed. And we do this for all the status effects. Think Monster Hunter, right? Monster Hunter works the same way, but with a lot of different effects this time. And the idea is to slow down time to kill in the beginning of a fight and increase it over time. So I'm wondering, like, what I call that in terms of this. We don't want to call it bloodburst or anything like that, because that denotes like an explosion of damage, right? It gets harder and harder as the fight goes on, yes. Yeah. Status is very easy to apply in the beginning and very difficult to apply at the end. It falls off. And I wanted that to be, that's an intentional thing. So I don't know what I want to call this. I wouldn't call it rending, because rending makes you think of, like, I don't know, damage over time or some shit. Hemorrhage and clotting? No, because you think about the stat name, guys. Not the impact effect, not the debuff on the enemy. The stat on your gear. If you see something called clotting on your gear, you won't know what that means. It's got to be descriptive in some way. Like, I don't even know, like bleed buildup. I may actually just call it buildup, right? Serrated doesn't really describe to the player what it does. That makes me think more damage, right? But that doesn't make any sense. If you want it to be descriptive in the way where it makes sense to the player when they read it, they know what that stat does. They don't have to mouse over it. Because I could call it, like, Red Storm Trauma or some shit. People are like, what the hell is that shit? What do you mean 5% Red Storm Trauma? Like, what does that mean, right? Right? You know what I mean? And we have to do this for every one of these and make it kind of similar. So, like, burn, build up, chill. I think I'm just going to call it build up. I think accumulation is kind of a long, that's like a $5 word, right? I want like a $2 word. So I think build up is the right way to do it. I think bleed, build up. Like wounding? When I say wounding to you, though, what does that mean to you? That might mean a slow. That might mean damage to a body part. That might mean a chance to do explosive damage. There's so many different ways to feel about that. Bleed buildup is very specific, right? Weakness. Yeah, you don't want weakness. That means less damage dealt. Bleedings, stacking, resilience. It's not a resilience effect. I don't think it's a good word for it. I don't think so either. Buildup is kind of meh, though. It is kind of meh, but it's a stat. It doesn't need to be fancy, right? You don't have to, like, bump it up, right? It just needs to make sense to the grand majority of players. It needs to, like, we could call it debuff laceration, right? Because you mouse over it and you see what it does. Bleed rate buildup is nice and simple. I think bleed buildup is the way, because then we could do burn buildup. We just say buildup for each one of them. Yeah. Because it's a buildup to the next impact effect. What the shit? That's really weird. There we go. So burn buildup, chill buildup, shear buildup, poison buildup, bless buildup, and curse buildup. There we go. Varicose veins? I mean, I guess. Blood intravenous infusion. What does it even mean? I like how you guys are getting more obscure at this point. Are you making a mod? We're porting our MMO from Minecraft over to Hytale. And I'm going through all the different statistics that we're adding to the system right now. We've got all our write-ups for all our town system, the gathering system, the crafting system, status effects and how those work, gear balance, class fantasy. Economics isn't written yet, but I'm writing player stats now. We'll put this up kind of towards the top. Random ass bleed stat? Hell yeah, random ass bleed stat. Would necrotizing fasciitis be cursed or poisoned? God damn it. I think it's a secret third thing. Bloodlet or bloodletting? No. It's... Like, think about it this way. Kronos, if you see bloodletting on a weapon, what are you doing first? You're mousing over it to find out what the hell it means. Right? No. No. Used your code to get the game? Thank you. That's very nice of you. You back to old Game Maker projects I abandoned a long time ago yesterday? Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. You know you have the ability. It's just the attitude and discipline that's difficult for you. It's like that for everybody. You know, spend your time on it. Do what makes sense to you. You know, work on it every day or every other day. Would rate make sense over build-up? Maybe. With the variety of status effects you're planning on using, people are going to need that anyway, so why not have a mouse over? So here's the genius of this. I think on a build-up stat, it at least makes sense that if you put this on, it's going to cause bleed more often, right? And on the enemy, we can have debuffs displayed that if you mouse over that tooltip, we can actually have the tooltip display what a bleed is doing. So that way, we can organize this based on the statistic is descriptive and the tooltip is exhaustive description. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's about where does it live in the UI. Another RPG I played used the term potential for status buildup. That's kind of cool. Potential is neat. The problem is when I think of potential, I think that maybe it makes the bleed stronger, not just more common. And that's not what it does. It just makes it more common. Does that make sense? Kronos finally adopted his cat? What does that even mean? What do you mean, adopted his cat finally? Bailey's owned him for years, dude. His owners have asked you to become his legal owner? You just got universal cat distribution system, dude. Yeah. Bleed frequency? Nah, I think I like this. I think I like this name. Yeah. Just use bleed up? No, I don't like that. Ooh. Stabby ouchies build up. Invisible ouchies. Bird up. Bird up. Can I have an achievement for that in Heartbound called Bird Up? You have to interact with like 50 birds in Animus or some shit. It's very silly. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Give me just a minute. I've returned. Alright. Scatter. There's no escape. So I kind of have two feels about this, right? I have two feelings about this. An item that, say, fire, a fire weapon, is naturally going to have some burn buildup, some status burn, right? So with that in mind, if we, let's say that they take a rune, and the rune gives them status frost. Do we want frost buildup to occur if there is no frost damage off of the weapon? Or do we want that to be wasted? Because otherwise people are just going to put rainbow status on everything, which I don't think is really the intention. Does that make sense? Less than if stacked, we can't really determine a value there, right? Does that make sense? Make it weak, but halved, if not damage type? I think it should be all or nothing, personally. I think nulling it makes the most sense. We'll have to put that under this status effects information here. Each element damage component carries its own status effect that applies different mechanics. The intention is to stop all of these from feeling like differently colored poison mechanics. Yeah. So we'll do that. There we go. If an effect has status burn and does not have corresponding damage fire outgoing, then the status burn does not apply. This should be indicated in the tooltip of the weapon by crossing it out to show that it does not apply and is wasted. I think that works the best for that. Yeah, I think we could just do that. You had a secondary way of causing fire. Could you still proc burn with it? So I'm not actually doing flat damage on any of the runes. If a weapon is a fire weapon, it is a fire weapon. So if you have a weapon that does two types of damage, it can have two types of status applied. If it's an earth weapon, it can apply poison. If it's a fire weapon, it can apply burn. If it's a fire weapon and you put rainbow status effects on it with runes, it's not going to apply everything, because that just gets overpowered very fast. Does that make sense? I don't think unrelated status effects should be halved. I think they should be nulled. Because otherwise it removes the uniqueness of the weapon that you're using. Only fire should burn. Only earth should poison. You should be making decisions based on the effect that can be applied with the damage that you're dealing. And if I just let you get all of them, you're just going to Swiss Army knife it. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, so status name, like that, you know. How do we get rid of this? There we go. What if one person applies the status effect and another applies the damage effect? No. If you're doing, you could even do 1 point of fire damage, and then like we could have weapons this way that work really interesting, right? So we could have damage fire, right, equals 1, but status burn equals 50. So this weapon does very little damage, but builds up burns very quickly. So you can have support characters that apply statuses. You could have a weapon that has reduced damage, but high status impact. Does that make sense? That way, we can balance it around that. We can make it so that it does a lot of fire damage, but it does very little status effect. All of these can be done now, if we build it this way. You go in a different direction, and go, if fire plus earth equals lava damage, that's exactly it too. So if I do a weapon that does damage fire and damage earth, then that means it can do status burn and status poison. So if you do like a lava kind of effect, it can apply both. As long as these two exist, the damage fire and damage earth, it can apply status burn and status poison. Which I think is interesting. It makes you build around elemental impacts, right? Break up fire damage and burn effect into heat and burn. I mean, that's kind of what it is, right? That's already done. It's damage fire and status burn. Are their statuses just dots? Or they alternate effects? Oh, no, they're very different. So, like, bleed reduces the overall damage done by the opponent. Status burn reduces physical defense. Chill reduces movement speed and cooldown reduction. Shear reduces magical defense. Poison reduces healing received. Blessed heals when dealing damage. Cursed takes damage when dealing damage. So the idea with this is I don't want red poison. And what I mean by that is poison, green poison does damage over time in video games. Fire is just red poison. You're lit on fire. It's effectively the same as having poison. It's just red instead of green. We don't want that. There's got to be interesting mechanics that you can build out of applying different debuffs, and there has to be reasons for why you're applying those debuffs, and reasons to use different elemental impacts instead of just doing rainbow status. Yeah. That was your question? Yeah. So I think this works better. Yeah, I don't want differently colored M&Ms. Right? It's not fun that way. There's got to be like a reason for choosing that M&M color. Yeah. Do they also deal dots? I was not planning on having them deal dots. I'm planning on having them be debuffs, right? There's not a damage over time effect. Elden Ring has poison and crimson rot. Both can be active at the same time too. Yeah, but it's just poison and red poison. It's not that interesting to me, right? I don't want it to be that. It's got to do different shit. Red M&M makes brain go faster. Okay. Yeah, fire weakens armor. You got it. That's reduces physical defense. Hey, you figured it out. Red poison does a lot more damage. Yeah, but it's who cares, right? Just because it does more damage doesn't make sense, right? Like it just doesn't. You just not have more poison. I don't want to have strawberry poison and poison original flavor, right? I think brown M&Ms are better than the rest. Okay. You and your M&Ms, dude. Wasn't there like that Skittles guy that had the Skittles program for that? Damage, blessed. Damage, cursed. We need to apply damage to these. Yeah. We have to apply damage to those somehow. But that doesn't really work. Poison and stronger poison is just kind of lame. Bingo. Yeah. So we got to go back to the player stats, and I need to take a look at something. Now we have a little bit of a problem. This has to be solved. We have healing power. Increases outgoing healing by a percentage. But we don't have... We have damage physical, fire, frost, wind, and earth. Damage physical is a multiplicative scalar with damage melee and damage ranged. but that only increases the physical aspect of that. Healing is always healing. So if we do damage blessed, it's always going to do that. And I'm wondering if that's good or fun in any possible way. Do we want damage bless and damage curse? I don't know. Because blessing is always going to be that. What does damage bless do? Amplifies healing. Yeah, bless is already healing. The idea is that you have two scalars, right? Your weapon can have physical and magical at the same time, but healing is just healing. So, are there different classes? Yeah, they're listed underneath class fantasy. You can go read those. This document is public, so you can just grab it. Let's go look. There you go. Neato. Does healing do undead damage? Not currently, but I feel like it should. You know? I feel like that should do that. There's no axolotl summoner? Okay. Let's do undead damage? Yeah, but it's not really about that. It's about blessing your allies, right? That's how Minecraft does it? Eh. Undead have negative HP? No. That's weird. That'd be very weird. Bless do more damage to undead and curse do more damage to living. What does it do when you're healing an ally, though, man? I kind of like does more damage to undead. I kind of like that. Because if you bless an undead, blessing under status effects, we can go grab status effects, put it up here. The way that bless works is it makes it heal whenever it does damage. If we have an undead and we debuff them with that, that is actually really powerful, right? I think that's a huge deal thing. So I think the idea of doing healing when dealing damage on an undead target, so we bless them, and every time they attack, they deal damage to themselves. I think that's really interesting. Yeah, I think that's super interesting, actually. Final Fantasy also does healing, does damage to undead, and if you raise one, they just die. I feel like raising one, just insta-killing it is a little bit of a meme. I know, right? McMatterson is a weird one. We get weird ones all the time, and that one's like, that's like really weird. Pull that up. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, set that one off. So cursed only effective if they attack. Yeah, this is based on damage dealt, right? Because thaumaturges cast curses and blessings. I feel like it should do it when we heal allies and also when we deal healing damage to undead. I think that works. It's gonna be like bless power or some shit. Curse power. Yeah, increases healing damage to undead by a percentage, increases curse damage to living by a percentage. I think that works really well. Divine Favor sounds better. It's kind of cool. I like that. Have you heard of Played Wizard 101? Why is that such a common question, though? No. I've heard of it. I've never played it. I don't know anything about it. But it's become a super common question last week. It's very strange. Divine Favor and Devil's Due. That's kind of cool. I like that. We could flavor these up later. I think that they don't really have a big amount of flavor right now. Holy heals living and hurts undead. Profane heals undead and demons and hurts living. Yeah. I think it's fun. Yeah. Lead dev of Monster and Memories. Worked on Wizard 101 for a long time, I think. Need to verify. Memory foggy. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Divine Favor and Devil's Due is kind of cool. I like that. I do like that. Yeah. Do you have an opinion on view botting? Super humongous streamer has become the target of botting allegations, and I'd like your take on it. I think the weirdest thing about view botting allegations that always makes me laugh is no matter how many people you have, if it's more than someone expects you to have or more than they think you deserve, you get yelled at and said that you're view botting. We could have 2,000 people in here. They say it's view botting. It's 1,000. They say it's view botting. It's 5,000. They say it's view botting. I have been view botted on Twitch before, where our channel popped up to 200,000 viewers, which is obviously not real. And all you do is when that happens, you just report it to Twitch and you move on. You just go, hey, Twitch, want to let you know I have 200,000 viewers right now. I'm obviously not supposed to have that many. That's a bit much. And then, like, that's it. You just kind of move on from it. But no matter what it is, usually the way that I feel about it is if someone's accusing someone of view botting, it's because they don't like them and they don't think they deserve the audience they have more than anything else. That's the grand majority of cases. So, yeah, that's about it. Let's see. Okay, so we've got all of our damage component types. I think this works. I don't actually have names for them yet. Not good names, anyway. But I think this works. Me and my armies of bottleottles. Bottleottles, dude. Is 500 bits still the minimum for TTS? It is, or 50,000 channel points. And I haven't been hitting the button because I'm bad.
Penguin with a gun said, hi Thor, I have an extra humble bundle key for 9 souls since I already bought the game. Do you or one of your mods want it? 7.
You can give it out to the community if you would like to. If you do that in stream chat over on Discord, I think there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, totally fine. Yeah, 9 souls is an awesome game, dude. Yeah. We can prove we're all bots. 7. 7. 7. I just got my entire city to watch your stream that day, bro. Okay. It did make me laugh. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. That's like, there's all the 7s now on Twitch side. It's a mess. Chat is a mess. This makes me laugh. But no, that's kind of how that goes, man. Is like, I don't know, a bunch of tall poppy syndrome shit. Bucket of crabs. So let's see. We do curse build up per hit by a flat amount. Yeah, when that damage type is set. And I think we can add that into the status effects. Write some more stuff on that. I think undead and demons makes sense. I do like Devil's Due and Divine Favor. I think that's quite cool. I do really like that. Yeah. Undead demons. Undead and demons. Yeah. Real problem is there's not a good credible way to prove botting without Twitch numbers. True. And like, it's also a little bit of Fox in the henhouse kind of problem, where it's like, even if you could prove that, people wouldn't believe Twitch because Twitch has a vested interest in having higher numbers, because if they have higher numbers, they can command more sponsorships through their system, and more advertisers will want to engage with them. So, like, there's a little bit of, you can't really trust anyone on this shit. So it just leads to a lot of conspiracy and accusations that can never be proven, and just kind of social media justice bullshit. And I just think it's all stupid, honestly. You guys are the community that I have. I hope that most of you are real. it's kind of how I go about my day, right? You know? Bleep bloop, I know, right? But, like, I don't know. Real me? Nah, I know, right? Like, divine disfavor and devil's diligence as well. What does that even mean, dude? Yeah. Your luck score becomes a totally average superposition with a comical status effect thrown in. Jesus Christ. That sounds like an April Fool's joke. April Fool's is coming. Soon. Soon. Did you miss the Ashes news? Yeah, none of the devs are being paid still. It's awful. It's completely awful, actually. Oh, man. We live in the Matrix. Only believe the Oracle. Here's the problem. The Oracle's also a program. How can you believe the Oracle? She's part of the system, man. Have a cookie. God damn it. She's literally a browser, dude. She's a server. You're the browser. She just keeps giving you cookies. Have a cookie. Agent Smith is the one. Technically true, yeah. I'm really glad that The Matrix was a singular movie all on its own that was so impactful to our society, and that no other Matrix movies ever were made because it was perfect as it was. It makes me happy about The Matrix. Nothing will ever change my mind on that. The Intrepid debts have updated? In what way? On the UCC website? No, nothing's changed. It's still showing Karen El Borrico. Damn. I'm not seeing anything different, man. Animatrix was good, too. But was it as good as The Matrix? Looks like the debts have been paid apart from hers. Really? Enter the Matrix is a good game. Never played it. Yeah, I don't know anything. I don't know if it got paid or not. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Animatrix is up there. I don't know, dude. I wasn't really a fan. Like, I liked The Matrix. That's all I liked. Anything beyond that just doesn't exist to me. You know? Use Path of Neo remake? Maybe not a remake, but also a remaster of game design? I don't know, dude. What about Ashes of Creation situation? What about it? We already talked about it to death. I even put out a 33-minute long video on it. You know? If you're wondering about, like, today, what we were talking about is I'm in talks with one of the devs that we've been talking to throughout the entirety of the life cycle of Ashes. And that dev has stated a number of things to me. So they keep getting emails from the board, and they've gotten a third one now, and all of them are AI written with no legal backing and saying weird shit. That it's such a shit show, and they hope that the courts pull them all apart. And their termination letter was deleted from the HR app, so some of them can't even apply for unemployment properly. And nobody's been paid still. It's really bad, dude. It's really bad. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a scam. Yeah. They've ripped off all of their employees. I said HR up. Yeah. The Matrix 4 is a protest movie. They didn't want to make it. They didn't want anyone else to either. WB told them if they didn't make it, it was being made anyway. Dude, I don't even... What do you mean The Matrix 4? What the hell is that? No, dude, there's The Matrix. That's it. There's nothing after that. Telling 10 lies. It's just The Matrix. You like the last one? Yeah, The Matrix. The final movie. The only movie. Singular. One and done. That was more than 10 lies. See, at least somebody got the Dr. Tran reference. Dr. Tran. He's a real doctor. My boy's in denial. No, I'm not. I'm not even in Egypt. I know what it is. The Matrix is a singular movie that was good once. Nothing else came after that. It was a one and done, brilliant story in a single movie with no sequels. No derivative content. Nothing. Done. What, the Animatrix? Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. Even the Animatrix, I just don't care. The Matrix. Just the Matrix. That's all I want. That's all I wanted. You obviously mean the Phantom Menace? I swear to God. He's got a PhD in kicking your ass. Dude, I love Dr. Tran. That's like a blast from the... You know that's 4x3? That's how you know it's old. Because it was fit for TVs that don't exist anymore. Yeah. That's... How do you feel about MTX being removed from RuneScape 3? It makes me want to try RuneScape 3. Legitimately. Yeah. Like, that makes me want to try it, because I didn't want to with all of that. You know? Damage. We're gonna add some more damage components. Damage. We've got 4 damage components going here. There's so much damage scaling in block game, it's insane. PvP. PvE. Backstab. Because all damage dealt when behind a target by a percent. You cast Sneeze that never comes. That's grim, dude. That's grim. There's only 2 Indiana Jones movies. I think the moment that you put Indiana Jones inside of a refrigerator, I lost all respect for you. That's about where it stopped for me. You put him inside a refrigerator, I discount that and anything that comes after that. That's where I'm at. Yep. When it's lead-lined, I don't give a shit. That was the jump the shark moment. Anything that was there or came after that, I'm out. Everything before that, fine. That's the defining moment for Indiana Jones. What if you add Lego to them? Lego, in my opinion, in movie, in film, does not exist. If it is a Lego spin-off, it does not exist to me. I ignore it. Refrigerator was originally the time machine from Back to the Future. God damn it. This is the wrong opinion. I don't care. It's my opinion. I'm going to have it. If it's a Lego movie, I'm out. I'm out. Lego movie is pretty funny, to be fair. Every time I see a Lego film, it relies entirely on humor, usually based around one-liners, like Redditisms, and joking about the fact that they're made out of Lego. And I just don't give a shit. I just don't. Like, I want the movie to stand on its own without being little plastic people. Isn't that great? No, not to me. It seems cheap. Almost like plastic. Yeah. Yeah. Like the series of CSI. The TV show. CSI Miami. That shit was hilarious. I can't take it seriously, but I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious because it's over the top. Like, they try to go as far as possible with ridiculousness. I see that shit as parody. It probably wasn't meant as parody, but I see it as parody. Enhance. Yeah. Like, I've got particular feelings about this. You may not agree, but that's fine. You asked me for my feelings on it, not how you feel about it, based off of mine. It was basically a riff on Star Wars, though. Wait, CSI Miami? What? Who's in this meme? All of us. That's not banter. If you want banter, we can have banter. Oh, we already talked about it, Sassy. Basically, the devs still haven't been paid. And they're receiving emails from their board, and it's all AI-generated nonsense. House is a G. House is a drug addict. There's a way to describe every episode of House. It is an equation. And I don't think it's bad. I just think it's predictable. House is Sherlock Holmes? He's not. He's not really Sherlock Holmes. It's an equation. All right. So like we're talking about House, right? You guys are talking about how House works. I always see this as kind of being the thing. It starts off with person has problem, right? House says problem is not actually this problem. Problem is other problem. Everyone goes, no, House wrong. And then patient gets worse. House goes, no, is actually this problem. Everyone says, no, still wrong. House does something illegal. Proves that he is correct. No matter what it is. Could be insane. Doesn't matter. Does something illegal. Some bullshit. Everyone goes, wow, House genius. Repeat. That's it. That's all it is every time. It's always just this. Over and over again. And like, it's really entertaining, but once you watch it enough, you're like, okay, I know what's coming next. He's going to do some illegal shit. Whatever it's going to be, right? I think the only time they broke that pattern was when he thought it wasn't lupus and that it actually was lupus. Like, it's like the only time it's so rare that they do that you remember those episodes because they didn't follow the formula. It doesn't mean it's less entertaining. It's just predictable, you know? House is the, why are they booing me? I'm right. That's true. Also, he's a drug addict, so they got to mix that in there somewhere, right? Yeah. And that's it. You know, it's fine. Forgot the part where one person that appears to get sick at the start is a diversion and gets someone else sick instead. True. Yeah. It's always some bullshit like that, though. Like, that's the grand majority of the episodes that I see. He's not an addict. He's in pain. Bro, he's both. He's literally both. It's never lupus except that one time where it was. Yeah, no, it's God. I love House, though, to be clear with you. I love watching that show because it's comfortable. I know what's coming next. House is going to, he's going to talk about the medicine drug, and everyone's like, you can't use the medicine drug. That'd be bad. He's like, I'm going to use it anyway. And then he uses it like, oh, my God, he saved his life. And then somehow that dude whose life is saved never ends up suing the hospital ever. Somehow, right? Like, through every episode, you know? Even though they totally could, because House did some illegal shit. As an ex-healthcare professional, it is so wrong in so many ways. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Yeah. Hugh Laurie just makes it work. He does. Like, to be honest with you, he makes House. He makes that character. And if I see him in anything else ever for the rest of his life, I'm going to be like, oh, that's House. Because he plays it well. Plays it really well. Yeah, it's House is a roller coaster that you ride every time you go to the fair. You know all the loops, you know all the dips, but it's still fun to do. It's familiar. Yeah. You know exactly what's going to happen next, which is fun. He's King George. Honestly, I think the reason why I like House as a character, well, he's extremely well written. He is a sarcastic, rude piece of shit. And I love that. Like, I love it. You know, 100%. And I'm like, oh, yeah, it's going to be one of those moments where if a doctor did that in real life, the whole hospital and him would be sued, but we're going to watch it play out anyway. You know, like, it's insane to watch. He's not really rude, he's just straightforward. No, he's both, dude. You could be straightforward without being a dick. He has theatrical flair on top of his straightforwardness, specifically to be a dick. You know? Yeah, he's straight up a dick, dude. And I guess that kind of makes the show. Yeah, he's not a good person, but he's good at what he does. I agree with that. He's kind of like Dexter in that way. Dexter's not a good person, but he's good at what he does. And the overall outcome is technically good for people. Technically. Yeah. And you have a link for the block game design doc? Here, Ben. You have it up. There you go. Just been adding to this today. Because this is all the stuff that we're moving over to Hightail. And I'm trying to think about how we're going to change the statistics for this. I think I'll probably get down into, like, health stats and things like that now, because I think I have all the damage stats the way that I want them to exist in the design doc now, which is cool. He's believable as a person. I don't think House is believable. House is not believable to me at all. Kind of like superheroes aren't believable to me. Like they're above the law. House is like above the law. He's a good person, just not a nice person. I don't know. I don't know about that. He's a great character, but not a real person. That's true. I mean, that's TV, right? House is chaotic good. He has his heart of gold moments. He does. He does actually have heart of gold moments. What about Dr. Cox from Scrubs versus House? Scrubs, you could... I know, I watched Scrubs a lot when I was growing up. If you've ever watched Scrubs, imagine that show, but it's a drill sergeant and then military personnel, and the show would be exactly the same. It'd be exactly the same show. You could replace any of that with like just straight, it's MASH. It is. It is straight up MASH. And I don't think a lot of people caught that. It's like if you've ever seen MASH, you might actually like, and you liked MASH, you might actually like Scrubs. It's basically the same formula, which I think is cool. It's just in a hospital setting. Right? Yeah, MASH is great and Scrubs is great. What's MASH? Boomer TV. I don't know how else to describe that, right? Scrubs is getting a new season? What? Everybody's ancient. What do you mean? What do you mean? MASH is incredible. Final Life lives rent-free. Yeah, no, I mean, MASH and Scrubs share a lot of DNA between the two. Yeah. So, like, if you've never seen MASH but you liked Scrubs, you might want to go watch MASH. It's an older show, but it's good. It's quite good. Yeah. Penguin, what is that? What are you doing? Why are you doing that with... What have you done to those keys, my dude? The chicken episode is brutal. Nice. Scrubs has some sad episodes with a lot of slow dying. My favorite episode of Scrubs was actually the musical one, where that person had, I think it was a brain injury that made them see everything as a musical and hear it all as a musical. I think that's what it was, or it was a brain injury or a tumor or something like that. So the whole episode was just a musical with theatrical fanfare. And it's just ridiculous, right? It's just actually ridiculous. It was quite funny. It was a really good episode. It was great. It was a really good episode. Yeah. So it's good. I think they do a really good job with that. Spoilers? Oh, come on. It's hilarious. That episode is older than you. Brendan Fraser playing the patient? I don't remember. It's so old. Yeah, spoilers. Dumbledore dies. Whoa! Oh, shit. You ever like the Three Stooges? That was kind of before my time, but after seeing that growing up, yeah. Yeah, I like Three Stooges. I like slapstick, man. And like, I don't know, slapstick feels pretty dead when it comes down to it. Like, the only thing you get now for slapstick, I think the last time I remember really slapstick being a thing is Dumb and Dumber. That's about it, you know? Dumb and Dumberer as well. Like, you don't really get a lot of that now. Yeah. You know? You miss spoof movies? I miss Mel Brooks. I don't think you could release a classic Mel Brooks movie today without half the internet lighting on fire and canceling it. I actually don't think you could. I think the only time you could tell the jokes like Mel Brooks did is in small communities on things like YouTube with stuff like Letterkenny. Yeah, stuff like Letterkenny. But like if you go back and watch the old Mel Brooks movies, none of that shit would fly today. Blazing Saddles released today would be insane, dude. When I was in high school, this is wild actually. When I was in high school, I had a psychology teacher and she had us watch Blazing Saddles in class. And some of the students went home and told their parents like how funny it was, and the parents actually tried to get my teacher fired, and it was in the local newspaper. She ended up not getting fired for it, but Blazing Saddles was even like a big deal back then, and if you try to watch that today in a setting like that, it would not fly at all. Yeah, it would not fly in any possible way. Yeah, how hungover was that teacher? She was trying to get us to watch, because psychology class, she was getting us to watch it to talk about like the effect of language, the psychological effect of language, and how context changes the psychological effect of different words. Because Blazing Saddles uses the N-word a lot. Like, that's what it does. And in the context that they use it, they only ever have the villains use it, which immediately draws the association that it's a bad thing to say. And it was a really interesting class. Like, it was a really good class to have and like talk about like the power of language and like what it means in context and like all of that kind of stuff was really important. But yeah, that was couldn't have that conversation without it exploding, right? Is the idea. In class, we all very much so appreciated it. Like nobody there was upset. We defended the teacher and like we're like, no, this was done in a way that we could understand and made sense. Yeah, it wasn't just like saying it to say it. It was saying it to talk about it, you know. Yeah, the parents were mad. The students all understood. The students were down for it. Yeah, so I think that's really interesting. And I don't think Mel Brooks movies would fly today, man. Yeah. I don't think Mel Brooks movies would fly today. I'm interested to see what happens with Spaceballs 2. I am, because I love Mel Brooks and I love the movies that he makes, and I think his humor is super fantastic. Young Frankenstein is a classic, that's true. It's Frankenstein. Yeah, parents are mad because they were missing context, which is kind of the point of the class we were having. That was sort of the whole point, man. You know? Yeah. Abby Normal, yes. Did you watch the series for History of the World Part 2? What do you mean the series? I know the movie. That was directed by him. I love the remake of The Producers. The Producers, phenomenal. Yeah. Context is key. It is. I think the only kind of avant-garde comedy that I see that's very mainstream outside of that is Key and Peele. Key and Peele did that for a long time. They even made fun of The Producers for a little while. They had a skit for that, which I thought was fantastic. And you get some kind of like insult comics and stuff like Triumph the Insult Dog is fantastic. Kind of, you know, going off of Carlin's base that he made for his time. But you don't really have a lot of humor that tries to really get into that outside of what Key and Peele did. And I haven't really seen anything since, you know. There's very little of that, if that makes sense. Whitest Kids You Know and Key and Peele were the ones who really touched on it the most. Not really much outside of that. If you guys find anything like that, it'd be great, because I miss that shit. Yeah. Key and Peele attendance skit still lives with me every day. I think the one that gets me every time is the Marbles one, because it's just so stupid. Chappelle show was awesome. Okay, I agree with that, actually. I forgot about Chappelle because he like disappeared. Whitest Kids You Know, Chappelle, and Key and Peele. And I think those are the big ones. Do you know Randy Feltface? I do know Randy Feltface. Another insult comic. I like him. Yeah. Yeah, Whitest Kids You Know is great. The Abraham Lincoln one is pretty funny. Yeah. I feel like the original Top Gun came out today, it wouldn't be as popular. I feel like Airplane wouldn't be, right? It's just times have changed. People have changed. Yeah, Rip Trevor Moore. Agreed. Yeah, Randy Feltface is funny. I like him a lot. But I don't know, dude. Like if you look back at humor as it goes, one of my favorite comedians, I would say, is Carlin. Straight up, right? Like that's easily one of my favorites. And it was because I really liked how he called out hypocrisy of language. My favorite skit of his was talking about we don't say people died, we say they passed away. That shit. Because I hate that shit. He's dead. You know, like, it's just like, I don't know, it's just ridiculous. Yeah. That's why I like Carlin. Oh, the unalived. Yeah, it directly calls out the behavior we see on TikTok now and on social media, because you're not allowed to say suicide, for instance. You're not allowed to say those words if you're making a YouTube short or a TikTok video. You will get demonetized. So you have to say they unalived themselves. And I was like, that's some 1984 shit, dude. That's exactly the shit that Carlin was making fun of. And it's exactly the shit that they made fun of in 1984 of like double plus ungood, right? And I think it does damage to that, the entire subject of suicide, by not being honest about what it is. I think that you should have that conversation directly and openly so that people who feel that way don't feel shamed into not talking about it and instead get help. Because if you call it anything else, if you put shame around it, you put barricades up and around it, people who feel that way are likely going to be less likely to talk about their problems and will instead hide it away until it consumes them. So call it what it is. It's suicide. Don't obfuscate that. That's it. And I think that the only people I've ever heard talk about that are people like George Carlin. That's it, you know. Yeah. U.S. is terrible about talking about suicide. Advertisers drive that. You get demonetized if you talk about it. That's scary to me. Advertisers should not be able to determine language in that way. I think that gets a little bit dicey. Yeah. Miss Robin Williams, same. Robin Williams is phenomenal. My favorite film that he was in is in a movie called What Dreams May Come. Fantastic movie. If you liked Expedition 33, you may like What Dreams May Come for a very specific scene. I actually brought it up when I was interviewing the devs of Expedition 33 because it's just phenomenal. Is that the sad one? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's a masterpiece. Does someone explode with wine? No. It's a lot more interesting than that. You still have the DVD? Phenomenal. Actually fantastic. Yeah, I have it somewhere. I think I have it on Blu-ray. Might not. Might be on original DVD. Yeah. Talking about it brings it to light, the issues. If anything gets it out of your brain for a minute, yeah. It was a fever dream of a movie? It was. No, it super was. Oh, there we go. If you don't talk about it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. True. How about debuff combination synergies? Oh, they're always going to synergize the way that they are, right? Oh. Well. Let's unban you. Calm yourself. Yeah. Tank, you hit a landmine. Try not to hit said landmine in the future. Ever see the movie I Saw the TV Glow? Never heard of it. You have no idea how many times people come into chat and that's their only message. Yeah, that's why that's there. It's a Heimdall bomb. If you know the Aussie Goonbag, have you seen the keg-sized one? No. No, I haven't. What is that one? What landmine? Don't worry about it. That was a channel landmine. That's a Heimdall landmine. That's a landmine that I placed. They make keg-sized wine bags? That's crazy, dude. Keg-sized wine bag. What does that even mean, dude? That's crazy. No, that's super crazy. And yeah, Apollo, if you don't like what I'm doing with Heartbound, you don't like the updates I've been doing, just refund it, man. Like, it's not that deep, you know? Not every game is for everybody. It means Aussie Pirate wasted? How wasted? How do you carry that? Does it come in a box? Like, how do they... Keg-sized wine bag, Australia. I need to see this. Bro, what? Is this the world's largest goon bag? Is this just a giant meme? Australia, explain yourself. Why did you put this on a beach? No, it's not AI. It looks like it was a stunt. It's just full of air. But it's quite funny. Yep. It just makes me laugh. It's like enormous, dude. Seems like a lawsuit was filed yesterday against Intrepid Studios. Brodecki et al. Versus Intrepid Studios. Do you have a link for it? Mayor Hardware? I can see the link, don't worry. Yeah. The only link you have is this. Let me grab that and we'll see what it is. I'll grab this back over here. So I'm interested to see what this is because it's not a class action. It's an individual lawsuit. What is the complaint? It's a civil cover sheet. Complaint against Intrepid Studios. Filing fee of $405. Receipt number. Summons issued. Counsel receiving this notice electronically should print the summons and serve it in accordance with Rule 4. That's kind of interesting. Docket last updated 4 hours ago. Parties. All right. All right. Interesting. You know what I found out that's really interesting? So on their affiliate program, their like link program that they have for signups, like the referral link, they used to show the amount of money that was owed to the content creator on that page, and they would list out every single transaction that any of their referrals had done. And then sometime between 2019 and 2021, they deleted all of this from the website and only show the number of referrals that you got. And they never put it back up. That's kind of weird to do, right? A little bit strange. Yeah. What is this Google search? Dude, this is just giving me a billion... I don't know what this is. This is something to do with Uber that you've linked, man? Yeah, I don't know what the hell this is. No, that seems to be something separate. The one that we're looking at is Brodecki et al. Versus Intrepid Studios. The one that you've linked is a totally different case. It has to do with Uber. Yeah. That lawsuit is employees suing the company? Really? An individual employee? Is that what it is? Same case number? Yeah, but doing a Google search for that is giving incorrect information. It's going to something else. Yeah, it's got two plaintiffs, Jacob Burdecki and Zachary Strange. Look at the cause. I don't even know where I can see that. I don't know how to read this shit, dude. Let me find this. It's block-in design, doc. I guess I can go and look inside of this. It wants me to start a 14-day free trial to see the docs, man. No. Yeah, no. It's not happening. Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act? Oh, so the WARN Act. Yeah, I'm not giving them money. No. No. Don't look at the docs, but the main page. Yeah, it says Worker Adjustment and Retraining Notification Act. So it's under the WARN Act. It's my guess for this, I don't actually know, is it's labor litigation specifically because they haven't been paid, and under the WARN Act, they have to be paid for the next 60 days. And they haven't been paid, and it's the 6th of the month. So they're suing for their wages. That would be my guess. And they are owed those wages, and it is their right to have those wages. So this will gain the eye of California state law. And then the house of cards comes tumbling down. Good. That would be my guess for this. Yeah, they'll win. They'll straight up win. What is this? Hope you don't let AOC get to you. You have a lot of support. Oh, no, I'm not letting it get to me. I'm mostly mad for the employees at this point, dude. You know? Can the IRS get involved too? They're going to have to. They're probably going to audit the entire structure. The IRS goes, money, right? And then they smell around and they go, wait a minute. What have you been doing over there with all that money? You owe some of that money to the federal government. It's time to pay up. Time to pay. And then they'll go after them and they'll look into it. The state of California is going to do the same thing because the state of California is going to be like, you're not paying your employees? Then you got to pay me. You got to pay me, right? Yeah, basically, Intrepid is set on a very large piece of cheese and the government is sending the rats. That's how that goes. Yeah. Yeah. You saying money made me realize Mr. Krabs should have been a lawyer? True. I love that rat anim. So that's why they created the 500 new items for crafting to sell the assets? Dude, I'm going to tell you right now, it definitely wasn't for gameplay. Like, that shit made no sense. Made no sense. Space Warlord Baby Trading Simulator. Is that also like Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator? Isn't that the same shit? Is that the same company doing that? I think it is.
Roscoe_Montana with 500 bits said my German Shepherd, Odin, passed away yesterday.
I'm sorry.
9 years old, still behaved very much like a big puppy.
Aww.
Suddenly became very unwell. The vet found he had internal bleeding, caused by cancer that had already spread too far to do anything about. We made the decision to say goodbye, and he slipped away quietly in the evening, surrounded by the people he loved. Don't want to be a downer on anyone, but go hug your furry friends. You don't know when the last time will be.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks a lot. It really does. Yeah. There's no good way around that. There isn't. It's always sad to lose one. Interesting December 2025 lawsuit against Intrepid. Yeah, there's a lot of lawsuits going on there. Yeah. like a lot of them. So that's more about actually seeing the other side of the argument. Well, if you want to discuss it, Apollo, just ask away, man. I'll tell you everything that I'm doing. I mean, I update it every month. I'm actually going to be updating it today because I want to update it once a week until we get all of the Animus combat scene done. I'm mostly just waiting on Shay to do art for this scene right now, and she finished some cool shit today. So she should have that done. It's wiggly. I can show it to you. Here. Downloads. Boop. Boop. So we have... Where is it? Where is the wiggliness? Boop. You gonna open? There we go. It's wiggly. You can see it. It wiggles, which is cool. But everything is frame-by-frame animation, so we have to do 6 frames of animation for every interaction. For all of that. For every character. It works out really nice, though. It looks good. Yeah. And that one has 2 other animations that need to be with it. It needs to have the static animation like that, a charge-up animation where it's gaining power, and then a shooting a laser animation. And I've already got the system blocked out for it. It feels fine. But... Also, I wasted a bunch of time today because I was doing something in the combat system where I was like, I want to change from lore running for this combat scene to lore being along the bottom and like switching back and forth. And I spent like 4 hours trying to redesign the whole fight around that. And then it sucked ass. Like, it actually felt really, really goddamn bad. So then I just reverted back to our GitHub. Just deleted all of my work. I was like, nope, this is all ass. This feels terrible. And I just deleted it all. So that was my day today. It was great. Yep. It happens sometimes. Like, you get a cool idea, you try it out, it seems cool on paper, and then it sucks. Like, what are you going to do? I like that little sprite animation. Who made that? Shay does. Shay does the art and animation for the game. I do the programming, writing, and design. Stein does the music and sound effects. But, like, I don't know. Sometimes you spend a whole day implementing something you think is going to be so cool. And then you play it, and you're like, this is objectively worse than the last implementation I had. Throw it away. You know, and, like, that's how it is. Welcome to game dev. Because, unlike software development, it's not about does it work, is it efficient. It's about does it work, is it efficient, and is it fun. And that last one is hard. You know? Sucks. It is what it is. Can we see the wiggle again? Sure, man. There. Got it up in this video. Boop. There you go. It wiggles. It's going. Yeah, it's part of it. All kinds of stuff for that, too. I think the biggest thing to me is I have, on this fight, I have this song where, like, let me actually grab the song real quick. It's my favorite song in the whole game. It's this one. Right? This one. But I want you to listen to this part. And then here. So you know how that plays 2 different instruments, but it's the same song? That's based on which character is currently out at the time. So I have them hide behind the arena and pop out, and it shifts the song one direction or the other with the different instruments as they go, and then when they both pop out, it plays both of them at the same time. And it changes the whole combat based on who is currently empowered. You can go play it right now. It's actually already in the game as of the last update. And I feel really good about it. I had that in my head as an idea for years. Of like, that was going to be the end of Animus. That's how we were going to do that fight. And I never got to experience it until this last week. And then when I got it in the game, I was like, this is exactly the way I expected it to be. It was so freaking awesome. I was freaking out. I was like telling the mods, like, oh my God, this is the coolest thing I've ever made. Because it works out like perfectly. Like, it does exactly what I wanted it to be. Because like during the crescendo, like during the really big moments, and it swaps instruments, it's just seamless. And it feels phenomenal. Are you a musician? No, I'm dog shit at music. But the implementation for this, I designed how that was going to play out, and I told Stein what I wanted from them, and Stein sent me the tracks, and then I put it in the game. And if it doesn't quite fit, I go, "Hey, Stein, the emotion isn't right," or like I literally go to Stein like a caveman with a stick and a stone, and I go, "I need sad song, not make sad. Why not make sad?" And then Stein goes, "I got you," and then like makes something magical, right? Like. that's kind of how that goes, because I don't know shit about making music, but I just explained that to them, and it worked. Like the idea for this is like I think it's gonna be really cool to like transition between these and have like a bass line track and then have like an A side and I guess a bass here, an A side and a B side, and then transition between those, and it worked out really nicely, and I'm quite happy with that. But you say I conveyed it well. To me, it's just systems design, right? Like there's no. Like I don't understand the musical theory behind it, but I understand the systems design of like swapping back and forth to evoke an emotional reaction in a player. Of like, when you're making a game and you want it to evoke like a feeling, you have to do audio effects, you have to do visual effects. There's all these different types of things you have to do to make them feel a certain way. And I was hoping this would do that, and it did. It did beyond my wildest dreams of like how that could possibly feel. And when I finally got to play it myself, I was like the moment I got it, it was funny too, because the moment I got the first transition, I was like, "Shay, get in here!" Like, I like ran into the room. I was like, "You got to get up here." And she's like, "I'm doing something." I was like, "No, you're not. You have to see this." And then like brought her up and then had her do it. She's like, "Oh shit, that's cool." Yeah, so like it worked out really well, and that was last week. So technical aspect is hard to juggle. It's great. Yeah, that's my whole thing is the technical side, right? Like that's why I'm the designer, right? So I do programming, I do writing, I do design. I'm not that great of a writer. It's just not that good at it. I'm way better as a systems designer and implementation for all this. But like with writing, like I don't know, it's my first game I've ever written, right? Ferret Camp seems to be frozen. I'll go fix that. Yeah. Be right back. And I'm back. The stream needs more axolotls. Well, you're in luck, because those two bosses I was talking about are axolotls. So, like, yeah. Seems like you know the effect the music gives you, and you want to make it where you get what you want. Yes, that's exactly it. Like, I think the biggest thing for me is I don't know how to make the music that way, and Stein does. And I can go to Stein and I go, I need this to make me sad. I need this to make me anxious. I need this to feel like I'm being watched. I need it to feel like I'm in a position of weakness or a position of strength. Like I can just explain the emotional state that I need that scene to work with. And I could tell Stein all of the characters that are in the scene. I'll give Stein sometimes the script for like the dialogue that's going on with that. And I basically give them the most amount of information I can and go, because to me, music in a video game is about emotional state for the player. It is the way to set the setting kind of in the mind in an emotional way more than anything else. That is the importance of it, right? It is the easiest way to set an emotional setting in a player. You want to make them cry, you give them music that makes them cry. You want to make them happy, you give them music that makes them happy. You want to make them anxious, you give them music that makes them anxious, right? And like the most magical thing that you can do, I find as a game developer, is to put control of that in the hands of the player so that when they perform an action, the thing on screen changes and the music changes based on their movement or their choice or anything like that. And the only other time I've ever seen that I could do that is when you have the joke be told by the player to themselves, which is also a difficult thing. I think it did that once in Heartbound. But like that's usually what I shoot for, is to make the player have an emotional state from music and try to put the control of that scene into the hand of the player so that they're experiencing it to themselves rather than the game spamming them with it, right? It's not easy to do. And sometimes it doesn't work out, right? You know, I like it when games do that. I try to do that, but like it doesn't, you know, like sometimes it's shit. Like I think the worst one that I ever had, with that was I tried to make this dark maze to show that like players are lost, like the main character is lost and you feel lost and you feel alone and all this kind of stuff. And like, I did that and players immediately revolted, saying that I had only put it in the game to extend playtime and then they wouldn't be able to refund on Steam. They were just enraged by this. And I was like, all right, well, I guess I won't do that again. And so I deleted it and I totally scrapped it, made a totally new scene, and people really liked it, right? So I was like, well, I tried to do something that felt cool from an emotional storyline telling standpoint, and it just didn't hit right. So that shit happens all the time. You know, like sometimes that just feels like crap. Sometimes it doesn't feel good, you know? Like, so you got to find a way to make it so that you're trying to tell a story from an emotional setting, and it still has to impact the player in the same way. And sometimes it just doesn't work, you know? Like, I tried to do a whole thing yesterday where I changed the whole combat scene to make it feel better, and it just felt like shit. Well, I mean, a business maybe didn't, you know? That's up to you. And maybe by the end, you'll wish he did. Don't worry about it. I'm going to change that to critical damage. There we go. Expedition 33 had some captivating music. It did. It did. Very, very good. Regardless whether the community likes it or not, you use it as good feedback. Yeah, I mean, like, the other thing, too, is, like, my litmus test for that is if I go through the scene and I don't feel an emotional reaction, then I'm probably doing it wrong, right? Like, it's got to work on me, even though I wrote the damn thing. So, like, there's a lot of scenes in there that, like, make me feel shitty, you know? Like, I'll feel, like, an emotional reaction to it, and I go, okay, if I'm doing it to the effect that I can look at this 100 times in a day, and it makes, when I play through it for real after working on it the whole time, and I still feel something from it, then I know I did it right, and I just move on. You know, I don't touch it anymore. It's done, right? Barrow once demonstrated that. He put on an epic music track to describe how he eats cereal, just to show the effect of music. Oh, yeah. No, music sets the scene entirely. It is the easiest way to get your audience into an emotional state out of anything when you're making games. Anything at all. The music sets the tone. No matter what. Like, you could put a really happy scene on screen, right? Very happy. Bright colors, smiling characters, and you put it with kind of music that has a little bit something off. It's nice and happy music, but maybe it glitches every once in a while. Or maybe it's got kind of like whispering in the background. And that scene of happiness immediately turns into horror. Just immediately, right? with just little changes like that in the audio. Like audio really, more than anything else, sets the scene. The visuals are secondary, I think, to the music a lot of the times. Kind of like current 4chan posts. God, you're grim. That channel. That's what animes do very well very often. Yeah, I mean, like I learned it from watching movies, man. Like that's where I got that from, because my dad's a giant movie nerd, and then he made me watch a bunch of movies, and I was like, the music is really what sets it. Sympathetic resonance, is that what that shit's called? I have no idea. I just know music make you feel thing, you know. If you put sad music over a happy scene, it becomes a melancholic memory. It does, yes. If you put sad music over a happy scene, it feels like they're remembering something from the past, entirely so. It's something that they think back on fondly, but maybe painfully, right? Yeah. And I think that's the kind of stuff. It's a little bit of, you know, wiggliness. It's weird because, like, how do we know to associate that with a specific emotion? Why does that work so widespread? What trained us to feel that way? And I don't have the answer to that. I don't know why certain songs or certain instruments make you feel certain ways, but it seems to be universal in the way that it works. It does not. It seems to be cross-boundary between different cultures, which is very interesting. And it makes me wonder if there's something deeper there of just kind of like how human beings work, you know? Vibrations are physical. They are. It's got to be something like that. It's like an instinctual thing at a certain point, which is fascinating. Incredibly fascinating. And I don't have the answers there. I just know that if you make music in a particular way, you can make someone sad. Or make them feel something. Music is magic, real, true. Thorchan is a dark god's gift to mankind. I don't think it's a gift. I think that channel's a curse, bud. Yeah. Oh yeah, we could do Path of Exile at 6 a.m. It's currently 4:41 a.m. I want to get through these. I'm almost done with them. It's really important for me to document all this stuff, so not only can I delete these text files, but also we have a statement of record for all of our design philosophy for the game. It's important to make your design doc, entirely so. Music is the closest thing we have to magic. I think magic is. Maybe you're a secret musician subconsciously? No, like, I've tried to play music in the past, and I'm just shit at it. I've tried. Like, I've tried to do it. I've tried to play instruments. My hands get all shitty. Like, I can't control them correctly when I'm doing that. And I don't know why, because I can type fine. But, like, with an instrument, I can't do that, and something about it just doesn't work. I don't know what it is. But I've tried. I've tried many times. It might be training. It might be. Maybe I could train myself to get better at it, but it just doesn't ever feel right. Does that make sense? It's your rhythm? Could be. Could be internal rhythm. Fingers go numb? Well, I mean, that one's the palm of my hand. So, like, I cut the end of my finger off when I was a little kid, and they replaced it with that part of my hand. No shit. So, like, that one's out, you know. Can't feel anything on the end of that, you know. Of course it doesn't feel right. You've never done it before? I mean, I guess, right? Piano is easy. If you can type, you'd imagine. I don't know. Maybe. I got pretty long, like, reach on my fingers. I can reach all the way across the keyboard, so I've heard that helps with piano. But also, where the hell am I going to fit a piano, right? Do something like FL Studio. You can learn music theory. You can probably compose, draw for the MIDI. Honestly, I think if I was going to make music, it'd probably be MIDI music, and it would likely just be very math-based, right? And I know music's supposed to be math-based, but, like, I don't know. What was the AOC news from the dev? None of them have been paid. They've received 3 emails from the new board, and all of them have been AI generated. And the notice, let me grab this so I can get this correct. Where is this? The notice that they received for their termination letter has been removed from the HR app, so some of them can't even apply for unemployment properly because they no longer have a termination letter, which is insane. You think you'd probably enjoy modular synth? My favorite music, actually, for any instruments or any type of stuff, is actually electro swing. I really enjoy electro swing because it's like retro futurism as a music, right? And chip tunes. I like both of those a whole lot. Huge amount, actually. So stuff like Anamanaguchi and Goldfish and Like a lot of stuff, a lot of different stuff in that realm. Even stuff like what the hell is the name of them? I'd have to go pull them up. I think it's called Dragon Bump. I don't remember the hell the name of the band. Yeah, Caravan Palace is one of them. There's a bunch of like really weird, obscure ones that I can't remember the name of now that pop up in my music all the time. Yeah. Yeah, like there's a shitload of them in my playlist. So, yeah. You can watch this creator. She creates music using code. That's cool. I'm down with that. I'd love to do that because like that's Pair of Stellar is really good too. Those are kind of like the standard ones for sure. But I don't know. I think the biggest thing for me is I'm kind of dog shit at that. So I hired Stein, right? Trash 80, yeah, yeah. That's sick. Trash 80 is really good. Even down to like weird stuff. There's like here. Let me just go pull up some of my playlist stuff. I have a playlist that I think is called Work. I also have weird stuff in there like electro swing. Like here's my work playlist. I have Coalescence by Chris Totolulu from Risk of Rain. I don't even know how to say the name. Stepcat, Stateless. You've got How to Suck But Maybe Think. That song is hilarious. World is Saved. All of Electric Six. Jan Tiersen, because I love Jan Tiersen's, what is it? Accordion. Jan Tiersen makes the accordion sound like a $50 instrument. It's wild. Like it is like a priceless instrument with Jan Tiersen. Electric Six hilarious. I got to see Electric Six in theater, or not in theater, in show. They were up on stage. It was wild. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. Electric Six was super weird. They were very high. It's very much so on stage, but like Chris Tudulu, yeah, it's wild. But then you got there's Dragon Bump from Desert Planet. Desert Planet's really weird. Anamanaguchi, Tipper, Lukash, Disaster Piece, DJ Cutman. There's a lot of weird shit in here, and it just kind of goes. I've got a bunch of that. And Light from Radio, The Mood, Eldritch Horror stuff, Mind Spirals. Mind Spirals is like repetition songs when I need to zone out while I'm working on something. So you got like Redesign Your Logo, Labyrinth, Guns and Ammunition, some stuff from Living Tombstone. I use music to get myself into a state when I'm working so that I can just work on the thing, whatever the thing is. So when I'm off stream, I'm basically just listening to the same music over and over again infinitely. Seeing Electric Six live in a few months, you're super hyped. Are they still doing stuff? Do you share your playlist? I really haven't. I think that's the most I've ever shared, which is hilarious. Sometimes I'll link them on Discord when I'm listening to them. But I guess I could do that and just make it a public one. I'll see why not. It is a public playlist. Here, let me just grab that and then give you a link. It's weird because I think this one only has 20. Yeah, it's only got 27 songs. How do I link this shit, dude? Bro, I have no idea. Invite collaborators. No. Download. No. Where's my link? I just want to copy a link to my playlist, please. Share it. Copy link to playlist. There you go. You can have it. It's yours now. Now you too can have my weird playlist of bullshit that I listen to. And I'll give you my work one too, which has 43 songs in that one, 300 saves. I've linked it out before. Yeah, you link it up. I've got like lots of playlists for like a lot of different reasons, but like this Eldritch Horror one has 180 songs in it. It's got stuff like Tally Hall, Lemon Demon, Oingo Boingo, Jack Stauber's Micropop, Jukebox the Ghost, Mild High Club. There's a lot of weird shit in here. I don't know. I like weird music. There's a couple different things that I like. I like story music, which is interesting because that's kind of rare. That's fun. Like Labyrinth is good story music. And then I like electro swing, just kind of fun, right? And then I like chiptunes, which is kind of like nothing. That's just sounds, right? Have you played the Eldritch Horror board game? Which one? There's so many. Do you have an electro swing playlist? No, I just mix it into my other shit. Because you have to remember, that's why I named them things like Work and The Mood and Mind Spirals and Eldritch Horror, because it's specific things that those songs make me feel a way. So I put it in the playlist of songs that make me feel that way, right? I organize them by emotional reaction, right? Love me some Jukebox the Ghost. Yeah, no, they're awesome, dude. That's awesome as shit. I've never seen them live. I saw Anamanaguchi live once. That was neat. I saw Electric Six live, and I saw what is his name? Why is my brain drawing a blank? I can't remember his goddamn name. He was the Home Alone kid. Yeah, the pizza band. Where the hell is his name? It's in there. I know it's in there. Macaulay Culkin. You got it. Yeah, it's Macaulay Culkin's band. So I saw his band. And that's like, oh, and then I think it was, yeah, the most amazing stage show I've ever seen was Flaming Lips. And I got to see Flaming Lips in this massive auditorium, and it was insane. It was the most insane thing I'd ever seen. And we were listening to Yoshime, like that whole song, like that set of songs, and the visuals were crazy, dude. It was the most insane thing I'd ever seen. I've never seen anything like that since. So that was the only big one that I've ever seen, and then everything else was like small studio kind of stuff. You say Oingo Boingo is a band you like? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Macaulay Culkin is real weird. Yeah. You fell asleep during a show? Really? That's wild. Guar? Never really got into it, though. Danny Elfman's a god of X-Men? Agreed. Super agree with that. Yeah. Tally Hall is awesome. I used to watch Tally Hall when they were a weird internet video group. And then they became like a band. Which was weird. And then their music changed a lot. And then it became like more emotional. And then they split up. And they do their own shit now. Yeah. But yeah, they used to just be like a weird internet videos. Big street in downtown Oklahoma called Flaming Lips Alley, where all the food carts and bar doors are and stuff. That's kind of cool. No, I've heard of Guar, but I've just never been into it, is what I said. I know what Guar is. Yeah. Duran. Thanks a lot, Pirate. That's really awesome. Anytime, man. Like, you'll notice it's really easy to sidetrack me. I'll talk about anything forever, you know? I know some of the original Guar band members. Stepbrother went to school with them? No shit. That's cool. That's super cool. Hell yeah, man. That's rad. Ruler of Everything makes me feel a very unique way. Yeah, Tally Hall's good shit. You heard of Cosmo Sheldrake? Yes. Oh, yeah. In fact, I think I have... Let me see if I can pull this up. I think I have... Yeah, The Moss. You know the song The Moss? I have that in one of my playlists because it's really good. Cosmo Sheldrake, very unique voice. Phenomenal feeling. Yeah. How about Aphex Twin? Yeah. Okay, so Aphex Twin I really like because they used to hide images in the spectrogram of their songs, which I thought was phenomenal. Steam Powered Giraffe is good. Yeah. They're weird, but I like them. You be a teacher that just talks about football the whole lesson if someone mentions it? Yeah, it's a problem. Maybe it's not. You love music talk? I'm not like the thing is I found the kind of music that I really like, and then I ran with it, you know? Steam Powered Giraffe is good, yeah. We're gonna wait. Waiting in the ads. Trying to find if I can find any of this one band. I think it's under the mood. Stepcat is really good. You can get into like kind of really obscure shit, like World's End Girlfriend. That's a good one. That's a good band. Cloud Fodder is a good band. Emerson Brophy is a good band. It's a bunch of weird bands. Fever the Ghost is great. Yeah, they're really good. I think they're a lot more mainstream now because the YouTube videos popped off. Those animated music videos for Fever the Ghost were just insanely well received. You know, they blew up. I thought you listened to the Heartbound soundtrack in free time as well, since I always hear it when watching your stream. No, it helps me a lot when I'm streaming, actually. I need something that's the same. Consistency. Ever get into synthwave? Never did. No. Like Herzog? Never even heard of them. I'll have to check them out. Yeah. Yeah, The Moss by Cosmo Sheldrake is number 5 on my The Mood list. Even Flowbots is in here. I have so much shit in here. Actually, here's a weird shout. I like the Mystery Skulls, but I think only like a couple of their songs. Mystery Skulls is actually really good. It's got a really good like thump to it, which is nice. Yeah. So like that worked out really nice. Yeah, they're really good. Fake Type is really good. That's on my list. Big Nick. Boss Fight. She. Zircon. Luckhash. Infinity Shred. I have a lot of bands in here. Vampire Weekend. Oh, Vampire Weekend is so old. That's ancient. I haven't listened to Vampire Weekend forever. I need to listen to this playlist again. Disaster Piece, too. Disaster Piece is good shit. And Chipzel. Also good shit. And Anamanaguchi. Also good shit. Yeah, Fake Type. Yeah, some of these bands are bands that I haven't thought about for years. Yeah, Fake Type is cool shit, dude. They make a lot of really weird music, and I like it a lot. Let me see if I can go find. Yeah, we go to Fake Type. They had like an entire set. When was the last time they released something? They still doing shit? I don't know if they are. They got music videos and stuff now. Fake Type is so weird. Oh, it looks like 2023 was the last album. No, wait. They released something in 2024? Oh, clicked the wrong button. Zillion Player Z came out in 2024. That's a single, though, and that's it. They had an album in 2023, though. Oh, Trash 80's great, dude. Yeah, Shiru and Trash 80, both fantastic. Zabutom I've never heard of, actually. I'm going to have to look them up. You should look up Desert Planet. Desert Planet is phenomenal, man. If you've never heard of them, it's like two dudes that never show their face. Common, right? But really good songs. Really good shit. Yeah. Hot Chip. There's a name. There's a Japanese electronic artist that is coincidentally called Snail's House. Yeah, we know about them. Yeah. It's very funny. Fake Type had a new one a few months ago on YouTube. That's kind of cool. I might have to check them out. I'm going to have to check it out again. Because, like, Fake Type's good shit, and I haven't heard their stuff in a long time. It looks like it's not on Spotify yet. But usually what I do is because I've been listening to the same kind of music for so long, is I'll go to Discover Weekly, and I'll just play my Discover Weekly, and anyone that I like, I just pull it out. And that, oh, Igor. Yes. I have one song by them in one of my playlists. They're fantastic. Which album did I put that on? Is that under work? Igor's really good. What the hell song did I put in there? Also, Scissor Sisters. I Can't Decide is fantastic. Moonhooch. Moonhooch is good. Hyperstory is good. Where the hell is my Igor song? Is that in the mood? I know it's in here. I know it. I know it's in here. It's hiding. It's hiding deep in... Might be in Mind Spirals. I know you're in here. Oh, I forgot. Mega Neko as well. Mega Neko is really, really good if you like that kind of music. And that's some spooky stuff is from them. It's fantastic. Igor's so good. I've been playing the album Amen nonstop. There's one that's really, really good with that. And I can't find it in here, and I don't know where it lives. I don't know where it lives. It's in here. It's hiding. There's also like Saint Motel is really good shit. That's good. It's got to be in here. I know it is. Jukebox the Ghost. Where's my Igor song? This is a very specific song from them. I don't remember the hell it is. I will find this. I'm invested now to find where my Igor song is, because they are very good. It might be in my Light from Radio. I have so many songs in these lists. It's probably going to be there. Jim Guthrie. I haven't even looked in that for a while. It's hiding somewhere and I don't know where. I don't know where it is. I don't remember what the song was. There's also one that talks about... The hell was it? I think it's in my work playlist. There's a good story song that's in there that I listen to on repeat a lot. It's about Venus. I can't remember the name of the song. It's The Man from Venus. Venus Ambassador by Brian Scary. That's a great song. It's a phenomenal song. Venus Ambassador. Yeah. That's a weird one. I like that weird one. Yeah. Got any freelance whales on your playlist? What do you mean freelance whales? I don't know the term. I don't know. I think a lot of the music that I've listened to over the years is just like either really obscure or like was obscure once, right? Like there's a lot of that kind of stuff in there. Like you've probably never heard of Moon Hooch. Would be my guess. Oh, if you mean the band Freelance Whales, then I have no idea. I've never heard of them. Or like A Shell in the Pit. You probably never heard of them. A little bit weird, right? You've listened to everything I've said? My man. Okay, what about the album Massive Luxury Overdose from Army of Lovers? What about that one? Have you ever heard of that one? Because that's a weird one. It's the song Crucified. That's the only song of theirs that I like, too. The rest of them I just don't like at all. Ugh. Thundercat has some good ones. Hell yeah. I've not heard of them. Hyperstory is super well known. There's so much weird shit in here. What about Dance with the Dead? Ooh, actually, this one's pretty common, but Carpenter Brute is really good as well. A lot of wild music there. Just completely wild. And I love it. It's really good shit. Yeah. Thundercat is the man? Never heard of Thundercat. I'll have to check them out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check them out. Love Carpenter Brute? Yeah. Carpenter Brute's good shit. Correspondence. There's a song they have called Inexplicable from the Correspondence, which I really, really like because it's a story song that talks about belief. And I thought it was really fantastic. Inexplicable is really good. So if you've never heard that song from the Correspondence, you should really listen to it. Yeah, it's a good story song. It's a brutal story song, too. It's really brutal. Like, painful to listen to. But I think that's, it's good sometimes. It's a good one. Yeah. Thundercat mentioned? Yeah, I'm going to have to check him out. You love Dance with the Dead? Nice. I'm trying to find the rest of these. There's so much... Oh! This is actually one that's wild. Is like, there's a tiny band that I really like that kind of exists on Twitter. Let me see if they're still on Twitter. They have one song that I really, really enjoy. Yeah, they're still... Are they still on Twitter? They might not be on Twitter anymore. Oh no, they may be gone from Twitter. They may only be on the Facebook now. Dude, I think they're actually gone from Twitter. Damn. Well, that sucks. But they're called Crunk Witch. And they have a song called The Battle Beyond. All of the rest of their music is kind of to me, but The Battle Beyond is amazing, and their band is called Crunk Witch, which is insane. Like, it's just an incredible name. I just love that song so much. So if you haven't heard of them, maybe you'll find something there you like, right? I like that song, Battle Beyond. I need to see if they've done anything since. I think they only have one album. I might be wrong. No, they've done albums since. They released one in 2025. I have to listen to that. It's weird. It's definitely weird. But Crunkwitch is cool. Crunkwitch is cool and weird. Yeah, it looks like they have a bunch of albums. Sick. 1, 2, 3, 4 albums, 5 albums. And then one single. Crunkwitch. It's good. They're on Bandcamp. Listen to them. They're super fun. At least that song is super fun. I haven't found another one that I really liked, but the Battle Beyond, funnily enough, Battle Beyond looks like it's their most popular song with 700,000 plays, and the second highest one only has 100,000. So, like, seems pretty well received comparatively. Yeah. Yeah. Battle Beyond is on Spotify, yeah. Cody Danza Tap Dance Extravaganza. Still the best name out of any band ever. I mean, that's pretty good. I have to agree. Yeah. Have you heard of an artist called Mawukis? No. I've never heard of them. Looks like Mogwai. No. Lullaby of the Manifold. No, that name is sick. Sleepy Time Gorilla Museum. Okay, you just making shit up now. What do you mean Sleepy Time Gorilla Museum? What does that even mean,
Weirdo
dude?
with a Cello 3481 with $10 said, is there a proper term for a cheap laptop that only has TeamViewer and Parsec, for the purpose of getting work done on the go without bringing my main machine with me?
Sounds like a potato.
I call it my remote terminal.
Sounds like a potato, yeah. I mean, that's cool, right? Critical fishing chance. I think we should call it critical angling. I think we should call this something else. I think all of our stats should be 2 names, not 3, right? Like earth damage, divine favor, devil's due. Like, this should be named something else. No, it's a chance that when you fish up a fish, you get 2 different fish instead of 1. That's what critical fishing chance does. It's very rare. Yeah. I think we should call it critical fishing for the internal, but what do you call it for the display name? I just don't know. Double fish. Lucky angler? I kind of like that. Yep. We can call it lucky catch. Angler's blessing. Piscatorial trick shooting. Okay. Ridiculous, dude. Blessing of the pescatarian, right? You know, like Sushi Surprise. I really do like Sushi Surprise. Call it Jay Wilson. Call it Spartacus, dude. Poseidon's Blessing. That's kind of cool. Neptune's Bounty. That's kind of cool. Getting Fishy. Okay. Guardian Angle. That is the shittiest. That is by far the shittiest one and the best at the same time. What do you mean Guardian Angle? God damn it, dude. That makes me want to make a whole new stat that is just like protecting your fishing rod and calling it the Guardian Angler or some shit. God damn it, dude. That's insane. This one doesn't work for that. It's not protecting you, but that is getting kept. That's insane. God damn it. Guardian Angle. Double Blowfish. What do we call this? What's stopping you is the question. Nothing's stopping me. My own sense of self-righteousness, maybe, a little bit. The last fleeting feeling of self-respect that I may be throwing out the window currently. It's wild, dude. Blessed with Guardian Angle, and alright. Perfect bait. Perfect bait. Damage reduction while fishing? No, it's not damage reduction while fishing. Fishing puns or geometry puns? Yes. Yeah. Master baiter. Okay. I'm glad to see that the collective progression of chat is reduced to a high school boy. Good. A cute angler? That'd have to make you look better when you're fishing. That's how that works. Bait master. Obtuse angler? You have to talk about things that no one understands. Only when you're fishing. Like every time you throw a line, you have to bring up something. Automatically, your character will just start talking about it. Guardian Angle reduces the first incoming attack to 0 damage while fishing. Okay. That could be a talent. That could unironically be a talent. However, it needs to have a long cooldown because I know you. You'll do some weird shit where you pull a boss to an area where you can somehow fish. You'll fish in between every single attack the boss does to tank it perfectly. I'm on to you. I know you. So it has to have some massive, massive burden to it. In terms of, like, maybe a full minute cooldown or some shit. It's gotta be. Yeah, I know you. I know the goblinry. But I do like the idea of Guardian Angle. That's pretty funny, dude. It would be really funny. So we'll do that. 10-minute cooldown? That's a long cooldown. That's a long cooldown. Split casting? I like split cast. That's kind of cool. Split catch? So, I've been thinking about this a lot. You know how in Path of Exile you get the massive talent tree? I was thinking that every profession should have a talent tree. And that talent tree should be, you can choose different things to go down different directions for understanding, or for improving the talent, for improving the profession. So as you gain levels, you gain talent points in it, which I thought would be cool, you know. Maybe a legendary fishing rod? Well, I mean, that could be something later, yeah. And one of the things that I wanted to do was to make it so that we can have items give you talent points in things. I always really enjoyed that. Like this gives +1 to all fishing talents. Or maybe this gives +1 to Guardian Angle, right? And I thought that'd be really neat to do, is to add stuff like that down the road. So my intention is for professions to have talents in some way, which I think would be neat. Yeah, D2 plus talents are great. I really enjoy that. I really do. And I think it adds a lot to the game. Yeah. Love interconnected talent trees in Mandragora? What is that? I don't know what that is. Right? Fishing builds incoming? Yeah, that'd be the idea. It's like maybe you can go more to faster fishing or more to like lucky fishing or more to like critical fishing catch. Like there should be different ways you can build fishing. I also want it to be like you can now use lava fishing rods and poison fishing rods. You know, things like that. Stuff where you can equip new items because you talented into it. And now you can have a special kind of fishing rod that works that way. You know? I think it'd be neat. Using rods to bring enemies closer? Yeah. Yeah. Why not just critical catch? I guess I could do critical catch, but it's a little bit boring, you know? It's a little boring. Anyway, I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. It's going to be a minute. So, one sec. Why is there a Roblox tab at the top of Twitch? Because Twitch wants money, and they don't want to pay actual content creators for sponsoring that, so they just put it as a banner across the entire website because of some kind of partnership they made where no content creator is actually getting a cut of the pie. That's why Roblox is there. Neat. To be real with you, I don't want to support Roblox, and I definitely don't want to advertise it, and I have no choice in the matter. Thanks, Twitch. I have returned. Alrighty. Missed the news on Ashes? Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. We talked about it a bit, but basically, I've been talking to some of the devs that we know on the team, and one of them let me know that they haven't been paid still, and the termination letter that was in their HR app has now been removed, so they can't even apply for unemployment correctly. And there have been 3 emails from the board, and all of them are AI generated with no legal backing saying weird shit. And they hope that the courts pull them apart. It's bad, dude. Like, it's really, really bad. Yeah. Yeah. The Fisher's price? Oh, no. What if the Fisher's price is that you get a massive boost to, like, fishing skill, but it costs you coin every time you cast? Like, what if it's that? Who could have seen this not coming? I'm gonna be real with you. Nobody, man. Like, anybody who acts like they could have seen this depth of depravity coming is just, like, honestly, they're just being outrageous about it. Is like, this is so wild and so awful to the employees involved. Like, that's terrible. He's a known MLM scammer? What do you mean? Yeah, but there are laws in place to protect employees, man. They're operating out of California. They had 250 employees. To be like, to sit there on, like, your soapbox, high and mighty on the side, be like, I knew everything that was going to happen. You're basically telling all of those people that just lost their jobs and are being abused by employees that they're idiots. And I think it's kind of a shit place to be, man. I think it's a shit way to act. So, like, maybe think about it, right? Filled with rage and disappointment, the first line team asked if they can do password resets with only a date of birth. Ew. Yeah. Like, at that point, you're blaming the victim for the acts of Stephen Sharif. And you really shouldn't be doing that. Like, burn him to the ground in the courts. That's how that should go. Yeah. It's cognitive bias, making a bombastic claim with no evidence. Years later, it turns out to be accidentally right in some aspect. I knew it all along. Yeah, exactly. It's that. It's just like a shit way to be to those people, dude. Yeah. The joint lawsuit will happen. I'm hoping so. Somebody's got to do it, though. Yeah. We're trying to make a stand for the artist? No, we're not even doing that. To be honest with you, I'm screwed. Like, I'm not going to get my money back, right? And I think that the biggest issue with this is that you have a shitload of employees that are now in a state, they're in, that's based in California. They're not being paid. They don't have the documentation they need to apply for unemployment because they pulled the termination letter, and they're getting AI generated corpo shit from this board being sent to them. If you have no humanity at all, you're probably sitting there high and mighty thinking, I knew it all along. But if you really look at this situation and see that these people are legitimately being abused as workers right now, none of that shit matters. Your sense of entitlement is irrelevant. The reality of this situation is that is 250 people's livelihoods being stripped away from them. Who gives a shit about how you feel empowered by knowing in advance that it was all a scam? That shit's irrelevant right now. And I think it's kind of shit to feel that way, dude. Like, if that's your main takeaway from this, like, calm down, They need the paper to look for a new job. They need it for unemployment, man. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That was the other thing, is we played it for years, so. Never imagined it would be this bad? None of us did. Do you have a favorite chair? You call Neptune's Winnebago? What do you... Bro, what? They're basically stuck working there hoping to get a paycheck. No, they're under the WARN Act, which means that they're supposed to be paid for the next 60 days before they're let go. None of them have gotten paid. It's the 6th of the month. They're supposed to be paid, and none of them have, which is in violation of California law and federal law. So, like, you have the state being wronged, you have the federal government being wronged, and now you have all of these employees stuck in limbo. You know, and I get the idea of a bunch of armchair theorists being like, pat myself on the back shit. But like, dude, look at this situation and realize that that's not appropriate right now. Thought the WARN Act was 90 days. It's supposed to be 60. Yeah, 60 days of pay. Federal level. So like, with how the new leadership is sending AI-generated garbage, it's just become slopperation. It is. Yeah, and I think it's just super, super negative. By the way, Dystypical, your message isn't deleted. It's just got a link, so it gets auto-removed. It'll be in the queue. Yeah. It's a quote from a movie maker. Did some short stories about Larry Blameyer. I don't know who that is. I'd have to look into it. So was there actually a board, or was it just Steven running the company? Nobody knows. Nobody knows anything yet. Like, all we know is that this appears to be planned many months in advance. They tried to rip off Steam. They tried to rip off the players, and they ripped off their employees. And to be real with you, I hope everyone involved in planning and executing on this burns. I hope they do, in the court of law. Not on social media, not on Twitter posts, not on angry Facebook posts, not on slacktivism bullshit. In a court of law. I hope this absolutely annihilates them. And that's it, right? I don't give a shit about any of the social justice shit around this. I care about the idea that you have a company that has done this, and I hope that the law catches up to them. Entirely so. Even if nobody ever gets their pound of flesh as a result, I hope they get to rot in prison for it, because they've violated federal and state law to do this. Has Steam issued any refunds yet? They started to do so. You have to. There's a very specific phrase that you have to do. I think we put it up in the actual Pirates Discord if you're trying to get a refund. I have to talk to Kronos about putting it up there. But basically the idea is you explain to Steam that you were misled by the game director lied about the corporate structure of the company, and it led you to want to buy the game through Steam. And because they lied, the company is now collapsed. And you would like a refund because it was misrepresented to you as a consumer. And if you put that in your Steam request, they will give you your money back. Series called Tales from the Pub, which is a Twilight Zone parody. That's kind of funny. I'm down with that. But yeah, that's really all it is you just have to talk to Steam. You have to send in an actual report, not just give me my money back, and let them know. Because they misled you as a consumer. They misled me as a consumer. You know, and like, that's not great. That's real shit. You please have that pinned? No, I'd rather have the conversation with people, because I think it's more of a personal thing. If I just pin it up there and people go, oh, the pinned comment, I'll just do the thing. I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, there's no guarantee you should get your money back, though. A lot of people have so far. But like, I think I'd rather have the conversation about it, man. I think it's more important to do that. Also, gamers don't look up. True. The fact that they went back and redid the combat for the ground up to improve it was really one thing that showed we want this to be a real game. I think there were a lot of employees that wanted it to be a real game. And I think that Steven likely wanted it to be a real game for a long time. And then one day decided to cut bait and run is really what it feels like. Whatever the hell he did, whatever drove him to do that, I don't know why that happened, right? The combat was actually quite good. It was. But something happened from about April of 2025 onwards where everything started to turn to shit. Because around January to March, it was great. Game was awesome. Super fun, right? You know, and I think that that's really, really important to understand. Also, ZK, I have to report that. One sec. There we go. Done. There we go. He ran out of money. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I think you could have a lot of conjecture about it. You can make a lot of assumptions, but none of us actually know. We don't know any of it. The only things that we do know is that he transferred the ownership of his home to his partner days before, We know that he left in protest of a board that never should have existed. He took investment when he claimed to everybody that he'd never taken an investment. Like, there's so many dominoes here that are just too clean. Yeah. I hope they go after him. And I hope they go after everyone associated. I hope the state actually does its job. I hope the federal government actually does its job. Do we know where the guy is at? No. But I'm hoping they've made him a flight risk. Because if he escapes the country with all of that money and everything that he's done, they're never getting him back. So I hope they've actually done anything, you know? Okay, we're talking about Ashes of Creation. I hope they throw the whole goddamn library at him. Wait, he disappeared? He's never posted since. All the posts that you've seen as Steven have been people impersonating him on Discord to try and create drama. He hasn't said a word since. Like, he's full radio silent, dude. Like... Do you have a spaghetti and meat sauce recipe? No? Not really. I'd probably look that up to make one. Likely using vodka. Dude, maybe he did, Slim Reaper. Vodka and meat sauce? Yeah. Yeah. You poor soul, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. No, I don't think I will, Ink Dodge. See ya. Most people use wine, but you do you. Yeah, but vodka. Maybe it's in a shallow grave for all we know. Dude, I mean, like, the thing is I think the internet gets more caught up in the story of something than they do in the reality of it. And the reality of a situation right now is nothing matters except for making it right for these employees right now. Make it right for the employees. Make it right for the customers, right? Customers are likely never going to get it right. Literally ever. Because of the fact that they waited until 2 days after they got paid from Steam. Steam is likely going to have to make a business decision of whether or not they keep paying out refunds because they're going to be refunding at a loss, which is a big deal for Steam because they paid out. And Steam pays out on the 26th to 30th of every month, which means that they paid Intrepid at least they likely paid Intrepid based on their normal business practices for December on January 26th to 30th, which is everything from December 11th onward. And then Intrepid immediately said, oh, we're blowing it all up and I'm leaving, right after the payment period would have gone through. So, like, you've heard Steam withheld the money because Karen changed her business banking account. There is no way any other human being could know that unless they were Karen Boryako. So anyone who's spreading that either is giving away financial information from a Steam customer illegally, or they're full of shit. Like, this is why I hate this rumor mill shit. People just make shit up and then it spreads across the internet. There's no way anyone could know that. Literally at all. Like, God, it's wild, dude. Yeah, it's completely wild. Why not take some of them, help build block game? I can't afford more employees right now. Do you know you could just say things? Yeah, but no one should believe it when you just say things. Like, that's... God damn it, dude. Like, you actually have to back it up with something, you know? Yeah, I'll take full of shit for 100. Exactly, dude. I own Ashes of Creation. Get at me, Steven. Saw that AOC News was in the announcement. Yeah, we talked about it. It's basically the employees haven't been paid still. And they're getting a lot of weird bullshit and stopping them from getting, you know, they're not getting paid. They can't really apply for unemployment. Everything has gone to shit. Yeah, it's not good. Nick, you want to be specific? What do you think I'm full of shit on? Earthor is an AI transmitting a stream from the future, and each time he crashes because of lunar flares. That's probably true. But unfortunately, people will buy into it without researching more. Exactly. That's the problem, man. Why can't they apply for unemployment? So I was talking to one of the devs we've talked to the entire time throughout all the development process, and he said that they've pulled away the termination letter from the HR app, so some of us can't even apply for unemployment properly, which is a terrifying thing, dude. Because you need the termination letter so that you can apply for unemployment. Be like, this is granted by my employer. But if they pulled it out of the HR app, some of these guys won't have a copy of it. And they won't be able to prove unemployment that way, which means they're stuck in limbo, not being paid, even though they legally have to be through the WARN Act, and also can't apply for unemployment at the same time. It's giga illegal. It's like the most illegal. Like that's insane, dude. So like, yeah, there needs to be. Government's got to get involved, state and federal at that point. Yep. Can't they just report it to the police? Yeah, I mean the thing is they could report it to the labor board in California. So the state labor board is where they would go from that, and they would file a complaint with the state. The state would then look into it, but that could take weeks. They're shit out of luck until then, man. Like they can't get into the system until an investigation goes on from the state. So these guys are boned. Like straight up bone. Could they share the letter amongst each other? I don't know if there's like some kind of constraint that they have to have it addressed to them in some way or whatever. We don't know. But like, because I've never gone through that process. The only thing I know is if they have that, they need to report it to the state. And that's all they can do. You know, that's it. You report the state, you report the federal. The federal one, they're going to have to get lawyers involved and they report it. I think maybe it's the IRS. I don't know what the WARN Act is under. There's got to be some kind of like federal labor board that they have to go through. But California's labor board is very easy to access. You can do it right through the internet. So you can make complaints that way. You can actually call into them. So, yeah, you make complaints that way, which is a big deal. And I think if all of them did it, it'd be a huge thing. Better Business Bureau? Bleh. The BBB will be like, we're going to sanction them and say that they now have an F rating. Oh. Like, the Better Business Bureau ain't going to do shit for that, dude. Like, they need to go to the state. Yeah, the BBB is straight up useless. U.S. Department of Labor, that would be my guess. I don't really know at the federal level. I know for the state level. I'm very used to the state level because I have to deal with state labor laws all the time for basically everything. Like, I have to do that for all of our employees in every state that they live in. I have to, like, have an open account with their local labor, level for their state. Sometimes for their county, depending on what county they're in, which is wild. Sanctioning a company that doesn't exist anymore seems fruitless. Yeah, it's not even a sanction. It's more like we're telling everyone not to do business with you, even though they can't. Yeah. WARN Act is directly enforced by the U.S. district courts and private lawsuits. Really? I don't know anything about that world, dude. Like none. Literally none. So, like, this is all wild to me. But at the same time, like, I know there's supposed to be checks and balances here. Like, they're supposed to be protected. And it looks like that protection just comes too late. It comes way too late. It's very slow. Government's slow, It's kind of how it goes. Putting a red mark on your permanent record that nobody reads? Exactly. Yeah. You need to show your termination was through no fault of your own. It's unemployment insurance against things out of your control. Most employers still phrase it in any way that makes it acceptable, though. Makes sense. Yeah. Government is intentionally slow, methodical, and intentional. Sometimes you need speed, though. In situations like this. It's terrible. Yeah. Just like the VA. VA's rough, dude. Get your benefits if you're owed them. I think we're going to call it critical catch. Yeah, I think I'm going to call him critical catch. VA sucks to deal with? Yeah. I've talked about it before, but I had a buddy who was active military service, and he came back with a lot of problems. And when he was leaving the military, they said that he was not eligible for VA benefits. And being a good soldier, he just listened to that. And he didn't find out he was eligible for VA benefits until over a decade later. It was over a decade. And then he found out, and they started treating him and paying for his medical bills and everything like that. Yeah. So if you are leaving the military, talk to the VA and let them know who you are, what you did, and get your benefits. You are owed those. You are owed those. And was that retroactive? No, they went on from there. It's terrible. That is what it is, right? There's a whole bunch of shit that he has to go through now. And I don't know all those hoops he has to jump through. But at that moment, it was just from that moment onward. And I think it takes a lot of work on the soldier's part to get your benefits. I know. I only know that not from personal experience, but from watching my friend go through it. And it was not cool. Yeah. Which is terrible to watch. I think veterans need to be treated better overall. And I think that the VA could use some restructuring in that way. But that gets into politics. You know. All right. If they tried as hard to give you benefits as they do to enlist you, they'd probably go out of business. When's the last time you cut your hair? 2016? Yeah. I don't really cut my hair, dude. It's odd that advocating for proper and fair treatment is considered politics these days. Well, it's not the proper and fair treatment. It's the getting into governmental change that turns into politics very rapidly. You know, that's what that is. Hmm. Yeah, I tried donating my hair when I did it, and it did not work out. They they wrapped it up in a set of rubber bands, and they did the thing where they grabbed it like that, and then they cut it, right? And when they cut it, it was like all kind of like, first they wash it and do all this kind of stuff, and then they put it up in rubber bands, and they cut it off. And when they did that, the rubber bands didn't hold because my hair is really fine, and it just went all over the floor, and it was like, well, that's gone. So it didn't work. So it's the only time I ever cut my hair, you know, in the last 10 years. Yeah, the hair came alive and escaped. Yeah. It was pretty grim, dude. It's just pretty grim. Scam donation. Yeah, it was like, well, I guess that's it. Where you want to start in dev, where do you begin? Go to develop.games, which is a website that I built for you. And it's free. There's no bullshit. There's no paywalls. There's no crap. I don't like the idea of putting paywalls in front of knowledge, right? So go read through all of this. This is really helpful. If you want to see like where to start, go to picking a genre and choose the game design document. You can go into that. And you can see an example of an existing game design document from one of the games that won one of our game jams one year, right? From there, go to our Discord, which is discord.gg/piratesoftware. And inside of that, at the very top of the Discord, there's going to be a channel up there for you called Channels and Roles. So go pull this up and choose the game dev role. Then go down to the game dev section. Now that you can see it, you won't see all these channels. You'll just see the one that you chose. And open that up and then look at stuff like game dev resources. Go read through all of these. Bunch of free resources for you there. And then like a bunch of channels for you to talk to other game devs and get better at the craft, right? And that's the whole idea. We also run game jams twice a year. The last one just ended. I'm going through all of the game jam games right now. So it's a lot of shit to go through. But yeah, I hope that helps. My whole idea with the community is to try and put together as much like in terms of resources for you to get shit for free and like learn stuff, you know? Yeah. Ow. My whole body just cracked, dude, like a centipede. Next week's sponsors, Turbines Inc. No, not again. Never again.
Rymaxolotl with 500 bits said, "Greetings, Lord of the Nudes, Nudes of the Nurgle, Shay of
Can't
the
say that.
thorium-powered Nurgle."
You can't say that.
Who doesn't like breaking pots? No, not that type, but here's a game. https://store.steam-powered.com/app/4356400/Eldoradal/.
Why are you like this? You could be any other way. You could be any other way. You're a weirdo. Welcome to the internet, my dude. Everybody's a weirdo. Anyone telling you otherwise is selling you something. Do I call this damage reduction physical and magical? Or do we do damage reduction defense, physical, and magical? Defense, physical. Defense, magical. Princess Bride, my man. Hell yeah. Reduce damage taken based on the mitigation calculation. Reduces physical damage taken. As long as it's a large trout. How are Frog and Toad doing? They're dorking around. Yeah. Yeah, they've been officially named after Zelda characters. I was hanging out with them a minute ago when I left one of the breaks earlier today. They're very cute, though. Yeah. Defense physical, defense magical. There we go. I think we could do damage reduction all. I think we're going to call these different defense. All. Defense. Ball. Defense. PvE. Defense. PvP. So instead of damage reduction, we could do that. Yeah. Let's call them defense instead. Yeah. I said I don't want the token to be super long. You know what I mean? It's just weird. There we go. Noita, love watching the gameplay. Noita's super fun, man. I don't know if I want to call this damage reduction. Reminds I should have Noithos saved in your wish list. Hell yeah, dude. Waiting on ads. Yeah, not now, Jeff. We're chilling. Exactly.
JN20 said, what do you think of this system for social sandbox modes?
Sure.
Where you can choose a part of your subscription, like $1 or $2 each month, and support your guild or an individual who would get that money as real pay. Making building and running a massive community a real job without RMT.
That leads to money laundering immediately. That's a cool idea, but that would never work. That would just immediately turn into money laundering, unfortunately. Hello, low level. By the way, low level, I was in the middle of something the other day, and I didn't see raid, and I'm sorry about that. Thank you for the raid the other day. You're awesome. On to you. But yeah, like, I think that just turns into money laundering. It's a cool idea, though. It is a cool idea. Just in practice, people abuse it. More binary bot transmission posts. Posts in Helldivers, too. Ooh. Hope you're doing well. I am. We're going through statistics. I'll actually show you this in just a moment. Once Lord Bloxos gets the hell off of my screen. We were talking about Ashes of Creation earlier, and I'm working on block game shit at the same time. Yeah, get out of here, Jeff says. Yeah. What are you talking about? S4? You just vague posting, dude? Alright, ads are over. So yeah, basically what I've been going through today is just grabbing all of the statistics that we're going to be bringing over from Block Game Minecraft, reformatting these into something else, and then putting them all up in our design document. So I've got everything for our town design document now. I've got everything for player stats, where I'm still going through these. I've got all our status effects and the full write-up for how status effects work. The gathering system, the crafting system for both freestyle and template-based crafting, gear balance and how gear balance needs to work, the class fantasy for each one of the classes. Economics will come later. But this is all the stuff that I've been putting together. And we've been putting stuff into Hightail for like weeks now. And I've got a very good understanding of the asset editor and like building things out through it. We're starting to build tooling that is actually functional. We've got a lot of stuff that actually works in-game, which is cool. Spell effects, you know, being able to do localization passes on stuff like this, that all functions and looks good. Even building like custom effects and like things like this where it's warping around the object as you hold it when you place it on the ground, like custom sound effects like that, and actually having it do that, and then time, midnight, actually having it glow and give off lighting effects. Or even when you hit it, it does special effects like that. Which if I could break in this area, it would actually do like different stuff for that. But that's the idea, is like getting all this stuff set up for buckets so that I could just figure it out later. But you can see a lot of them are over here, of just being able to build those out and actually have like glowing effects and things like that. And then stuff like this. Whoop, whoop, whoop. With the whale. It's a whale. Yeah, and that's sort of the idea, is to try and go through and build a bunch of prototypes so that we can have a full mastery of the tooling. And then after that, just port, the Omega whale. Yes. Yes. I believe the wig is wearing Thor at this point. I have no idea what my hair looks like right now. And at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. But yeah, it's basically what I've been doing for the last, 2 weeks. Figuring it all out. But the design doc is coming along quite well. And we need to get all the player stats listed now. Yeah, I don't think this should be all damage reduction. It should be, all defense. Do we think this should be called damage reduction? Because they're going to have all damage reduction, fall, PvE, PvP, fire, frost, wind, earth, and curse. It's a lot of them, right? So we have to have a name that is the same across them all. If we call it defense, defense is a rating that goes into a calculation, which is not going to be the same. And that calculation is this, which is incoming damage times 1 minus defense divided by defense plus 200, which means at 200 defense, that equals 50% damage reduction. You call it Omni? Omni? What does that even mean? No, I don't mean like the word all. I mean the token for damage reduction should be named something else. Right? All mitigation? Oh, we could call that mitigation. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, all mitigation, fall mitigation, fire mitigation. Yeah. Speaking of sound effects, did you notice the blue jay caw when mining rocks? In what? Fixed values mitigation. If it's by percentage reduction. Yeah. You're right. Actually, I'd go deeper than that. Defense is a flat value. Mitigation is the percentage derived from that flat value. Reduction is a percentage on its own. So I would say this would be a mitigation or a reduction, because mitigation is the value derived from that, and there's no rating for this. So there's no flat defense rating, right? Yeah. I have no idea what that is. It's Adaminsky. No clue. Going deeper is your favorite? I don't know what to call this. Problem is with the percentage. I don't think it's the percentage. You look mitigated. Your mom looks mitigated. What? I'm gonna call it all mitigation. Yeah. I think that's fun. So you reject you to use the bit goal? Yeah, I'm gonna put in a ticket with Twitch and find out what the hell is going on, because it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Omni all things, so omni.mit would be mitigation all forms of damage. Yeah, I'm not worried about this. Like, defense all makes sense internally. I'm worried about how to display this to the player. I think all works. I think Omni might be better. Omni mitigation. That's kind of fun. I think it's a little bit more fun for that. Very cool, Chris. Not an airport. Thanks, bud. See you around. Omni mitigation, I think, works the best in that because it seems cooler than all, right? So I think that does work. I think I'll use that and have it as its own stat. Works. Yeah, we'll do that. Omni, Fall, PvE, PvP, Fire, Frost, Wind, Earth, and Curse. Yeah. Weird hearing your name so much. Omni, 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 Omni. Yeah. Yeah, Adaminsky, I don't know anything about that game, dude. I've never heard of it. Yeah, Omni is like universal, right? Yeah. Got your ferret shirt yesterday? I can't wait for mine. I can't wait. I can't wait. You need someone famous to cover what, dude? What? Your shirt's gonna arrive next week? Nice, dude. You think there will be a day when you'll say what number? I wouldn't say a number at all. How are the ferrets today? Good. Very good. Yeah. No, Adaminsky, I've already forgotten the name of the video game. Say it again. Because I can then go look it up, right? Do not vague post. Tell me of this game. I swear to God. Because I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I mean, it's sitting at mixed reviews on Steam and launched in February. It used to be $20 and constantly on sale for $2, and it's now $10 and consistently on sale for $1. That's a bit weird, right? Makes me wonder what the hell's going on there. It officially launched today? I'd like to know more about the game, and I'd like to understand why it's got such a negative rep. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Seems suspicious. It's $10, man. Low risk. Yeah, but I like my $10. So I'd like to find out more before I buy it, right? I'd like to look into the company. I'd like to understand what they're doing because I'd be buying into an MMO that's not finished. Sound familiar? So I think I'm going to look into it a little bit more before I decide. How much did you spend on AOC? Exactly why I want to look into this a little bit more. In fact, I think that the fact that you're trying to encourage me to buy it without looking into it looks way more suspicious to me, and now I'm going to dig into it even more. What's the matter with you? Stop that shit. That's really weird. That's weird. You've made me even more suspicious. Just let me look into it, and I'll let you know. Don't be weird about it. See the reviews? They're mixed right now. I'm going to be honest with you, I usually don't trust reviews. I want to look at it. I want to find out more about it. I want to look at the dev team and understand what's going on there and why there's negative reviews. It's not good to just discount negative reviews. You need to find out the reasoning behind it. And I'd like to understand the reasoning. And if I look at this, A lot of them coincided with them getting a very large amount of positive reviews at the same time. And most of the negative reviews happened in the very, very early days of the game. Very early days. Like, it opened to very negative. Like, very negative. They had opened to 807 positive and 1,600 negative, dude. So, like, but that was back in January 2025. So, like, maybe they cooked from then. I don't know. And I'd like to find out. And I want to find out what the history of it is and what the direction of the game is and, like, understand all of that shit before I'm interested. Because to be real with you, I just want to play a video game. I don't have to think about all that shit. If I can look at it and it makes sense, then great. You know. Yeah. What are we talking about? A video game. All right. These defenses are in place. Now, I have finished many of these now. Quite good about that. We have so many of these stats now. Let me go look at my list. I don't think there's really that many left. We've got resistances that are still in there. So I think that's a thing. Resistances and speed and experience stats and skill stats. This could be a lot. Yeah. Try Wizard 101. Maybe you've heard of it. What? Is this become like a meme lately? Why is Wizard 101 suddenly popular again? Uzumaki, I'm going to look to see if you're one-guying me. If you're the one who brings up Wizard 101. It's not even just you. Why are there so many? Why are there so many? They added it to Steam? I swear to God. It's I'm getting multi-guide. There's so much Wizard 101 talk now. Wizard 101 cured your baldness. I'm going to make you bald in Wizard 101. I'm going to make you bald in it. I'm going to do it. I'll find a way. I'm going to rebald you. I'm out here rebalding people. That's what's going to happen, dude. I don't know what Wizard 101 is, but it's the best thing ever. God damn it, I gave the goblins another toy. It's a mistake, dude.
Wesvaldo0194 with 500 bits said, hey, hope you're having good day.
I am.
Kitten.
Goblin. God damn it. Factorio is on the list. I'm basically, I will eventually be overcome by our powerful German audience wanting me to play Factorio. Eventually they'll start like sending pieces of a factory to my home or some shit. Like the factory's going to have to grow eventually. And I know that it's mostly the German audience because right when it's peak like German operating hours, that is directly when we get the most amount of references to Factorio in the chat. Like, I'm on to you. I know that it's you. I know what it is. I know it. There's also Danish people now, we found. There's a lot of Danish people and a lot of Germans, and they all want me to play Factory Game. I'm on to you. What about Factorial 101? What do you mean Factorial 101? What is what cursed ass meme is this? What does that even mean, dude? Resistances. We're doing it. 101 lessons. Inefficient factory components, obviously. I heard there was AOC news this morning that I missed. Yeah, there is. And it's pretty disappointing, but we've been talking to a developer that we've known for the game for a long time. And they said the following quotes. They said they got another email from, quote, the board. This is the third one. All of them are AI written with no legal backing saying weird crap. This is such a shit show. And they also said that they pulled away the termination letter from our HR apps, so some of us can't even apply for unemployment properly. And none of us have been paid anything still. We're 6 days into the month. It's rough, man. It's really, really bad. Yeah. Also on the CA government website, it actually shows that they're doing the WARN Act for 123 employees, but they had over 200. So we don't know if that was a bunch of contractors or what. No idea. All that sounds highly illegal. It is. It's both federally and state illegal. Not paying your employees is a pretty big deal. And not paying them during a WARN Act is pretty big as well. The federal and state governments are going to have to step in, is what's going to have to happen there. Yeah. Yep. Looks like Steven is going to jail soon. I think Steven's done everything he can to try and avoid that, and I hope he goes anyway. Yeah. I hope that this shell game comes to a conclusion where everyone involved who knew goes to jail. It'd be fantastic. Yeah. Or gets fined so hard that they wish they were in jail. Steven sold his house. As far as I have heard, Steven sold his house to his partner to make it so that it was no longer in his name, so that he wouldn't have personal liability for upcoming lawsuits. That's the claim, and that's pretty outrageous if so. There's proof of Steven's wrongdoing? Yes, he lied directly. The existence of a board means that Steven lied to all of the consumers. People bought the game under the basis that Steven was the sole investor, and that there were no other investors, no one to steer the ship outside of him, that there'd be no bullshit or corporate crap in the way to steer the ship in the wrong direction. He lied about that. Then there was a board, and the board took control away from him, so he resigned in protest. He lied. He lied to consumers, and they bought a product based on his lie. Misleading consumers is a very big deal, and that's what he's done. So, yep. So the lie comes down to two pieces. Either he lied about there being a board, which is silly, or he lied about getting investors, which is silly. Either way, he lied. There's like no outcome in which Steven isn't a goddamn liar. And that's up for the courts to figure out which one. Yeah. There's no secret third thing here. He lied. Entirely. Yeah. Have you written a boilerplate we can use? I have not. You should read it. You should write it yourself. Legitimately. And just explain what's happened to you as a customer. Steven the Ashes guy? Yes. You miss the good old town yards when people had rotten veggies thrown at them? My friend, if you were having rotten veggies thrown at you, that's because they were getting ready to kill you in the town square. Like, they don't just throw veggies at you and give you a pass. They do that and then they cut off your head. Yeah. Public shaming should return. My man's never been on Twitter. Melancholy for a time that never existed. It's a great pre-show to the main show. My man sat at the gladiatorial arena, frothing at the mouth. You know, it's terrifying behavior, my dude. Not every time it ended with a beheading. Yeah. Sometimes it's a lot more brutal. People are terrifying throughout history, man. Yeah, the way that I feel about it is I don't care about social justice. I don't care about people shitting and farting all over Twitter and crying on Facebook. I care about law. And I hope that they have legal problems because of this. And I hope that the legal system takes their pound of flesh, not call out posts on social media, because that shit is worthless. Does not solve a goddamn thing. Let's see. Woke up late. What'd you miss about AOC? Employees still haven't been paid. Ugh. Employees still haven't been paid. The board is sending AI-generated emails, and a lot of them are having trouble applying for unemployment because the employer has rescinded their firing notice. Yeah. I hope they have legal problems. Bingo. The board. I need to make some omelets today, too, man. I made a bunch of steak today. I'm really happy about it. Yeah. I'm going to show you guys my steak creation time. Meat. So, my grandmother sent me a bunch of weird steaks in plastic bags, so I did this with them. I took them and I covered them in seasonings. And what I did was I did onion powder, garlic powder, do this, onion powder, garlic powder, sun-dried tomato, mustard powder, what else? Worcestershire sauce, Maggi, cumin. I say garlic powder? Garlic powder. A lot of seasonings. Mixed it all together, coated it all and all that, cooked it on medium, and then it came out looking like a paste almost. I'll show you the paste on this. So then I took that. It's all like nice and browned, right? I took that with the paste sauce, like sauce in there, and then put that into the fridge in a big silver bowl. And I've been taking spoonfuls of this and taking hamburger buns and toasting the hamburger bun, putting it in there with a piece of cheese and just eating it. And it's great. It's fantastic tasting. It's delicious every possible way. Yeah, delicious. Delicious. Toss into fried rice, totally good that way. I think I might do like day-old fried rice and then like put that in there, like cut it up real tiny pieces and then like put that in my day-old fried rice. Should be good. Yeah. So Uncle Roger doesn't like rapidly approach my location and murder me. How do you make your own hamburger buns? I actually don't make my own hamburger buns. I get these like, because I find hamburger buns to be kind of insufferable to make a lot of the times. And I like onion buns. So I get these like soft onion buns that they're like, you know, little bits of onion all over the top of them. It's nice. But 5-day-old rice? No, dude. No, day-old rice. 5-day-old rice. What is that? That's like fermenting at that point. Jesus. What meat is this? Just steak meat. Just beef. What is the highest value, lowest effort thing you like to cook? Literally what I just showed you. That takes me like, I don't know. It's like 3 minutes of prep, dude. It's so easy. I just throw it in the pan and just like done. Whatever. Just leave it. Actually, no. I'd say stew is probably easier now that I think about it. It's a highest value, lowest effort thing because I can chop everything up, throw it in the Instant Pot, and leave. And then 2 hours later, I have like a perfect beef stew. You know? Like that's good. And really low effort. I don't have to give a shit there. Worst Chestershire sauce? No, it's Wash Your Sister sauce. Get it right. Ridiculous. Your uncle says that, Lamau? It's pretty funny. Let's see. Whoa. Maybe we should call it EXP. That token's too long. Yeah. Short token. Much better. Incoherent British flailing. Good. Sounds like every type of British flailing. I'm on to you. Almost done with it.
Mizalama with 500 bits said yar cheer 100 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 hello Thor and chat.
So
A couple months ago I told you about my collie who had one of her hips replaced because of her dysplasia. I just wanted to share that a week ago she had her other hip replaced and she's doing great. She now has to just rest, and she'll be running free like she never did in the summer. I have a bionic dog now.
That's kind of cool, actually. Bionic dog. Bionic dog. All right. We have all of the stats in here. I had to link this over to Jake, so we have a source of truth for this. We did it. There's so many stats. Ugh. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. Yeah. Although that would only come out as barks. Just be bark, 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 bark. Praise the Omnissiah. Wouldn't it be like praise the Omnibarker or something like that? The Barkasiah? There's got to be something in there, right? Do you think that there's like... Do you think that there's like an Emperor of Mankind, but for dogs? In an infinite universe, there'd have to be, right? The Pomnisiah? Okay. Chant the litanies of the machine dog. Wait, is Airbud the Emperor of Dogkind? I believe. I mean, he possessed powers beyond that of a mortal dog. Right? The Omnishiba? Yeah, won't this anger Cheros? That's probably true. I feel like that's probably true. Wait, who isn't here for Cheros? Who was not here for Cheros? Who knows nothing of Cheros? Me? Alright, hold up. I have something to show you. Something wild. I have a headcanon for Warhammer 40k. And you can't tell me this is false. Basically, we keep feeding the Golden Throne souls every day. Eventually the Emperor's going to wither away and the chair will become the next Chaos God. Cheros will appear in the corner of every room. Corners will be outlawed by the Imperium as a result. This is Cheros. This is a manifestation of Cheros. Standing desks only. Cheros will become supreme. He's a new Chaos God. And Winky will be the harbinger of Cheros. That's right. He's going to be like his primary acolyte. Also, Cheros' servants are called cherubim, which is hilarious. There's no stopping it now. It's just real. I've willed it into reality. Everyone worships the chair. Like, you have to think about this, right? They don't just think about Big E. They think about the chair that is keeping him alive. All of that emotional turmoil, all of that emotional tie to the chair, while it consumes souls, births Cheros. That's why. It will ascend as a new Chaos God, forming within the warp. Cheros will rise. You know it in your heart to be true. You know it in your butt to be true. You will sit. And it will gain power for each who sits. I'm worshipping Cheros right now. I bet you are as well. Ugh. I feel like I get why some people get irrationally angry about Warhammer 40k headcanon. No, you don't. Please be seated. It's too late now. It's too late. Large dining tables are going to make a comeback? Hell yeah. Does he just turn you into a chair? No. He gains a small amount of power every time someone sits down. And for every minute that you sit down, he gains power from you. Sitting in a chair is an act of worship for Cheros. That's how it works. You may not even realize you're worshiping Cheros, but you're so thankful to be sitting in that chair, aren't you? It's just taken such a load off of you, you know? You feel rested, maybe even supernaturally so. Where do you think that's coming from, Chat? Where do you think it is? The chair can't really be that comfortable, can it? No. No, that's got to be coming from somewhere. That's Cheros. That's Cheros leaking back into our reality and blessing you with his gifts. It's true. Yeah, maybe even pairs up with Korn. Skulls for the Skull Throne and all that. That's a chair, technically. I hate it. I could keep going. We could do this all day. He's gone off the deep end? No. I'm finally seeing with my eyes wide open. I know the source of chair-based comfort, and you will too, eventually. You want a churro? God, churros sound really good. You know the game Musical Chairs? It's a sacrifice ritual. The odd one out, gone forever. All for Cheros. All for Cheros. Darmok and Gelada Tanagra, hell yeah. It's such a good episode, dude. This is why knowledge is heresy? What's a little bit of knowledge among friends, right? What's a little bit of knowledge? What's the problem? We're just learning, Hey, wait a minute. Chat, somebody's calling. It's for you. Some guy named Cheros. He wants to ask you a couple of questions. It shouldn't take a minute, Yeah. The chair is the organism, we're just the hosts. Answer the call, chat. That's Chairface? God, I love the tick. Seriously, that's what that is? Praise the man whose mind is too small and narrow to learn. Too small and narrow. May only the Emperor fit within his mind. I know 99% of chat doesn't know where that's from. It's a character from the Tick called Chairface. He was a villain. The only thing he wanted was to write his name on the moon with a laser. He wrote Chaw on the moon, and then that's all he was able to do before the Tick stopped him. And then for the rest of the entire series, it said Chaw on the moon. Forever. Even when the moon got like a big chunk taken out of it, it still said Chaw with a big chunk taken out of it. It's hilarious. Yeah. The moon in the Tick was very heavily abused. Deeply hilarious, dude. Need to rewatch that show. It's very funny. The Tick is fantastic, man. Factorio's nice, but Alchemy Factory is my jam. Alchemy Factory.
A waltzing dingo with 500 bits said I went to a Till Lindemann concert. Most amazing concert I've been to in my life. But then I got a message from a dog-sitting client of mine, literally at the end of the concert, saying their pup had died and they didn't need my services anymore.
Oh.
I absolutely believe in the monkey's paw. That said, sending my clients a 3D printed Hue Forge image of their pup to immortalize him. We'll miss that little bugger.
That's a cool thing to do. I'm glad they called you, too. It means you did a good job. That's rough, man. What we do is for each of the ferrets that passes at the rescue, we do clay paw prints for every one of them. And we get them cremated, and they come back in a box. So we have a box with their name, with their ashes, and we have paw prints we bake the paw prints in the clay. So we have that for every one of them. Yeah, for all of them. It's karma for supporting Lindemann. For what? Couches? I think, what is Lindemann? I don't know what that is. Yeah. I was just thinking about the dog. Yeah. In Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo explodes the moon. Yeah, but Krillin explodes a couple of times and he comes back, so. Roshi also explodes the moon. See? Exactly. Moon never comes back, only artificial moons. Get a load of this guy. He believes the moon is real. Why are you getting Roblox ads? Twitch is doing some kind of a partnership with Roblox. I have no control of that. I don't support Roblox. I don't think you should support Roblox. I think Roblox is a serious moderation issue. And I don't have any control there. And I would rather it not be on my channel. But I don't get a choice. They're just running it site-wide. Twitch is just making money, and no content creators are, nor do we have a decision. Cool. This is fine. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Tiny Block Tim, what do you mean you hope you're not in the Epstein files? My man, I feel like you would know. What is wrong with you? That is the wildest thing I've read on that at all. Yeah, the FNAF thing blew me away. That was I feel like Scott Cawthon is very unhappy about that. I mean, I would be, right? That's a... Yeah. Wait, what? The FNAF thing? Okay, so Jeffrey Epstein, in an email, was showing other people in his workforce pornography of Five Nights at Freddy's characters. I wish I was lying to you. Posted from 4chan, and those threads are archived, so you can go and see which ones he was. But he was passing around Five Nights at Freddy's porn, dude, which is like, I just can't. And now I'm not lying. No, I'm not lying. And now it's a matter of public record that you can look up on a .gov website. It's not cool breakfast talk. Dude, you wanted to know. The overlay's broken? What overlay? What are you talking about? There's no overlay broke. I just haven't been pressing the button enough.
Blizzard said, Thor,
Slow.
what do you think of Overwatch 2 dropping the 2 and returning to just Overwatch? Also, what do you think of them giving a cat a jetpack? Has science gone too far?
I think the first part of that is probably the smartest thing they've done with Overwatch since Overwatch 1 turned into Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2 was not a 2. It was not a new video game. It was an expansion of the original game. It should have always just been called Overwatch. The idea of changing it to Overwatch 2 was a mistake. That doesn't make any sense. I really hope that they go back to the formula they had in Overwatch 1 in terms of player progression for rewards and in terms of play style. The content was just better then for the game. It made a lot of people quit because it was like somebody going into an engine, not knowing why the engine works, and then changing everything about it, and then being like, why does nobody like the engine now? It's very strange. Strange movement, right? Like, the car is broken now because you fiddled with it. You didn't know why it was running in the first place. So I'm hoping that they revert a lot of the stupid shit, you know. I really do. The idea of having a cat with a jetpack, that seems like emergency money fund to me. I may be wrong about that. It's a cute character. But it does seem like press the emergency money button, you know? Like, that's what that seems like. Because the moment you make a cute animal character that's playable, you're just going to get that, right? Yeah, that's what that looks like at that point. So, it makes me wonder if it's going to be that way. Let me grab this. There we go. Yeah. They're losing to rivals. Yeah, they are. You know. My message is wild. Yeah, McMatter I just reported to Twitch and move on. It's a good assessment. Yeah, no, it's really kind of just weird. They already had Hammond. Hammond is a really good example of that, I think. So, like, yeah. He emailed it to his girlfriend in that one. Yeah, it was super weird, man. I think the worst part about that dude getting banned like that was that guy's been here since 2024, and he's been kind of like a mostly normal human being until that. Like somewhere along the line, his brain just cracked, and then he got banned for that. That's like the weirdest. I don't know, dude. It's wild. Yeah. Brain rot? That's like a level above brain rot, man. Like, that's getting weird. You know? I think Rivals is just better IP in general. I think Overwatch could be really good, and it was at one point. And I don't know what they were thinking, but it just imploded, you know?
Shadow Crushes said I made a thing. I made a Magic the Gathering fan project, a Discord bot, and I have gotten a lot of compliments of what it can do and such, so I'm really happy for that. It's already on 17 Discord servers, I just hope it keeps growing. Funny enough, it's called Otterly MTG. Yes, I love otters as well.
That's kind of cool. I dig that, man. Good. Make things. The idea of playing a otter Magic the Gathering is what it sounds like. I'd like to understand what you made. Are mechs just Charos' way of adding chairs to war machines? Yes. You'll notice Charos' influence everywhere once you start looking. Gamer chairs that make you a better gamer, right? Why? Blessings of Charos. Relaxation, the rocking chair. It's more comfortable for the elderly. Why? Blessings of Charos, right? Every action needs a special chair. Formula One racing chairs, blessing of Charos. Makes them a better racer, doesn't it? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. You can see the blessings of Charos once you look. Wheelchair allows those with the inability to move on their own, due to their legs or lack thereof, to now move due to the blessings of Charos. The wheelchair. The wheelchair. If that's not a blessing, I don't know what is. Charos. Couches are superior? What is a couch but a long chair? It's no escape. You know it in your heart to be true. You know, chat. How many of you have prayed on the porcelain throne? Charos. I told you I could keep going with this. The Emperor of Mankind sits in a chair. Where do you think Charos spawned in the beginning? We all pray to the Emperor of Mankind. We know of his powers, his blessings, but we also know he's kept alive by the golden throne that we feed so many souls to every day. And as such, Charos has emerged. This is how it started. Charos is real now. Quest, Jesus. All hail Charos. Use a bidet. Blessings of Charos. Beanbag chair? A lesser avatar of Charos, but one just the same. Bestowing unique comforts. A stool? Do you sit upon it? Do you gain comfort from its existence by sitting upon it? Charos. 90s blow-up chair? Yes. Yes. Your chair sucks. That chair has been unbound. No longer tied to Charos. You must find another. If your chair sucks, and you find no comfort in it, it means that it's drifted away from the influence of Charos. A poor chair. Yeah. Your music's sick? Thanks. This one is called, what was it? My brain turned off. It is Cave Wave. It's the Cave Wave. Herman Miller is the Church of Charos. You might be right. Your chair is falling apart. That's because Charos' power has been infused to it for so long that it's starting to fray in this reality. It's time to find another, more proper receptacle for his blessings. What about chair dogs? Deeply cursed, also from Charos. Tiny Block Tim, I think you know the answer to that. Yeah. Is this coming off the top of your head? Yeah. The whole Charos religion has been. Or has it? Maybe it's something I've known as a deep-seated truth the whole time. Did you catch that? Where do truths lie, chat? Deep-seated truths. Now you can see it. The hints of Charos everywhere you look. There's no escape. You can't boo me. You can't boo me. It's too late. I'm too far gone. Booing will do nothing now. You are ridiculous? Yeah. This is what happens. Sounds like you've been playing Look Outside today. Maybe a little bit. Probably just in my head. Wololo. Exactly. Praise unto Charos. Who made you this way? I think it was all of you, actually. I think you did this. Yeah. I think it is. You just put this into one of your video games? Maybe we'll add Charos the Heartbound somewhere as like a meme. Yeah. Yard chair? We can make a yard chair. We can do yard Charos. You make us this way, so you only have yourself to blame. I mean, the chat reflects the streamer, and the streamer reflects the chat. It's an Ouroboros of curse, really. Charos merch? Oh no. God damn it, dude. It's just how it goes. You're naming your firstborn Bartholomew? Blessed... Blessed are your seating quarters. We have to come up with, like, a blessing. What's the blessing of Charos called? Do you think, like, lumbar support is part of Charos' grand plan? Because that's, like, the best kind of chair. Like, lumbar support is, like, an advanced Charos blessing. Cushioning is part of it. Like, you ever think about a toilet seat and know that it's just, like, a solid piece of wood or, like, a solid piece of porcelain that you sit on it and it's comfortable? That's got to be the blessing of Charos. Like, that has to be at that point. Because, like, you're just sitting on hard wood and it's like, wow, this is actually comfortable. Like, what? What is that? Charos. That's what it is. He knows. Yeah. That's true now that you mention it. I know. You'll start to see it. You will. Respectfully recline? No, disrespectfully recline. The blessing of charity. You know, everyone does know that charity is such a good thing to be a part of, right? Charity. He's in all things that are good, Jen. Charos. Clairvoyance, dude, he gives you clairvoyance. You can see slightly into the future, but only up into the point where you sit down next. That's what it is. You can only see the next chair that you will be sitting in. That's clairvoyance. Yes. Nothing else. Nothing in between. Just that moment. The moment of sitting. It's true. I really don't like chair puns. They just don't sit well with me? Okay. Very good. Charos Wrath. The piston in your chair smites you. Oh. That's terrifying. That's the scariest thing to me. That is actually like the scariest death. I hate it.
True Tygon said, what do I do with all my points?
What you just did.
Phil Wicks with 500 bits said, hope you are all having a good day.
Very funny.
I'm about to make it worse. What did the doctor say to the man who swallowed a tiny airport? I'm afraid it's terminal. Anyway, reminding everyone to look up Ugly Garfield. Praise be his ugliness. Lord bringeth lasagna and banishes thy Mondays.
Ugly
Amen.
Garfield. What? Oh. That is really ugly. That is a really, really ugly Garfield. I'll show it to chat in a moment. Waiting on the ads.
Helebuthic_Zernovoy said, nice shirt, bro.
Thanks. It's pretty good. I have like 2 of them.
Kablooey Krebs said, hello Thor, Goblinus Maximus and fellow goblins. I'm here to harden my case that was previously dissolved too easily.
Oh.
Have you noticed that people tend to stick to this stream? Goblins here can feel a bond forming. These are clear marks that Thor worked with Sticky 7 and Big Glue as a bonding agent previously.
No.
Stick it to the Big Glue, fellow goblins. Yar glue.
I mean, yeah, totally go that direction. That's definitely not the reason why. It has nothing to do with the old gods and magic in any way. Just perish the thought. It has nothing to do with that. Definitely has to do with glue. Definitely mundane materials. Nothing esoteric at all. No sacrifices. None of it. I'm glad. Oh, I can't believe you're on to me. I can't. Man, that's. Oh no, that's rough. Really. Yeah.
Mitsunari with 500 bits said, yar cheer 100, yar cheer 100, yar cheer 100, yar cheer 100, yar cheer 100. Good day, Mr. Sofa. I bring to you today a manga recommendation. The story goes like this. Batman fights Joker, nothing new Sofa, but then he falls into a chemical container and turns into a baby. After that, Joker tries his hand at parenting the baby bat, getting him toys and sending him to kindergarten while doing crime when he doesn't have Bruce to take care of. Yar lul. The manga is called One Operation Joker.
What? What? I've never heard of that. That's wild. No, it's super wild. Also, Ugly Garfield. Also, depending on how big that is, blessed by Cheros. But that is like a really ugly Garfield. That's like really ugly. That's like really ugly. Yeah. A little bit of abomination. It's not ugly? I mean, I guess I could go uglier. Here, let me give you an uglier Garfield. Is that ugly enough for you now? Is that like enough? Should we somehow go uglier? Do we need an even uglier Garfield, dude? Because that's a pretty ugly Garfield at that point. I feel like people have tried really hard to make like the ugliest Garfield. Like they keep doing this, and it keeps getting uglier. Like it's getting wild. I heard that. There you are. It's Jake. Burp. Burp. What'd you walk into, ugly Garfield? Are you puking? Blech. 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 Gross? Blech. I mean, you didn't move. I blame you for that. Poor Jake, true. It has to be an HR violation, true. There we go. Jake, I've done it. I've listed all of the statistics and their internal names and their display names and what they do for the player on all of these. We've done it. We've done it. The final one. By God, he's done it. Only took 6 hours? Yeah, but it's fun, right? We had to, like, work some stuff out along the way and, like, rename some shit and, like, talk about things, you know? And I think this is a good little rubric for us, you know, listing each one of these out. If I want to be more intense about it, I'll probably split it up into offensive, defensive, and utility, because we'll probably need that inside of our UI. I'm making professions. I need to finish EXP sources and then let professions modify stats. And you can make all the professions. That's perfect because I've got my profession write-up that I have to do anyway. So I think what I'll do is tomorrow I'm going to write up the profession write-up for each one of the sub-professions because I'll have to do one for each. And we'll probably start with foraging because foraging is going to be the easiest implementation out of everything. So, or with farming. Farming and foraging are quite different. Foraging is items found that have been spawned through natural means out in World Gen, and farming is from players like farming a material, you know, like the growing wheat and shit like that. I do want to make it so that players can get experience, like farming experience, farming at home. So we'll bring that back. So I think that'll be quite fun that way. So at least wheat maxers will have something to do, right? I just don't know which yet. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I just realized what a curse of Charos would be. Hank Hill's ass. That's a curse of Charos. Done. With farming at home, you do. Yeah. That's what happens. If you defy Charos, he will give you Hank Hill's ass. It's true. It's true. Yeah. Anyway, back to the TTS. Damn it, Bobby.
Awesome Jedi 99 with 500 bits said, "Yar cheer 500, is this heresy? L shift is not a crouch or sprint button. Left control is sprint, C is crouch. I never really got into Christopher Nolan's Batman movies. I like pineapple on pizza. I think tomatoes belong in a burger. Pickles too. Any heresy? I have another dono. I got into game development side of things. I'm trying out Godot."
I feel like you might be a follower of Zinch. And not that I am one, but if I was, we'd hang out. But I'm not, obviously.
Awesome Jedi 99 with 500 bits said, "Yar cheer 500 to continue. I tried to do animation but couldn't stay on track on an idea. I'll probably get back on it later. I got into Godot. I'm making low poly character models and seeing where it goes.
Good.
I now feel that in the 2030s a large portion of PC gamers will move to Linux due to Microsoft's incapability of making anything work. Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions are masterpieces. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 3 is also a masterpiece. Bully Maguire makes it good."
You lost me at that last part. You said words, but I don't understand what those words meant. I actually think that gaming will move towards Linux, but it won't be because of that. I think it'll be because of Steam. If Valve keeps pushing in the direction that they are, with pushing Linux support in the way that it does, it will become more normalized and it will have more driver support for any type of gaming that you want to do. And because of things like the Steam Deck, you will see more Linux gaming machines. This is going to be the major driver, I feel, as I think it's just going to be Valve really pushing it. Microsoft shitting itself violently is going to happen anyway. Like, that's definitely going to drive people, but I think the GameCube, I think that the Steam Deck, I think those are really the major drivers for that direction. Yeah, people don't actually care about an operating system. They just care about being able to play their games. And if Linux is a better way to play games because it has so much support now, because Valve is driving that support wave, great. I think it's huge. I actually think that Valve did more for Linux support than any other company I've seen in like a decade, man. I really do. Microslop. I remember when people would say like microdick to them and they get upset. But I guess they're getting mad about microslop now, which I think is very funny. I think people being upset about being called microslop is probably the funniest outcome. And I will continue to say it until they stop being an AI-driven company. That'd be great. Yeah, microslop. Macro slop, there's a lot of slop there, so it could be a macro amount of slop. That's true. MS is one of the biggest contributors right now, ironically. Yeah, I think that's quite funny. Yeah, if you don't want to be called slop, stop being slop. True. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, the potential pullback to Copilot? You mean like removing it from Notepad and removing it from MS Paint, where it totally belonged, right? Like, I hope that all these major tech companies pull out of that shit because they realize how wasteful it has been. It has not added value to their shit. What'd you think of the new Fable showcase? I have not been watching any of the Fable anything because I want to go in completely blind. All I know is I can kick a chicken, which makes me excited because that's what previous iterations of Fable let me do. It's all I've seen, and I've that's it. I want to stay away from it. I want to look at it, and I want to talk about it. I want to hear it. Be secret. Yeah. Yep.
Lactac said we are the board, resistance is futile.
No. Jesus. All
Mun
right.
ran 9464 said hello Thor.
Hello.
If you're looking for interesting story song, I recommend listening to a song called Legend of the Dogman, which is about a cryptid that exists in the Midwest.
I know
you're
Dogman.
a strong Mothman supporter, though either song for the Dogma is a good spooky song. Link to song incoming in 3, 2, 1, http.
So I know of the Dogman. It's supposed to be in like Michigan. Yeah, it's Michigan. Okay, found it. And it's specifically not a werewolf. It is instead a dogman, which is weird, but also hilarious. Yeah, it's a local legend. The Dogman is different than the Wolfman. You know, we have a festival going on in Guild Wars 2 right now. Does it include the Dogman? Is he a good boy? No. The idea is that he eats you. You die. Not a very good boy. Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. Not good. What is this Reddit media evolution of the trash icon? Why are you sending me this? I don't want to see this. Is he different than the Muffin Man? He is, because the Muffin Man lives on Drury Lane. Yeah. And the Dogman eats you alive. It's very different. Different move, I think. Doesn't rhyme as well either. Wendigo is a good pup. Wendigos are different. Aren't Wendigos supposed to be people that have transformed by eating other people? Isn't that what that is? The Wendigo turns into a human being turns into a Wendigo because they absorb the spirit of a cannibal. Yeah. I love cryptids, man.
Mitsunari with 500 bits said yar cheer 100 yar cheer 100 yar cheer 100 yar cheer 100 yar cheer 100. Gotta say my most favorite fake type songs have to be Fake Style 1 and 2 and Cruel Creator, and I love the song They Mad with Can called Bloody Mary. It's a bop goblin jam.
Fake type is really good shit. Yeah, really good shit. Is Wendigo a slur? No. Wendigo is the term for a mythical being. It's a mythical creature that is, as far as I know, derived from a man that is inhabited by a spirit of a cannibal. And they transform. It's a cryptid. Yeah. It's a cryptid. They use it in a lot of media. Like a lot. Also, I'm actually really sad for cryptids. I really like cryptids. I think that local legends are really cool. And we live in a time now where they're ruined. Because anyone can just make AI-generated video and AI-generated images of any given cryptid. So it kind of like removes the mystique of all of that, which sucks, you know? It used to be like weird trail cam footage and all kinds of shit like that, and everybody like kind of believing this thing, and it was kind of cool to have local legends, but now you just generate that stuff. And that's not that fun. Yeah, a lot of it goes back to Native American folktales for some of them, yeah. Yep. Yeah, Native American folklore is Wendigos. But for other ones, it's like Mothman, right? You know, I love shitty cam footage. I do too. I do think that we're losing something cultural with that one, which does kind of suck. You watch something in the Mothman in West Virginia on Prime? Mothman's really cool, and the original story of Mothman is actually terrifying because it's not just like a local legend. It's like they had like evidence and people were terrified and like a police officer saw it and like all this kind of shit, and they never had an explanation for it. And it was from a time before they had like drones or anything like that, so it couldn't be people messing around with that in the forest. But no, the original like police reports for Mothman were like wild, right? And I think that's kind of what births a legend like that. Did you not like? Yeah, no, it's weird, dude. People are obsessed with Mothman. I actually did Mothman March as a event inside of Block Game Minecraft, and when I did that, somebody in the community actually left the community and sent me an angry email talking about how I shouldn't like make fun of the Mothman because it's like a serious thing, and like I don't understand the danger, and like all they went really rabid on me in the email about it, and I was like, I'm just doing an event because I think moths are cool. like I made a bunch of suits of armor for like the Atlas moth and like the Luna moth and like all this stuff, and I was like, this is gonna be really cool. Mothman is cool, you know, and like, but no, it's people are really serious about it. They're really serious about it, you know. They're so serious about it that they made a statue that has like a seriously defined ass on it. It is incredibly caked up. And if you look it up online, you will see his shiny metal ass. One time someone put a tattoo above it. Go to the internet and look. That's how serious it is. It's a statue that's there. Right. Yeah, that's wild. You love Wendigo and Spider-Woman? I'm trying to think of what my favorite cryptid really is. It might be Mothman. It might unironically be Mothman. Yeah. Mothman's pretty good. You search Mothman's ass and click images, you'll find exactly what I'm talking about immediately. It's real. That's an actual statue. And there's no reason that they made it that well defined, but they did anyway. Jersey Devil's pretty cool. I like Jersey Devil. The Chupacabra is pretty cool too. Chupacabra. That's a cool one. Why is this crack so shiny? Not only is this crack shiny, it's really well formed, so sometimes people put quarters in it and they'll stay there in the crack of the Mothman statue, which I think is hilarious, personally. Jackalope is really cool. I like a jackalope. In fact, they have jackalopes instead of Hightail, which I thought was cool. Yeah. Sam the Sandown Ghost Clown? I don't know anything about that one. That's new to me. Quoth, I don't think that's a cryptid. That might be a yokai. Yeah. There's if you look into Japanese yokais, there's like hundreds of them, and they're usually based around a couple of things. They're based around you left your stuff outside, or the weather was really bad. Yokai. Or this person died and they're upset about it. That's another yokai type. So it's like they're basically life advice turned into a monster. Clean up your shoes, it'll turn into the shoe yokai. Clean up your wet towel, it'll turn into the wet towel yokai. Don't die alone, you'll turn into the die alone yokai. Like just like stuff like that. They're like interact with other people and clean up after yourself, or you'll make demons, right? That's sort of what yokai seem to be for me. Is there's a lot of that. There's very specific ones, but a lot of the mundane yokai are really that way, if that makes sense. Which I think they're cool. I think yokai are cool. It's a cool way to teach people to like clean up after the damn selves, because if they don't, it'll turn into a demon and eat them alive. Yeah, don't sit on the chair, you'll turn it into a yokai, right? W traditions, IMO, I agree. I actually like traditions. I think traditions are really helpful for people because it's a way of passing down knowledge of kind of mundane things in sort of a fantastic way, right? Like, obviously, we know that the chair is not going to turn into a demon if you don't put it away. But, like, if you instill something of tradition into people, be like, clean up after yourself. Live a life like that. Put the goddamn cart back when you leave the supermarket. instilling that into people, I don't think is a bad thing, right? Like, do it with a, a coat of paint of the esoteric, and it's kind of interesting. But like, I don't know, just teach people not to be dipshits, Clean up after yourself and be cool, Australians have the yowie. I don't know. I've heard that term, but I don't know what it means. Oh yeah, you guys have your own version of the of like the man-eater, the yowie. It's a folklore thing. Just eats people. Yeah. You also turn it into candy. You have a candy that's named after it. It's just a little guy. Canada has the Wendigo. You heard something extremely different? You might be cooked. The internet is too much for you now, Jake. Aussies have the bunyip. I think I've heard of that one, too. We have something called a snipe. Oh, yeah, the bunyip is creepy. When I was a child, I got lied to by my grandfather when we were out doing camping, and he said that we were going on a snipe hunt, and they're these tiny creatures, and if you're not careful, they'll get you, right? And he scared the shit out of us, and we told all these stories about the snipe and all this kind of stuff. And then in the middle of the night, it's me and my brother in one tent, and then my stepdad and like my mom over in another tent. I think it was just them. I think it was my stepdad that was telling me the story. Yeah, stepdad was telling the story. And what he had done was he took beer bottles and he put them on this side of the tent and he tied them up with string. And he started screaming over in their tent. And they're like, "What the hell are you doing? Leave my tent alone." And I'm like, "We're not messing with your tent." He's like, "Oh, yeah, bullshit. You cut that shit out right now." And then they started screaming, and they're like, "They're all over. They're everywhere." And then he pulled the string for the beer bottles to go underneath, and it was only like two of them, but you're freaking out. You're panicking, so you think they're all over the place, and they're shaking the tent, and they're doing that thing, and we're just starting to freak out and scream and panic and all this kind of stuff. And that's a snipe hunt. You scare basically, you take kids into the woods, and you scare the living shit out of them, and that's a snipe hunt. That's what that. So if you want to do that, they'll remember it for the rest of their lives. Enjoy that. That's what a snipe hunt is. Yeah, you scare the living shit out of them, whatever it is. Yeah, it's super rude, but like, I don't know. Now it's funny, right? Now I'm older and I'm like, that's hilarious, right? Scare the shit out of the kids. Great, Yeah, snipe hunt, dude. It's a snipe hunt. You're going out there, you go into the woods and you catch the cryptid known as the snipe. It's very funny. That was my stepdad on that one. It wasn't my grandpa. I misspoke. It was my stepdad and my mom. But, like, not my grandfather. My grandpa's kind of a dumbass. Grandpa, my mom's side? Yeah, kind of a dumbass. The memories of childhood trauma. Just like grandpa used to make. Yeah, exactly. No, I think I said it wrong in the beginning. I was like, yeah, it was my grandpa. I was like, wait, no, it wasn't. It was my stepdad. Childhood PTSD we all have. I think the snipe hunt is hilarious. Personally. Yeah. I think that, honestly, I think the snipe hunt is hilarious. I think that's... I know that's not like the politically correct thing of like, oh, all children should be never scared and bullshit. No, scare me in the woods with the snipe hunt. I remember that for the rest of my life. Shit was a canon event, dude. Great. Fantastic. You know what it taught me? Don't trust anything. Good. It's like telling me to go to the Wildie and get my armor trimmed. Fantastic. Core memory unlocked. Don't trust people. Good. Always be suspicious. Don't get ripped off. Thor's experience? What's that? I don't know what. He just doesn't like you. Exactly. Can we rip you off? Yes. Question everything and everyone, always. Yes. Always be skeptical, dude. Thor's AI is an old take. It's true. You'll never prove it, even if it was true. Because I'm a real human, TM. You're not skeptical of Cheros? I mean, why would you be? Think of the consequences. It's not good. Kids need to be desensitized to scary stuff. I don't know about that. Because my parents scared the living shit out of me when I was a kid. Probably a little too much. And now I have phobias. So I know that there is a limit. I watched Friday the 13th when I was a kid. I was way too young. And there are 2 scenes in that movie that scared the living shit out of me. One of them is this woman gets into a bathtub and she's taking a bath and the bottom falls out and then there's like a shark and it's in the deep ocean. I am terrified of the ocean and I know it's because of that scene. Like, I know it. I 100% know that I am afraid of the ocean because of that scene. The other one is a guy falls asleep on the couch and the couch eats him and then shoots meatloaf all over the room. I don't sleep on couches because of this. And I know it. I cannot have a good night's rest on a couch. If I even sleep on a couch a little bit, I get weird and I wake up. I know for a fact it's because of that movie. I could trace the memory back to that moment and just be like, nope. Like, nope, not doing it. Yeah. Yeah, so I think there is a limit. I think you can be too young to watch a scary movie because you're too young to realize that shit's fake and it just becomes a part of you. Even when you're older and you know that it's stupid, it's just still in there, right? Yeah. You were born with your fear of the ocean? Good. Good. That's healthy, I think. Maybe. Poltergeist messed you up when you were a kid? Didn't mess me up. Poltergeist was kind of whatever. Jaws were in the ocean for you? Because you were young and watched it? I thought the Jaws was funny when I was a kid. I actually did. I thought it was hilarious. Maybe a messed up kid. You had a ghost experience? I did. I have one experience that I'll never be able to explain ever in my life. And it sounds so stupid and weird. It's so stupid and weird, and I have no idea how to explain it. And that's just the way that's always going to be. It's always going to be that way. I was, this is super weird. I've told this story before, and I don't tell it very often because it's super weird. I was at my dad's house, and this is when I was growing up, and there's like stairs going up right here, and this is the kitchen. And you know that feeling when someone walks into the room, and you can kind of hear their footsteps, and you know who it is based on the weight of the footstep. You just know instinctively, like, who it is. You know that feeling? Someone walks in the room, you're like, oh, hey, it's you. And you know who it is before you even look, just based on being around them a long time. Well, I hear my brother walk into the room behind me, and I turn around and I go to look, and it's this 6 to 7 foot tall shadow thing. And I just go, and I freak out and I panic and I pass out, right? And I wake up a couple of minutes later, because I'm making food, right? And nothing's burnt at this point. It's only been like maybe a minute, right? And I wake up and I go, I just had a hallucination. I'm losing my shit. Obviously, I've lost my mind, right? So I walk out in the living room. I turn everything off. And I walk out in the living room to my dad and the rest of my family sitting there. And I go, hey, I need to go to the hospital. I just saw this. I'm clearly hallucinating. Something is wrong. And he goes, don't worry about it. And I'm like, why? And he goes, all of us are seeing this. Your stepmom's going to handle it. And she got out a sage wand, and she burned it. She went around the house, and I never saw it again. And I have no explanation for that because it's a shared experience now. I have no solution for that whatsoever. It broke all of my idea of reality, and I've never had an answer for that. And I was like, well, now that we've all seen it, what do I do with that? So it's just sat in a box in the back of my brain as the unknowable, unexplainable bullshit that whatever that was. So like I'm like, all right, man, cool, you know? Yeah, that's one of the ones where I'm like, nah, I don't know about that. I'm just gonna leave that in the back there. We'll just file it under nope, you know? Yeah. You shove it deep down in the back. Basically, I'm gonna tell you this right now, if you're not that old, you're gonna collect these throughout your life. Yeah, you're gonna collect them. There are gonna be moments like that happen throughout your life. And it's gonna get weird, and you're just gonna take that and you're gonna go, nah. And you'll never have an answer to that at all whatsoever. It's just going to be in the back of your head as one of those things that you'll never solve. And that's it. You'll just collect them over your years. And that's one of mine. Yeah. That's for therapy. That's for therapy. It is. Yeah, but maybe not, you know. Carbon monoxide's a hell of a drug. That's the other thing. So, like, I thought maybe it'd be like a carbon monoxide thing. No, it wasn't. All the windows were open. Everything was fine. The oven wasn't being used, and there was no, like, time of day. Like, dude, there was, like, methodical stuff that went through for this of, like, checking for carbon monoxide, checking for all these types of things. There was nothing. There was nothing. So it was like, like, what do you do with that? I don't know what you do with that. Yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing. Anyway, we got ads. Yeah. Your brother is such a prankster? I know, right? Yeah, so I just filed it under whatever, man. You know? What did your stepmom do? She did the sage wand. So what a sage wand is it's an older belief where you burn sage around the openings of different doorways and things, and that cleanses the home. Yeah. I'm going to file it under heptapod. Yeah, a little bit of heptapod going on there. I have never blacked out in my life beyond that. Never. No matter how scared I've been. I have no idea what caused that. The only thing that I can describe it as is I felt hunted. For just a moment. Like a prey animal. Like you knew you were going to lose. Like this was it. And then I woke up. Yeah, I have no other way of describing that. Horrifying. Yeah. You met an Orcon? Bro, I don't even know what that means. You ever seen the movie The Babadook? I have. Oh, and by the way, this was in broad daylight. Not at night. Not in the dark. Middle of the day. Like 2 p.m. Bright sunlight. California. Yeah. Was this part of you high life stress? Life high stress? No. No. Not even at all. Everything was pretty great. It came out of nowhere. No major stresses, no bullshit, nothing. So I was just like, all right, well, that's going in the old back pocket. The heptapod. It's the heptapod, dude. Yeah, so that was the thing, is everyone in the house had seen it at different times. It was always described the exact same way, because I explained it directly for that. And then it was no bullshitting, no joke making, no anything. No anything at all. And it was just, stepmom sprung into action. She's like, I've got exactly what we need for this. Pulls out like the sage wand, lights it on fire, goes around every window, which is like a Wiccan tradition of like cleansing the home. And I was like, I don't know anything about any of this shit. What do you mean you've seen it? It's like, oh no, shit's haunted. I was fully aware. I was like, okay, I'm having a hallucination. This is a medical emergency. I need to go to the doctor. And then it was like, no, actually, demons are real. And I was like, what? It's not what you expect or want, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's not good. It's not good. None of it is good. That was the Thor.exe has stopped working moment. Yeah. And I have seen other things throughout my life since then, but I think that was the first one where I went, no, I can't explain that one. And everyone's like, yeah, you'll collect those as you grow up. And I collected that one, and that one is collected now. It's in the box. It's in the weird box. It's in the weird box. Yeah, it's weird. It exhausted Occam's razor for that story. That's exactly it. It's like, I'm a really big skeptic, dude. Like, I'm a super big skeptic. So when that happened, I was immediately like, this is medical. I'm having a neurological problem. Just immediately. I was like, this is a go to the hospital kind of a thing. Check the house kind of a thing. All that stuff. There was nothing, like Occam's razor was fully expended. And it's like, okay. All right. Well, that's about that, I guess. Cool. You know, like, what do you do with it? Got really interested in necromancy? Necromancy. Whose neck were you romancing? You know what? Don't kiss and tell.
Dystypical said, Sinka, you like story songs and hadn't heard of Freelance Wales. I want to share their song Broken Horse. I'd also recommend Generator Carrot First Floor because I think it's neat how the structure of the music itself conveys the simple story. See,
I like that.
YouTube for Broken Horse, https://
I skipped the link, but it'll be up in the Discord. I want to check them out because that sounds really cool. Legitimately really cool. So thank you.
Identity Chrysos said, start talking to the VA a year out. If you submit your claim before you're 90 until separation, the VA has to disprove anything you claim. Any time after that, it's all on you.
Yeah, you got to keep records of everything. You got to keep records of absolutely everything. I think that's something that a lot of people don't do either, because they go in there expecting to be taken care of, which they should be taken care of, but they aren't. Veterans just aren't, and you have to bring in so much paperwork and proof and information to show what is going on. I think it's outrageous, personally. I think veterans need to be treated with more respect, and I think that the medical system, the VA system, lets them down entirely. So, very, very large amount of time. Yeah, fighting the VA is a pain in the ass. It is. It really is.
DJLIGHTNINGBOLT 213 with 1000 bits said I pay fine for talk politic. Lol JK.
Or talk politic? This man speak politics, singular. Yeah.
Desist Dawdling said hey Thor. We submitted a game to the game jam, but the web build wouldn't let it play properly.
Ooh.
I created a video showing gameplay and added it to our GDD. I recently transferred the file to Godot 4.6 and it now works. No coding changes were made. Can I resubmit the playable version, even just privately?
So, there's been a lot of people that wanted to resubmit stuff. I got a couple of tickets about it because I was talking about maybe there's something we can do about it. I have to do a cutoff. I can't go and manage through every single person's, because we've got a bunch of people that like tried to submit seconds too late and all this kind of stuff, and it feels really bad to try and cut that off, but there are simply too many of them for me to manage, right? There's just too many of them. So the only thing I can say is if your build didn't work when you put it up there, that's something you have to learn about the submission process of like test early, test often, make sure that your build is functional, get it up there and actually have someone play it, and not last minute, not last hour, not last 5 minutes, you know. Like there were people waiting for the last literal 60 seconds to like submit. I'm like, why are you doing that? Like, just don't. Yeah. Like that's just too many, man. Like it's just not a safe thing to do. So like I'm going to have to tell people like, no, if you didn't submit, you didn't submit. And like, does that suck? Yeah. But like it's not fair to all the people that did everything correctly on time. And it's a load of work, dude. Like it's a huge amount of work on us. Posted days early, then updated every day. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Who's submitting what? We're talking about the game jam. People just trying to submit late. And I know that sucks. I know it sucks. I know it's like a harsh lesson learned, and I'm not trying to be a dick. It's just like the reality of that is it's a lot of work to like grade all of these, you know, and I've been doing it and going through them. So yeah, we go again. And it's fine. The biggest thing that you have to understand is the submission at the end was not even the intent. I know that's weird to say, is that submitting the game to me and having me grade your assignment doesn't matter. What matters is that you learn something cool through the process of creation. Little Zinchian, right? A little bit of Zinchian there. But like the idea is that you tried something that you're not usually used to doing. You may have even not even completed. You may have failed along the way. But if you learned anything at all, then you succeeded. That is the whole point of the game jam. That's the whole point of the game jam. Yeah, and Blanky. So, like, please do keep that in mind. Please do. Of, like, that's it. Yeah. You almost certainly didn't complete. Exactly. 99% of them didn't complete stuff. But even if you did anything, you win. You know, that's the whole point. Is it was meant to be a 2-week period of you learning stuff. So, line has to be drawn no matter what's done. It will negatively impact someone somehow. I know. And like I know people are going to be upset about this, and some people are going to take it too hard, and they're going to hate me for the rest of their lives and make it part of their personality. But like, I can't do anything about that. I want you to be creative, and I'm giving you a platform to be so that you can learn some shit, so you can keep being creative. And you do with that what you will, and I hope that you follow the guidelines and do that. Like I even had to disqualify someone the other day because they made their whole game, but then they AI generated their cover page, like their cover information for their game, like the display image for it. And we told them no AI generated content. Last game jam, we actually had a bunch of people AI generate their game design document, which is just wild, right? Like there's it's like you're not learning anything if you do that. It doesn't make any sense. So it's just like, it's upsetting. Yeah. It's just upsetting, you know. Yeah, we had 3 people get disqualified last time from AI generated. They generative AI'd their design doc, and I was like, that's the point is that you're doing this yourself and learning from it. And if you outsource that to a robot, you're not actually learning from that in any possible way. So, and I even gave them a template, you know, and I think that's the thing is like I gave them the template to learn from, you know, from another person who had made one, and they still didn't take that. They just Gen 8 AI'd it, which is sad. Yeah. You're really hating people who are AI generating their readme.md on GitHub right now? Oh my god, dude. That's wild. That's, how to spot Gen AI slop. So I'll give you an example. There's a lot of telltale signs, like little pieces on most AI generated images. There's a look and feel to them. But what I do is I take those images and I throw them through 5 different detectors that are online. And the ones that I've gone like, bap, bap, that one's gone, right? They've hit 99% across 4 out of the 5. Like, that's just, not only does it look like it, like very obviously like merging in materials and like characters 6 fingers kind of shit, but also you have these scanners actually showing that they're showing up as generative AI. So and it'll say the exact, you know, thing that they used. I should make a video on spotting this shit because it's a lot of normal people don't know how to spot it right off the bat, you know, and it's kind of rough. It's like rough to see, and then it's sad. So, an MS Paint drawing used for a cover image is better than Gen AI. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And we see that all too often, like even in the gaming space. If you go to mobile games, like 50% of mobile games right now are using generative AI images, like for their cover images. And it's super weird because you'll see this incredibly high definition image that's obviously Gen AI'd. And you go look at the game and it's like super crunchy pixel art. I'm like, why would you? It doesn't even look anything like the game, man. Like, what? Why? You know? Yeah, a lot of Hightail mods are doing it now, too. It's so common. Yeah, so aren't some of those detectors faulty, though? I'm going to tell you right now, it's really obvious to tell when, like, somebody's skin is merging into, like, the chainmail that they're wearing. Because the AI doesn't know where one begins and one ends. Like, it's... I go to the detectors as a backup, not as the first case, you know? Yeah, no, it's not good. So, like, I don't know, man. I think it's just really obvious right now. Eventually, it won't be obvious. Normies can't even detect it 99% of the time now. They just don't even know. And I think that's something to really be honest about is the normal, average, non-terminally online internet user, which is none of us, to be clear, can't detect AI. They can't tell. And that's going to get more and more concerning, both in a lot of different spheres. It'll get concerning in the political sphere. It'll get concerning in propaganda. It'll get concerning in world events. It'll get concerning in everything, like legitimately concerning in everything, because the farther along this tech goes, the more that it's tricking people of lower and lower ages. Yeah. So that's weird. Super weird, actually. It's already happening in propaganda? Oh, I'm well aware. Yeah. You get fooled sometimes. I'm not even focusing on it. The way my litmus test for it is, did that image evoke an emotional reaction from me? Yes, that's probably by design. The moment that I feel an emotional reaction to the image, that prompts me to look at it deeper because it's probably designed to do so. And then we go from there. And it usually turns out to be bullshit at that point. It's very rare that it's actually a real image. So I think that's where you got to kind of catch yourself. You're like, I'm mad. Wait a minute. Or, oh, isn't that sweet? Wait a minute. You know? Yeah. You assume everything is AI? Good. Everything's bullshit. That's how it should be. Cats are AI? Accurate. I believe in that.
Hordian said, hey Thor, do you plan on writing any lore to block game or implementing any cool systems from Ashes into it? Lore-wise, I felt a disconnect between the dungeon names sounding serious but then a lot of silly names around, and I was super interested in the node system from Ashes. Sounded like a great idea for a cool experience.
I'm not taking anything from Ashes other than what not to do. I've got a lot of ideas from MC version of block games or a Minecraft version of block game where I have hidden narratives and things like that. I'm going to be able to expand on that very heavily inside of Hytale block game. I want to put story through items. I want to have relics and heroes, things that have long since passed. I want to add structures, which are called prefabs in Hytale, that tell stories and narratives across great deals of space or maybe in specific biomes. I want you to discover that, and since it is a social sandbox, a lot of the story outside of that will be written by the players, your interactions with each other, great wars and things like that. You know, that's all down to you guys and your history and the things that you make. Oh, wait. Yeah, I did say time for Path of Exile, didn't I? It was like 2 hours ago. I need to go get some water, so I'm going to grab that real quick. Give me a minute. Why, hello. I'm eating steak. One moment. And I've returned. Cold. It's cold out, man. It's like Fractal and multiplies itself. Wait, what? We listening to Final Fantasy VII BGM? No, this is all from our game Heartbound, man. This one is all from Jotunheim. It was Throne of Frost, which is the theme song for Sniffle, which is the frost giant in Jotunheim. Niflheim, technically. Niflheim. You bought the OST and you love it? Nice, dude. All the money from the OST goes to our musician. It's a very cool thing for you to do. TTS is enormous.
MM1MC said Wizard 101 cured my time loop. Wizard 101 cured my time loop. Wizard 101 cured my time loop.
I don't think
Wizard
it did.
101 cured my time loop. Wizard 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 101 cured my time loop.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that, I don't know, this may be shocking, is that Wizard 101 may not have cured your time loop. Potentially. Just gonna go, maybe out on a limb, you know, and like...
Nina _the _blue said not sure if you've seen this game, Into the Restless Ruins. First, there's the deck building system which you use to create the dungeon, then the action phase where you run the dungeon. Played the demo for only a few minutes before being sold on it and buying it.
That sounds cool as hell. I don't know anything about that. I think this only grows on bone. What does this grow on? Grows on grass? Oh, it does. No, that doesn't make any sense. It's a wall attachment. Somebody set this up wrong. Look at that. That's a wall attachment. Thor touched grass? You would just think this is grass. You don't want to know what it really is, do you? You don't want to know. You don't want to know what it is, Chad. You think it's grass, but... it's something much darker. So Bloodleaf grows up and down. That seems like a incorrect placement. Yeah. You spit out your drink? Nice. Blood rose? What does a blood rose grow on? Maybe that's why it's like this. Okay, that at least seems correct. Where it's growing upwards. The blood leaf, not so much. Stormcap mushroom. That's a cool looking mushroom. Look at that. I like the particle effects on these because they're so simple. That one's using the erosion effect with a circle. This one's using the erosion effect with their diamond-shaped. Like, it looks really good. Erosion with diamonds again, with multiple emitters. Looks like it's creating emitters randomly around it. That's the same. This one has like a very large particle and then star particles that go upwards. That's cool. Likely because it goes underwater. Yeah, that's really neat. I like that. All very simple, you know? They're just simple effects, but they look nice. Place one block on the ground, then the blood leaf onto that block? What do you mean? Like that? And then... Like, because I don't think it should be placed like this. I think it should be placed like that. Yeah, it's like supposed to be placed on the side, but it's allowing it to be placed elsewhere, which is a little bit weird. Also, it can be placed on itself, creating a chain of weirdness. It's like a human centipede of plants. Which I just don't think that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Thanks, I hate it? Yeah. I mean, they're really cool looking at night. They are. Whoa. Yeah, they even have the incorrect. That's a fixable. That should be fixed. Yeah. That skybox is freaky. Yeah, it's pretty good. Do you want to see it actually, you want to see it at night? Because, like, at night, the moon comes out and it's just... It's lovely, you know? Done a lot of things to Hydell. That can't be unseen, yeah. Alright, we've got everything in place. I'm really happy with the design document for the day. All the statistics are in now. We added a little bit for status effects down here at the bottom as well. This is all done. This looks good. It's a good day. Is there lore on that image? Sure. Don't worry about it. We're going to swap over to Path of Exile. We keep doing this.
WXRTHLTL_JWLPKLZ with 500 bits said, I wish to commit mind control. It's like mind control but without the L, so it never fails. You will play the next TTS. This will compel you. Woo woo woo. I am enjoying the dev work and hope they commit more features this year.
What if
Have
I
fun
don't?
doing what you are Thor.
What if I don't? What if I never did it? What if I just didn't? And I just stayed this way? Not pressing that button again for the rest of the day. I'm going to do it because I want to do it, not because you said that I would. You'll never prove it.
Slushberry Games with $5 said, sir, I have decided that when I get overwhelmed, that I will fall back to art. I'm not great at art, but it feels good to get something done. 7 for the 7.
That's fair. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're not good at art, who cares? It doesn't matter. You don't have to be God's gift to artists to, like, make cool shit, you know? And you should never feel like you have to be. The points are made up. There's no limit. Doesn't matter. Someone's going to like your stuff somewhere. I mean, look at Homestuck, one of the most well-known and successful webcomics ever made. Started off very simplistic, you know? Look at Kingdom of Loathing. It's got multiple games on Steam now. Stick figures. Thomas Was Alone. Programmer art. You know, like, don't ever judge yourself by the little voice in your head that has higher standards than any human being alive. Just have fun. I wish to kill things as a large bear. Look at him. Look at his ridiculous hat. He looks very upset. He's covered in armor. What if it's a big voice in your foot? Dude, what? What does that even mean?
Let's not scare the locals.
I love that he's like, don't scare the locals, and then you could just do this. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Armor big. Where's my inventory at? Nothing. Huh? The modern mine. I need to go back to the mine, don't I? I do. I do have to go back to the mod. The bear is a mullet. The bear is powerful. And you will respect him. We have ads. I will kill this thing and then pause. Did you yearn for the mines? You're goddamn right. Ads.
Dakar said, "Hello Thorington, longest of lemons. I have two very important questions for you.
Oh?
What's made out of leather and sounds like a sneeze? A shoe. Have you heard about NASA sending out a satellite to say sorry to the aliens?
No.
They are calling it Apollo G. Also,
God damn it.
you lost the game 7 times 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 7.
I should have known. The apology was too good. Too good.
Dalinar said, "Praise Chiros, the ever-chairing one, whose divine domain extends to all things chairish, chair-I table, and chair-ismatic. May his holy presence chair Nally guide your posture, lest you fall into the realm of the unchair-ed."
The Unchaired. Worst streamer of all time. You made a troll account just for me. That makes me special to you. I hope you have a good day. You even named it Pirate Soyware. You thought about that. It took you time. Out of your day. I know where you're at. I know how you feel. I'll see you in the next account, friend.
Rage 487 said, "Hi Thor, I found a cool-looking puzzle platformer coming soon on Steam called Jigrift, where the world is made up of jigsaw pieces and you have to assemble them as you explore.
Dude,
It looked really cool, so I wanted to share.
Cool.
Keep
That game
being
is
an
really
awesome
cool.
person."
Yeah, no, it's really, really cool looking. Like, the map changes based on you putting the puzzle pieces of the islands together. It looked freaking awesome, dude. It looked really, really good. I have a big bear. What? Oh yeah, off stream I got to the next act and I started going down this direction. And I got these because they give increased area of effect. And this that gives me even more armor applied to elemental damage. So now, when I'm a bear, I have 55% of armor being applied to elemental damage. Wait, no. I have 47%. Which is insane. It's been really good. And I have even larger slabs. Big. Embiggening. Becoming larger. It's a big old bunch of skill tree. It's a skill forest, actually. Yeah. You get lost in it very fast. Yeah, off stream. It means, when the streamer is dead. Yeah. In those brief hours in which I'm dead. They made armor a lot better, I think, because of this. I just love slapping them, dude. Just the slapping, you know?
Creature.
Crush him. Crush him. Crush him. I can do this now, too. Which is kind of sick. I don't think it's that good, but it is really cool. The gameplay is unbearable, you're right. You're correct.
TechSmith711 with $2 said, "Some chairs cast Curse of the Dead Butt Syndrome."
Is that when your butt falls asleep when you're sitting in the chair? I think that's when the bond to Cheros is too high, and as such, he drains too much life essence from your butt. It's not good. The butt falls asleep. Yeah. Dude, no worries, man. I hope you have a good day either way, man. The account was funny, to be clear. Yeah, the power of Cheros, you know. I wonder when they're going to be finished with this game. I don't know. I play it every time they update, and it's awesome. I love the shit out of it. And I only play hardcore solo self-found. Because it's the only thing that makes you feel something when you die. You know? I feel like otherwise it just doesn't have much meaning. Because, like, you just come back. Like, who cares? Oh, you're wondering what hardcore... HC... Yeah, I play hardcore solo self-found only. And this is my first time playing a druid. So... Ooh, checkpoint. What's in here? And eventually this character will die. And when it does, I will laugh and make another one. Because bear is fun. Familiar Talisman is weird. It increases minion damage, which I just don't quite understand. Boop. Nice. The element of surprise. Very powerful element. True. Bear reclaims cave. Yes. I'm actually trying to find... There's like a chest that's supposed to be in the zone. And I don't know anything about it. Smash, smash. Garbage. I kind of want to know. Ooh. So mine gives 8 strength. That one gives 24 HP. I actually think that that one is better. I think that one might actually be better. Yeah. Yeah, that might actually be better. It's got no life regen, but it's got more cold resistance. And it's got thorns. Thorns is kind of interesting. And 15 cold is, I feel, better than the fire. I may just hold on to it. It's kind of a side grade, more than anything. Yeah. You need to do a Thorn build someday? I've never done a Thorns build. Like, literally ever. Yeah. There we go. Yeah! Another one. Which direction do I go? Which one? Okay. I don't think bears can block. I can get that. I want to go this way and get these. I think I'm going to go that way. Go up this way. Probably get... I think I'm going to go the physical damage route. I think that makes more sense. And just get all of this. Because I don't know if most of my damage is elemental. I think it's kind of in there, but it's not like a lot. You know? Squish. You can block without shield? You need to specify it? Okay. Smash. Whoa, that was scary. I need more defense. I'm not doing good on the old lightning resist. And a lot of these enemies just have lightning damage. Lightning is my resist hole right now. It's very scary. His DPS is yes. Yeah. Although his defense, not so much. I need more defense, and I need more armor, and I need more lightning resist, because those are just hurting bad. I have negative 10% lightning resist. So you really play around with my gear more. Legitimately so. Yeah, I'm playing a druid right now, and I'm playing druid as a big old bear. Need more damage. More. Still alive, I was worried? Yeah. I mean, like, he'll die eventually. But not today. You know what I mean? Ooh, superior. That's nice. Oh, yeah. What was the other thing I got? There's a rune that I got on Furious Slam. There's a 25% chance now where it fires off a second time for free instantly. Which is really, really disgusting. So I have Fist of War, I've got Magnified Area, and I've got chance to do it twice. Which is... It's very delicious. Volvald and Present Day are very hard on Bear. There's a couple of things that I've seen that are pretty tough on Bear right now. But not so much. What do you think of the sprint mechanic? I think it's a risk whenever I use it. So if I use it, like in a close quarter environment like this, it's a little bit shitty, and if you get hit, you roll on your side and just die, dude. Like, you're down for a while. So, like, I'm really hesitant to use it, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's a risk versus reward. I use it when I've cleared the map already. Or in a situation where I know where I am, and, like, there's no chance of an enemy getting me. Like this. Belly rub mode? Okay. No, it's really scary, dude. When you get knocked down from that, it's, like, really scary. Faster relog than to get up from sprint stun. It is. Like, unironically. It's really scary. It's intense when you belly flop. It is. Especially when you're playing hardcore, man. Like, you just get busted.
MS Go to XY said yard chair 100 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 Twitch now allows new form of payment. Praised be Chiros.
What do you mean Twitch allows a new form of payment? What do they change? What do they do?
My wares are renowned.
Oh, wait.
May it serve you.
No, the place
I
for
hear you. Take care.
Ah. Alright. Back into the mine. Hey, buddy. I know you're covered in fire.
Insane? I'll show you insane!
Nope. Nope. So the run works really well on stuff like that. Love it. Cooked. We love it.
Winds praise you.
Try control plus dodge in Bear Farm? What does that do? It doesn't look any different.
Yes.
Yeah, the scream is great, dude. Nothing? Alright. Glad we had that talk then. Thor feels completely involved when he hits that bear. It just feels so chunky, dude.
How can I?
It just feels real chunky, you know? Your dumbass never thought about running. I always just dodge the hits. Oh no, if you run in a circle when she's doing that bullshit, like, it's actually really nice.
Sands guide you.
Because she's just vicious, dude. When she hits you with that, she detonates like a nuclear bomb.
Blessings.
Are you able to show werewolf? Sure. I could do that. I don't really play werewolf, but there's the werewolf model, and it's very fast and does, like frost. It freezes opponents. And then the wyvern is a dragon and shoots fireballs and eats things. And then I play bear. And the reason I play bear is if you look at armor right now, it's at 54%. Now it's 35. Bear gains 10 armor per level. And 30% of armor is then applied to elemental damage resistance on hits. So like if you look down here, you can see that armor applying to elemental damage is 332. And now it's down to 92. So I go from 19% elemental damage reduction from hits to 46%. Which just very, very, very much so helps when your resistances are kind of low, you know. Your bear has more than 100% armor applied to elemental hits. That's sick, dude. That's really good. Wolf fast, yeah. I love Wyvern. The damage is insane on Oil Barrage and Flame Breath. I really like Bear. It just feels good. Mostly because you just, like, slap the shit out of stuff. You're like, die. And then when it dies, it explodes. And they all just detonate, you know? Ooh. Free Sapphire Charm.
Twisted thing.
There's just something nice about that. You know what I mean? The bear does indeed slap. Wyvern basic attack deals a ton of overkill, which is great for Herald of Ash. Does it really? How does it deal a ton of overkill? Or overkill, rather. Is there some kind of a mechanic where it, like, executes? I don't know much about the class yet. This is my first druid. I always play witch, so new to me. Not just big damn and wyvern. All right, that's fair. I like being thick, you know, thick tanky. Overcharges with power charges to gain lightning damage. Oh, that I didn't know. Druid's vine spells are really good on witch. I could see that on summoner witch. That would make a lot of sense. You could couple that up with a lot of poison, I would think, as well. I don't know. I like witch a lot for summoner witch. That's what I play a ton of.
Williams, take ya.
Nasty. Ooh. Support gem. What are we getting this time? Herald of Ash, Dire Strike, huh? Persistent buff skills allowing you to deal damage, deal increased attack damage while on low life with supported skill. No, we don't need that. We don't ever want to be on low life. Fury of the Mountain has elemental armament and fire attunement right now. Maul has rapid attacks and fire attunement. I've already gotten life leech for it for when it upgrades. I feel like there's got to be more, right? I think I'll just save this one. There's like nothing I can do with it. Yeah. I wonder if I could do something like get a spirit unlock of some really, maybe a defensive thing, because I've got 31 spirit right now, and I just can't use it for anything. If you uncheck the thing on the bottom left in the sports skills, you get more options. I know you do, but I don't think there's anything else that I really want for it, right? So like we go into G, or not into G, we go into this, and we'll go turn off, like on Maul, we'll do that. I don't think there's anything else in here that I actually want right now. Like at all, really. There's like nothing really interesting here. At least not yet. I think there's going to be wild stuff later, because I want to get Wildfire later to apply that, where my Ignite can spread between stuff, but that's just not ready yet. Like, I kind of want to create, like, a light the room on fire the bear, you know? 40 spirit per non-belt slot is a perk from Ascendancy? That's weird. For Shaman? I don't know anything about the Ascendancy for this yet. Like, at all. I know nothing about it.
DKTRJ said, "Good afternoon, social kitten soft hair, fellow goblins and bread mods for the bread throne.
How do you say
I must
that?
object to beanbags being a fallen Chiro's avatar. They are clearly a corn invention. They are soft and give no support, have many shapes, and excessive use gives you piles. Also, scientists just found a jellyfish the size of a bus near Argentina. You're welcome."
Well, number one, Argentina can keep it. You're welcome, Argentina. Number two, I don't think that's a corn thing. It's more Slanesh. There's a lot of Slanesh going on with beanbag chairs, I think. Yeah. It's more her kind of thing.
Twisted thing.
It's very uncorn-like. Slap, slap, slap. Squish. I love this. It's very fun. Sir? Always poisons, huh? He's very mad.
Begone, foul creature.
Yoink. Those are evasion ratings. Ooh, tempered mitts might actually not suck. What are my current gloves? Energy shield. Yeah, we'll get all those. They may not suck. What do you mean, Slanesh with a beanbag chair? Excess, dude. Have you ever sat in a beanbag chair and not felt like you were in excess? You were 100% practicing Slanesh ideals in that beanbag chair. Yeah, and you can't even get up out of it, dude. Because it's just so comfortable. I feel like that's Slanesh and Cheros working together. Jesus. Another... a spirit gem, you say? Ooh. I have 31 spirit right now. I could do Briar Patch. Yeah. I mean, I've already got Herald of Ash. I could upgrade it, or I could get another thing. I feel like Herald of Ash is the, like, good, but I feel like Briar Patch is good. Herald of Ash is the one that scales with strength, though. But what about getting something like Ravenous Swarm? Or Withering Presence, right? Or Arctic Armor, right? Arctic Armor and a bear is nuts. Raging Spirits. Spells, not attacks. I mean, with Arctic Armor, it's just a buff at all times, right? Like, that one is really useful. Only for spells? Does that not count as a spell? It may not count as a spell. Not a spell. Okay, so that's a slam. Yeah, it's a slam. Okay. So we'd have to do something else with it. I think I should use this for a defensive of some kind. While active, uses fragments of armor scavenged from enemies to bolster your own. Fully breaking an enemy's armor grants you stacks of scavenged plating. This is sick. Like, this is actually really good. Because Herald of Ash is on Druid, and it's on warrior. But if we do scavenged plating, 4% more armor per scavenged plating, maximum of 10 scavenged plating, that seems really strong, right? Because that ties into everything. It gives me thorns, it gives me more armor, which gives me more elemental resistance. I'm going to do... That's a passive, right? Yeah, we're doing that. That's a good idea. There we go. And now I can put weird shit in. What kind of weird shit can I put in this? Prolonged duration. What is the duration of scavenged plating? 8 seconds. We increase that by 30%. That's not bad. This will take an additional 20 spirit. Really? No shit. Weird. Weird. What else can we put in this thing? I think prolonged duration's the right way to do this. Yeah, I think prolonged duration's the right way. Because now we can do... Use time is 1 second. Now it lasts for 10.4 seconds. I like that. Yeah, let's see how this goes.
Wretched animal!
I'm not seeing that go off quite yet. For most spirit spells, a necklace with that spirit is needed. Yeah, I have a chest piece right now that has it on there. And I'm mostly playing around, right? Because I've never used a melee class. I've been a witch for so long, you know? I got hit so hard I swung in the wrong direction. I don't know if this is actually changing anything. I'm at 455 armor. Did you enable it? I thought I did. Yeah, it's enabled. Uses fragments of armor scavenged from enemies to bolster your own. Fully breaking enemies' armor grants you stacks of scavenged plating. Oh, I have to break their armor. I don't have anything that's breaking armor, do I? I'd need to swap out Maul to have armor break. I need to look into that. Yeah, I gotta break armor. Yeah.
Our people have lived in the shadows of the dunes for too long. Countless generations have been forgotten.
You really modded Hightail? Alright.
We are not.
If it's showing Hightail still, you gotta F5 the stream.
And if we work together, if we unite, then they will be forced to acknowledge us. We must show them that casting us off is a mistake. We must show them our strength. Perhaps we can one day rebuild Kef himself. For all those who live in the plains of Vastiri.
The crush. Yeah, so I gotta get armor break. And after I get armor break, then this is gonna start working. Tunes in to tune out? Hell yeah. I love that slam, dude. It just feels so good. Do they still have the, like, the necromancer thing this time around? In the bone pits? Is that still around? At AoE slaps? It really does. Oh, it still says drops in the title? Let me fix that. I need to update that on my end. One sec, man. There's no drops right now. I had that before because Path of Exile 2 had drops going. I fixed it. Sorry about that. Yeah, no. I'm sorry about that. That's the last time that I played it heavily on stream, there was drops enabled, and I just have it in my command, my auto command, to like change categories. It's all in streamer bot, so I gotta go in there and fix that. I'll just do it now. Here. We'll go into Path of Exile. We'll go into here. It says drops. And then just boop. And now it won't happen next time I play this game. Done. We got ads. It's for frame drops. I know, right? All 0 of them. Pin comment is still hightail. I'm happy with that. I'm going to keep that one up. That's fun. Use bounce, it breaks armor and lets you quickly transfer to slams. That's the werewolf ability, right? I kind of want to make a build where I'm just fully a bear. I kind of just want to be a bear. I know that's weird, but I want to see if I can make it happen, right? Just bear all the time.
DieJuMX said, chat, we are an Ouroboros. We made Thor this way. Thor made us this way. We are our own grandfathers. Anyway,
no.
I have a theory.
Oh, no.
Thor is not a member of the Fracking Five, but he is part of the Fracking Five. The Fracking Five are android oil pirates. They steal oil and gas in order to lubricate and fuel themselves. Thor's name is Pirate Software. He is the AI software which controls the Fracking Five.
You're not supposed to know. He's in too deep. Get him out. Get him out.
DieJuMX said, did you know, with spontaneous human combustion, the remains are usually found sitting in a chair. Praise Chiros.
Cheros is why spontaneous human combustion happens. His overwhelming power flows into the mortal too fast. In too great quantities. Annihilating them. That's why it's happened less and less over time, because Cheros slowly attuning himself to our forms. He knows how much we can take now. See the tank release in Helldivers? Yes. It's insane.
Savalent with 500 bits said, "Yar cheer 500 when I say this, I am being serious. Me and my wife were visited by an Archon, whom I instinctively referred to as one of the Watchers, but later some deep research made it clear it was likely an Archon. It made me feel pure free. I could not turn to where it was in my corner, it felt like it could kill me with a thought, and when it looked upon me and me wife we described it as feeling hunted. We both started as extremely skeptical people, but over the past 2 years we accepted it."
It sounds very much like my story. Feels bad. I don't like that. I don't like that their shared experiences of the same thing. Nope. Nope. This is why Winky sits in the chair by the bed. Yeah, he's actually the avatar of Cheros. He is his herald. Where Winky sits, Cheros follows. Yeah. This explains everything. It explains some things. And it raises more questions. I need more armor break. I think I could put the armor break on my bare hands, you know? Oh. There's the caravan. Yeah.
Caffeinated Minds said, dating a necromancer can move fast. All they think about is raising a family.
Thanks, man.
MM1MC said, Wizard 101 cured my time loop. Wizard 101 cured my time loop.
No.
Wizard 101 cured my time loop.
No.
Wizard
Not
101
again.
cured
Not
my time
again.
loop. Wizard
Come on,
101
man.
cured my time loop.
You could
Wizard
be either
101
way.
cured my time loop. Wizard 101
I'm gonna
cured
cure your
my
time loop.
Wizard 101 cured my
gonna
time
do it.
loop. Wizard 101 cured my time 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 loop. Thor, counterspell.
You can't counterspell me. I didn't even cast anything. Your counterspell fizzles. I mock you relentlessly. Actually wild, dude. Huh? Hell yeah. Oh, by the way, I have good news. I have really cool news. All of the county people are now arriving and doing all of the surveys of the land we are going to likely break ground this year on the ferret rescue building, which is awesome. Really, really goddamn awesome. Yep. That is the plan, is to break ground this year. As long as everything goes through correctly, we should be okay. I also found out that where I thought the well on the property was, is not the well. That's a natural well spring, and the well is a shitty-looking plastic plug on the ground. Which I didn't know. And the well man was like, that's where that is. Also known as the pee-pee-poo-poo man, because he's the guy who figures out the septic. Yeah. I had no idea, because there's like a big cement slab, and I was like, oh, that's probably where that is. It's got like water and the slab, and nope, that wasn't it at all. It's just like a shitty little plastic plug. And I was like, all right, man. Yeah. He's the pee-pee-poo-poo man. Cheros will slowly absorb our souls through our asses? No, no. Cheros allows you rest. He gives you blessings when you sit. Yeah. Ooh, that one. That one not only gets banned, that one gets reported up. One sec. All right. Why does it take so long to break ground, government? Yeah. Yeah, I know, right, Jake? No, it's government. That's all it is. So we have to get, like, the government has to approve every action. Basically this, if you have the money to buy a building, the transaction goes fast. If you have the money to build a building, hold on to your butts, because it's not going anywhere for several years. That's it. Yeah. That's how it goes. Local government, federal government, everything that goes along that. It's a whole thing. We have to work out water usage right now based on number of employees. And there's a difference between full-time employees and part-time employees, number of hours worked, amount of water usage done. Can the well actually take it? Can the well not take it? How much gallons per hour is used? Does another well need to be drilled? It's a lot, dude. And if another well does need to be drilled, where can we drill it? Is it allowed? There has to be like water table reports and groundwater, just all kinds of shit. There's so much shit that has to be done. It's a lot, dude. It's a lot. What's your take on nuclear energy? Dramatically safer than a lot of people believe it is, mostly because we're kind of stuck in the past with the sins of the past with old nuclear power plants. I'm really interested in modular nuclear reactors, which is something that's kind of newer. The idea of creating a modular, singular, small nuclear reactor that can be deployed to rural areas and just give them an insane amount, right? An insane amount of power very cheaply and very safely, which I think is quite cool. I like that. I'm a big fan of modular nuclear reactors. I think that's, to me, right now, for rural areas, that seems to be the future, so you don't lose so much on transmission lines in terms of material costs, maintenance, and power loss along the lines. Because that's just a lot of money. Yeah. I think it's neat. I'm interested in fusion, but, it's always 5 years away, Maybe one day. For now, we have fission. We should use it. Issue is the cooling requirements for nuclear. It's actually not as bad as you think. I think that the really cool things to me for nuclear are cooling requirements is not as bad. We have a lot better ways of shutting down a reactor before it goes critical now. Like not putting graphite on the tips. Right? Smart. And then also the ability to recoup and recycle nuclear fuel rods, which are about 96% recyclable. France does it a lot. They have a whole thing for it. It takes a long time, but you can take spent nuclear fuel rods and get about 96% of the fissile material back and make another rod out of it, which is kind of insane, actually. That's like a lot of the material back. Like, imagine if you spent a gallon of fuel in your car and then you recycled 96% of that back into 96% of a gallon. Like, just even the idea of that is insane. But France does it all the time. They've got a whole facility for it. They're like the forefront of the world for that. It's phenomenal. Yeah. It's not like that simple. No, it's not super simple. I'm not oversimplifying it. I'm just saying that it is possible. France is the forefront of that, and it takes many years to do it, but it is incredibly, like, good. It is a phenomenal, like, set of research. Phenomenal, like, science, honestly. But it is difficult. It's not a simple thing. Yeah. I think it's cool. I think nuclear is absolutely fantastic for those reasons. Also, it releases less radioactive particulate matter than anything you could possibly imagine. It's better than coal. There's one plant that does that, a single plant. It's in France, and they're amazing, right? You should look at what they're doing. It's actually really goddamn cool. Yeah. I didn't. I actually released the entire conversation, Peaceful Refugee, and if you know enough about it, then you know about that, so. Russia does it too? Do they actually? I thought it was only France. I hadn't heard anything of Russia doing that. That's cool. We should ignore what they say, then? What do you mean we should ignore? What? Nuclear is less of a science issue and more of a politics issue? That I would agree with. I find that to be more of a thing. Yeah. It's kind of sad. Because, like, to me, dude, energy generation is all about the future of humanity. I don't give a shit about your politics. I care about us not burning the planet to the ground while we try to progress scientifically. Yeah.
What is it?
Is it 98% of recovered materials now? I thought it was 96. Did they improve that? That's wild. Because a 96 to 98% increase is a 50% increase. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal.
If you are the truth, I will. Browse as long as you like.
98 for solar. I think one of the worst things that you can do is shit-can other generation, energy generation abilities.
Need something?
Because one option exists. I think solar's great. I also think nuclear is great. I don't think coal is good. Right? I think there are benefits to many of these, but coal has very few. And I don't think you have to do solar or nuclear. I think you do solar and. I think people get caught up on that. Yeah. Coal is a meme. It's terrible.
Take care.
What am I going to do with this thing? The tempered mitts are really good. But my gloves give plus on all melee skills. And some insane buffs. Man, what do I do with this thing? I could alchemy it. Orb of Alchemy, the tempered mitts. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
MM1MC said Wizard 101 cured my time loop. Wizard 101 cured...
No, I'm skipping it. I'm skipping it. You won't do it this time.
Slushberry Games with $2 said how do I change from auto using OneDrive? 7.
How do you change from auto using OneDrive? I just don't use that shit. I don't know what you mean.
I'll ask Shambrin about this one.
Lightning resist would be a really good idea.
Need something?
Do we get anything that doesn't suck? Straight up armor. Bronze Greaves, Bronze Greaves. Not good. What's up, Slushberry? What's wrong, dude? movement is king? Yeah, movement is enormous. I have 15% movement speed on this. Movement is just better. It's better for survivability. It's better for increased experience gain per hour. It's everything. I never see a time where I want to get rid of movement speed. It's the best stat in the game. Legitimately so.
Warm nights.
Thor on PvE 2. I love this game, dude. I always play a witch, though. This is my first time playing a druid, and I'm really enjoying it. I'm playing a bear. Bear.
Cool winds. Choose. Or do not.
What do you got, Risu? I feel like I could just do random talismans and maybe get something that doesn't suck. You know what I mean? Because my talisman is kind of... It's kind of old now. It's got a lot of cool shit on it, but it's also got a lot of shit that doesn't make sense. It's level 12. Let me see.
Farewell.
I'm level 21. Huh. Insulted as a streamer, obviously will stop streaming. What are you talking about, bud? Bro, I have no idea what you're talking about. Monk was fun until I got to Act 3. I like Witch, and I keep getting my Witch to Act 4 and then dying, and then I start over. Because I only play hardcore solo self-found. It's fun. The Nettle Talisman is really cool. I need to just keep doing stuff, I think. I may actually get rid of this, too. The Iron Ring. Yeah. Yeah. I need to get a Lightning Ring is what I'm after.
For you, young one.
Yeah, Lightning Ring is where I'm at. I just need that. It's like bad. Okay. Trader's Passage. Student in New York made a vape where if you hit it, your virtual pet dies. Okay. So it's breeding a nation of sociopathic smokers. Got it. Where they smoke intentionally to kill that digital pet.
The dark hides all
Got it.
manner of creatures.
I'm glad that we've done this with technology. Fantastic. Smoker got you. God damn it.
Wild spawn.
It hurts. The spiders. Oh, wait. They're going to have the poison? The poison lady is so scary. I've died to the poison lady before, on a run before, because I didn't respect her. That was a mistake. She's actually scary. Yeah, token lady? Mm-mm. She's very scary. But we can get uncut skill gems level 6 here. That's pretty worth. What do we get? So level 6 is a new level. I get Fury of the Mountain, level 6. Or my Furious Slam, level 6, which I already have. I think Fury of the Mountain is the way to go. There's nothing really else that I can use here, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Fury of the Mountain. Big. Squish. Yeah! Look at that fire. The earth cracks are insane. They're eating me! The horror.
Twisted thing.
Actually insane. Slam the fissures, and alright. Uncut support gem level 2. Meme for chat. Humans in no context. What is this powerful meme? Oh, wait. Alright, alright.
Balance restored.
Got him. Scary as hell. Ah, wait. Alright, so if I get rid of fire attunement, but I put armor break on it, it'll work with scavenge plating. Right? Or better idea. Fire attunement on you, armor break on that, and I get rid of aftershock. That's better. I like that. Yeah, I like that. So now my slam does the armor break. This is the way. Oh! Spider's web. Where's my buff? Maybe that doesn't work. There we go. I'm going to put it on the main attack. Oh, it's working! 474. Down to 455. Oh, it's working. It's working. It's working. Ready. I have 6 stacks. Oh, it's totally working. I have 8 stacks. Oh my god. 600 armor. Oh. Bear. The longer I hit them, the more powerful I become. Yes. This is gonna summon some bullshit. Or not. Alright. Keep your secrets. I thought that was definitely gonna summon some bullshit. It did not. Surprising. There's druids and WoW fought like this. This is pretty fun, man. Like, I really enjoy it so far. The more you slap, the more you can bear. True. True. Vision rune. God, it feels good. God, so much defense. That amount of armor increase is nuts. It's actually really strong.
Dr. 1NKH20 said 1 million yar cheer, 1 million yar cheer. The exam results came in NNNNNNNN. NNNNNNNN. You got a grade of awesome streamer.
You tried to do the it doesn't work on this one. It just says the letter N, which is really funny. Yeah. In the old TTS system, it sounds like a printer going off. One pip left. I think you need more health regen. Oh, it's the crazy spider room. Rude. Is that it? We done? I ate them all? Alright. Another point! I think I need to take this one and go strength, because then the next point is going to be 10% flat damage increase, which is busted. Do you not like those large spiders? No, they suck, dude. They suck to fight. And they cover you in webs, which feels very bad. Look at all the weird armor on me. Like, the game doesn't quite know what to do with the models on that. So I just have these, like, spikes wiggling around the back of my bear. Which is pretty funny looking, to be honest with you. It just doesn't quite know what to do. Web is bad, web is scary. Yeah. I think it stuns you, doesn't it? Am I wrong about that?
Twisted thing.
Yoink. Sapphire ring. Wait, is that a 30%er? It is. Ooh. Ooh, but mine gives 5 HP a second. It's kind of busted. 30% is pretty nuts, though. I need lightning resist. The spider's just a little too realistic. They're pretty scary, man. They're a spooky thing. Do you guys think that I'm good enough to kill the poison lady? I feel like I'm pretty good at this point. I feel like I could kill poison lady. No? You don't believe? You don't believe in me? Can't believe chat doesn't believe. Chat doesn't believe. That's sad. That's sad to know that chat doesn't believe. Here I thought chat believed. No belief. Beliefless and soggy. We believe in Cheros? I mean, yeah. Yeah. Believe in the me that believes in you. Alright? Believe, chat. You have to believe.
The traitor Balbala has been sentenced to 1,000 years of suffering as a djinn, bound in this place of her dishonor.
Balbala.
Let no woman or man of Mariketh blood enter her prison before her time is served.
You think I couldn't kill her? You're probably right. She's scary. Believe in churros? I also believe in churros.
Mr. Bing 13 said, "May you live as long as you want, and never want for as long as you live." That's an Irish toast. Bread,
Love that
eggs,
toast.
vanilla, nutmeg and maple syrup. That's a French toast.
Monstrous wretch!
You're so ridiculous. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the French and Irish toasts.
Wild ticket!
Honestly, the armor break is huge. The armor break is enormous. It feels really good. Yeah. No, it feels really, really good. You like the Irish one more? I like both. Squished them. Squished every one of them. I'm getting 20.9 HP a second right now. Yeah, it's a lot. It's actually a shitload.
Pirated Softbari with 500 bits said, "Yar cheer 500, it is I, your evil great value clone. I definitely didn't escape from the basement. I'm totally not short, bald and tech illiterate. And I only use food delivery apps. I am out. I am free. Wait. Why is there a platypus with a top hat running towards me?"
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Go towards the platypus.
Eldritch_Crusader said, "Hi Pirate Soft Hair, I understand you are busy with Hightail and a million other thing all the time.
Yeah.
Just wondering if you have any idea when you might have a slot open to try out Vintage Story.
Soon.
It's something I'm really looking forward to seeing you experience and how it might shape your ideas for block game.
Yeah. No, Vintage Story is actually going to be part of the stuff that I want to learn soon. Does HP regen matter? A lot. A lot. Yeah. Shield is cool, but like when the shield breaks, the HP regen saves. Entirely so. And I have armor behind that, so. But yeah, no, I really want to play Vintage Story because I want to get ideas for block game, and also because the dev team was so sweet to me. They really were. And they sent me a cool item in the mail, and it makes me want to play Vintage Story. Maybe set up a server for us. So I think on the actual Pirates Discord, I'm going to set up one for Vintage Story, and I'm going to set up a server for it, and we'll go from there. I think it'd be really good. Yeah. I think it'd be really nice. AI slop ads? Are you actually getting AI-generated ads now? Jesus.
Softopus259 with 15 Malaysian ringgit said hello Thor.
Hello.
I make art as a hobby and I try to sell as a side. However, when I check what are the top sellers, many appear to be AI slop 1/3.
Go to the next one.
Softopus259 with 15 Malaysian ringgit said many say they don't want AI. However, AI art sells because they look pretty, or they were scammed as being human-made.
Yep.
2/3. Softopus259 with 15 Malaysian ringgit said I've been told that my human-made art suck and I should stop trying. It's been so discouraging that I no longer feel joy making art 3/4.
Do you believe that? Or do you only feel that way because someone said it to you? How do you feel about art? Not how do you feel about art because of what they've said. How do you personally feel about making art? That's the only thing that matters. That's the only thing that's ever mattered. Creativity from the self. It's an expression of you. So keep making that expression. Keep doing the thing that drove you in the first place. Everything else is just noise. Focus on that signal. Do the thing that you think is cool. Who gives a shit what they think? Doesn't matter. What matters is that you're accomplishing your goals creatively and enjoying yourself. If you have to do it out of spite, do it out of spite. But do it. Don't let anyone stop you. Legitimately so. Setting up the in December for the day, the in December video. Shallow Pond is happening today. It's quite cool. Good fuel? Yeah. No, that's really what it is. I've been doing it out of spite. Spite is a good fuel for a while. Just don't lose yourself in it. Do what drives you. If you focus on what drives the imaginary voice in your head that is a detractor, the one that's like, you'll never make it, you're going to be a piece of shit, right? Like, it's never going to work out. You have to understand that this is something for you, not something for someone that doesn't like what you're doing. You know?
Softopus259 with 15 Malaysian ringgit said I'm depressed. I wonder if you have anything to say. If this can be clipped into a short to encourage artists, it would be helpful. Thank you. 4/4.
One of the worst things that can happen to an artist right now is feeling like their work doesn't matter to anyone else. And sometimes that will be true. There's a whole new classification of people that believe that AI art is better or faster or more usable than what a human being can make. But I'm going to be honest with you, that same crowd of people likely never respected your craft in the first place. So why do you give a shit what they think now? Don't. All right, shorts are set up for the day. There we go. Squish. Oh, Iron Ring, that's always nice.
Shape and filth.
Dude, I'm leveling fast. Got 4.5 pips out of this so far. I remember living in this zone for a long time because it's just like really good XP. Is PoE better than PoE 2? It depends. Depends on what kind of game you like. I like Path of Exile 2 more, personally. I know there's some purists that like Path of Exile 1 more. But PoE 2 has its ups and downs. Some patches are kind of shit, some are really cool. This one I think is really fun. I'm enjoying this a lot. And I like the Druid class. It's turned out to be a lot more interesting than I expected. It's fun playing a melee, finally, because I never did before.
Long times have passed since these doors were last disturbed.
That's a beast of one. Yeah, alright. We'll do that. Alright, here we go. I may die here. But how can you ever live? Unless you have a chance of
She
dying.
betrayed her kin, but
Let's
time
rock.
has betrayed her in turn.
Now, King Duck, I prove myself. Visions of Jedi.
And you didn't believe in me.
The coin. Was this part of her punishment?
Babalak. Alright, good. Nasty boss, by the way. Totally believed in the bear. Yeah, that armor's insane, I know. I have a lot of armor. The Jin usually 3 hits me? Yeah.
How can I?
She's nasty. Like, she is actually really nasty.
So, my webs
Bear is
are renowned,
trucking, dude. Get rid of that.
as
Get rid of
you
that.
wish.
No. Actually, wait. Let's do one of
Sands
these.
guide you. Need something? Take your time.
Always believe in bear, chat.
All right.
Volcano. I gotta go do my ascendancy shit, so that'll be next. Seattle in the bowl, all wild? I know, right? That is wild. All the local people are freaking out about it. I'm not like a big sports ball guy, so like, it's kind of lost on me, but for a lot of people here, it's a very, very big deal, dude. For me, you know, it's kind of whatever. Critical Roles alert popped up and it was about druids. Druids are awesome.
Tino_Milo said, "Good day, pirate soft chair. Today I heard something nice and is perfect for this TTS.
Oh?
What do you call Mozart's wife? Mozzarella. 7.
You can't say that. Why? God damn it. You're not a sports ball guy, you're a cooking guy? You know, the sports ball does give you a chance to cook for the neighborhood. That is true. I'll tell you one thing. There's one thing that I kind of regret about living in the middle of the woods for. I don't really have any neighbors. Like, I gotta invite my buddies over. And then they gotta drive out here into the woods, you know? That's the only thing that I really regret. Everything else, I don't give a shit. No neighbors. Weird, you know? I live in the woods. Alright, we're gonna go out there to Lonnie Gates. It is, Murgle. The very same. Oh, silver charms. Remove slow. Rare. Bear.
Cascanoidus said, I think the future is pairing modular nuclear reactors with data centers. For once that would mean having a data center in your area means you have more stable power supply and not less stable.
I agree
Everybody
with that.
wins. Also, what will happen first? Fusion reactor or AI replacing programmers? Both are tied at 3 to 5 years from now. LUL.
That's true. I actually think you're right. Modular nuclear reactors with data centers is a good idea. That does make a shitload of sense. I'd be interested to see more work on that. Right now, we haven't really seen stuff go that direction, though. It's a lot of people moving in the direction of, like, set up natural gas, because it's just cheaper and easier. We need modular nuclear reactors to be a lot cheaper to operate and deploy. Guy's name is Slender Moyle. Gross. Get rid of that Slender Moyle, dude. I love how long that ground slam lasts. Like, it sits around for a while and they walk into it. But I do think modular nuclear reactors have a shitload of promise, and I would love to see more research and money put into it. Legitimately so. Squish him. Just slapping him to death, dude. Just slap him away. Got an enemy? No, you don't. Bare hands. Feels good, man. I like that slap you do as a bear. It's pretty good. And then, like, you know, like, it's just so visceral. Yeah. Druid's fun. You'd like to try warrior? I've only ever played witch. I've literally never played any other class. So, like, yeah, I'm an American and I have a right to bear arms, as you can see. Feels really nice.
WL_Blazkevich said 4, leader of Istha to Stinky, Lord of the Ferrets, Master of the Long Hair Wig, Priest of the Seven, I need your help, or advice, your guidance, or anything at this point.
What's up, man?
I made quite the big mistake, and I don't know if I can get out of it. So I was looking for a jacuzzi for at home, but I made a spelling error when searching for it, and accidentally wrote Yakuza. Now I am in hot water with the Japanese mafia.
This is ridiculous. Another beacon. A new hand touches the bacon. It's a very funny joke. You're fantastic. Forward command tense. Oh, it's this one. Squished. A bloodstone amulet. Oh, I like that. I like me a bloodstone amulet. That's fun. This is my favorite room because you can just do this. And, like, you can just come back and just keep looting this room. And it's got so many lootables. It's a really good place to get, like, free shit, which is nice. Regal Shard. Alright. Bloodstone amulet, let's go. What do we get? I mean, it's really good. but it's not that good. $4.90 to $5.28, and that means we go from 26.7 to 26.9 regen. All right, way better than Int. Tell you that much. I don't give a shit about that. What's the chicken brine you recommend with pickle juice? Oh, dude. Just get any of your favorite pickles, like dill pickles. Eat the pickles. Put the chicken in the pickle brine. Leave it there for 30 minutes to 1 hour. Take it out. Bake that shit. You will make perfect Chick-fil-A chicken. That is how they do it. They pickle brine it. And then throw away the pickle juice. Don't ever use it for anything ever again. Yeah, it's not safe at all anymore. After that, you throw it away. Yeah, delicious chicken pickles, dude. No, it's great to brine it that way. I think I might do that this week. Shay's not going to be upset. She loves eating pickles. Onwards! I need more damage. Damage comes from levels. I need more levels. Oh, Trinity guys! Yeah! They're all worth XP. There's so many of them. You don't want some salmonella juice? Nah, I'm not really into it, you know? I'm like a nuclear bear bomb, dude. Pickle brine for how long? 30 minutes to an hour.
Mindless machine.
So not a huge amount. Yeah. Hour at maximum. 30 minutes below that. Yeah. Pickled chicken nuggets? That's not cursed. Yeah, that's not cursed at all. Chick-fil-A chicken, the reason it has that particular flavor to it, they pickle brine it, man. So if you like Chick-fil-A, you'll like that. 10% multiplicative damage. Let's go. Aliens are trying to contact us? Good. I hope they do. I want to know how a Xeno tastes. And don't tell me you never thought about it. You fry the air nuggets, then you pickle them? Why would you fry it, then pickle it? You'd pickle it, then fry it. That doesn't make any sense. Uncooked meat is when you pickle, man. Pickling it afterwards would be just weird, right? That's like pickling a whole Scotch egg. That doesn't make any sense. It'd fall apart. It'd be weird. Nobody wants that. What the hell did you tune into? Don't worry about it. Adventures in Pickles and Eating Xenos. I'd pickle a Xeno. I'd do that in a second. Man, I really don't like the idea of doing that. Like at all, actually. I'm not doing that one. Not yet. I'm gonna head out until I can get some lightning resist.
Quickly.
Who goes there? Take your time. Take care.
I got a lot of HP now, but I really need that resist. That's gonna become a problem very rapidly. Very, very rapidly, actually. What is this? A new talisman type. Okay. Reliable Frenzied Talisman. 23 to 38 damage. Just off the cuff. A lot of attacks per second, so it's very fast. I think I could build something disgusting out of that, actually. Comes with attack speed like that? Pure 7%? So 1.5 attacks per second. That's already better than mine at 1.31. I just need to get bonus damage on it in a way that makes it better than my current. You know what? I'm gonna Gamba.
May its blessings.
Let's Gamba this shit. Okay. Not bad. Oh, wait. I gotta go... I need more augments. I don't have the right ones. Yeah. I need to get Regal. I need to get a Regal to bump this one up. But it's going the right direction already, so we can save this. That I'm kind of happy about. This is sort of a meme. Have you tried the Chimera form at any chance? I've looked at it. I like the bear. Yeah. I need more currency to go Gamba. I need more currency. Yeah. But the Chimera is really cool. I don't think it sucks at all. I'm gonna add some sockets. Can we have 2 sockets in that? Oh shit, that gets 2. Okay, let's start getting some lightning resist. 4 to 6 fire damage. 14% increased physical damage. Okay. Cold resist, fire resist. Just max life? Huh. Life and mana. 2% physical damage as life leeched. If you live out in the sticks, how's your internet so solid? Because I have 3 gig up, 3 gig down business line fiber on an SLA. So if it goes down, they owe me. 14% increased physical damage. It was a whole part of, like, building out this property to make sure that I could stream and we could run the ferret rescue streams without having any problems. And if it does go down, it's on them. Business SLA is the way, dude. Do I want 4 to 6? Or do I want 14%? Yeah, business internet is always chunky. I need more runes. That's where I'm at. I need like lightning resist runes. Because I don't have any, dude. I have so low resistances right now, it's getting scary. I don't like that. You have 1 gig up, 1 gig down. $10 a month? That's scary. .24 armor, and that's disgustingly strong. Love that. Okay, I need to start, like, boosting these. 50 accuracy rating on a martial weapon. Is this counted as a martial weapon? Is a talisman a martial weapon or something else? Yeah, it is. I think 50 accuracy is a really good idea. Accuracy isn't that good for melee, is it not? It doesn't matter for melee? What is it for? Because I normally do summon and they don't give a shit about accuracy. Ranged attacks like bows and crossbows? Oh. So that doesn't matter to me at all. Okay. Yeah, because I've only ever played a caster. Like, that's it. And I've only played Witch, and only Summoner Witch. And I've played it so many times. At the top end, a little bit for melee is handy, but not needed. Okay. That's fair. So I guess at that point, I'm really choosing between increased armor or something else. I think I should save my runes right now. I need to get lightning runes. I need to put 3 lightning runes in my gear. I'm going to socket that baby up. That'll be cool. Do you want to see something disgusting that I found during this run? And I found it live on stream? You guys want to see the most busted thing imaginable? You ready for this? Look at that. It dropped with 4 sockets. It dropped 4 socket, which is just like, what? And I was like, all right, well, that's going to the old bank. Greymake always has 4 slots? Does it really? Oh, I didn't think it always did. That's crazy. Yeah, it's -1 all attributes per level. So it'd be like 20 all attributes to me right now, which is disgusting. It's very strong. However, I also got Devouring Diadem, like, immediately afterwards, and I was like, oh, yeah, I'm just using that, right? Because, like, as a bear, you're just healing every couple of seconds. Like, that's busted. It's just too strong. It's way too strong not to. I thought it didn't always roll with 4. The heal's pretty nice. Yeah, it feels really good. There's a museum in PoE too. Yeah, I got all these to support them early on because I really like this. So I bought a bunch of tabs. And, like, I'm happy to do that. I think this actually worked out really nicely. It's cool for me. The game feels good. I want to support what they're doing. I feel like I get good value out of it. Especially playing Path of Exile for so long for free, you know? Yeah. There's a rune tab you can buy. I only put them in here, in the currency tab. I probably will get the rune tab eventually. Yeah, it's a very good game. It is, and I wanted to support them because I thought what they're doing is cool, you know? Man, I just don't know which one I want. Martial Weapon Leech right now seems pretty cool. I feel like leeching HP is kind of neat, but I don't know. Would PoE be a good first MMO? It is very much not an MMO. It is a action RPG, and there's no pay to win, which feels really good. Do physical percentage in weapon? I might just do physical percentage in weapon. I've been thinking about that, the Iron Rune. I mean, let's see where that goes. It's at 21 to 44, so like 24 to 49. Not that big of a deal. Adding 4 to 6 fire damage, definitely a bit better. I probably should have done 2 of those, you know, of the desert runes in it. But either way, it's just bonus damage. You ever thought it was an MMO? It's an action RPG, but it's a multiplayer action RPG. But I play hardcore solo self-found, so like, not really playing with others, you know?
Don Join with $2 said sous vide the board.
Why would you sous vide the board, dude?
Top_T_drinker said, hi Thor, hope
What's
you're
up?
having a good stream today.
I am.
Before I career swapped into
Hope you
tech,
are.
I spent 20 years as a gardener and horticulturalist.
Cool.
I learnt a lot about plants and their names, including all of the Latin associated with them.
That's
You
cool.
can quite often find out about the plant's characteristics, who discovered it or is used from the Latin name it's been given. I'd
Fair.
like to share some of these with you. First off, check out the white stem bramble. It seems to have had an interesting use historically.
White-stemmed bramble.
Advance with me.
Did not disappoint.
Gates we must open.
Oh. Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you for this. Thank you for this knowledge.
Softopus259 with 15 Malaysian ringgit said, I've been making art and stories since a tiny child.
Oh.
It's so far back in the past I can't quite remember. It will take time to remember or redefine.
Yeah. It does take time. Give yourself that time. We got ads. Yeah, give yourself some time with it, man. Let's see. That's looking good, Jake. That's looking really good, actually. Is that a component added to items? How do we add that? Mind block from group? That's an experience source on a profession. Yeah, I know, but like, how do we add that as a component to an individual block? Because I don't want to do that for all blocks in a group. You know what I mean? Like, they're not all going to have the same amount. Certain blocks are going to give certain amounts of archaeology XP. Let me see how you did this. Oh, that's great. Okay, never mind. I'll just have a billion experience sources in there. Sick. That's super useful. Yeah, no, that's super useful. A singular block, that's great. Thank you, dude. Yeah, because I can set up groups this way that all have the same amount of experience. So I'll set up like a ranges, and then do that range within a certain group tag, and then we'll go from there. And then I'll build that all out tomorrow then if you're already ready for that. I know, dude, that the plant name is insane. The plant name is absolutely insane. Yeah, reading back through this message to make sure that I got exactly what you were saying. It's so far back to the point you don't quite remember. It'll take some time to remember or redefine. I mean, the way that you should feel about it, man, is that's time well spent. Don't focus on just where you want to get. Focus on where you're at. Where can you be one step ahead from where you're at? Not where you are at the end of the road. Where are you now? Where can you be tomorrow? Not a year from now, you know?
Down you go.
Give yourself that time. Be cool with it. Tomorrow, home playing WoW? Dude, fair. If that's where you want to be. Oh. My health dropped for a second there. That was a little bit scary. Exalt Orb. Love that. Give to me the Exalteds. Wonderful. Oh, that's evasion. Don't care about that. I have never made an evasion rating build, and I'm going to be honest with you, they scare me. It just doesn't feel like something that's sustainable. Dodge Bear sounds really scary, dude. My god. They exploded in a burst of fire. Yes, boss creature. Squished. Give me all the free weirdness. So much weird loot in here, you know? None of it good. Sometimes you get, like, legendaries and shit in there. Sound like the Wraith Ghosts of Burning Crusade. I could see that. There's a lot of, like, modification on the voice, on the vocals there. So it sounds kind of, like, roboted out a little bit. Or, like, haunted, you know? I just love the slam on this. Like, it just feels really good, you know? Ah, another one. Oh, more. I have never felt so fearless as I have playing this bear character in Path of Exile. I always play a class that's so fragile because I play Witch. And now playing the Bear, I'm just like... My hubris is growing, you know? Like, I feel the hubris. I can feel it. I feel the hubris, Chad. And it's a little concerning. I have a bit of a concern. Chests have 15% more item rarity. That's kind of sick. Just in general. 8% increased effective temple mods from garrisons. Okay. Can't do it there. A bronze works. A guardhouse. More. And then maybe... Let's do that. I'll run the temple. Slowly but surely building. Yeah, Huberis. My Huberis. It's growing.
DCTR_Crowley said, in my life I've discovered there are 3 things that are the hardest to say.
What's that?
1. I'm sorry. 2. I was wrong. 3. Worcestershire sauce.
It's wash your sister sauce. Should know that. Obviously. Hey, this dungeon is the same level as me. So I'm gonna get a lot of XP for being here if I don't die. That's a big if, though. I have a little bit of a concern. Ooh. The septic visit arrival window, man. It's a different thing today. There's another guy who's showing up today. That is another scanner. That's terrifying. Lightning guy is scary. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh. Nope. Come on, man.
Wild ticket.
Another legendary. But it's for an item I can't use. It's a shield. And I can't use shields. That's unfortunate. Got hair, like, deep in my ear. The hell does that do? That's a cool looking shield, though. I've never seen that one. I don't know anything about it. This room is so cool. The work gem. Okay, this is disgustingly powerful. It is insane. It allows you to get another support gem slot early. Which is already insane. Like, it's really, really insane. Yeah. And now I can figure out what I want to put on that. Which is cool. Should that be saved for endgame something? No, because it increases it to 3. And you normally wouldn't even be able to do that right now. Yeah, like early on, you wouldn't be able to do that. You need that room in your lab? It's pretty goddamn cool.
Oh, look at that. A blood medallion. I think I've got something in here about those.
I don't even know what that is.
Yes. This will come in handy for exploring the temple further. Let's see what we can do with it back at the console.
Okay. That's new. I don't even know what that is. I've never seen that. But alright. The temple just keeps getting cooler and cooler. When did they add this to the game? The dexterity. This patch, it's so freaking fun, dude. Like, it really is a very cool system, and I'm very excited about it. I've been having a blast. You found the source of what, man? Why is that from a Twitter account called Equine Dentist? The source of what? What is this? Wow. That's a beefy thing. The source of the sauce? What is this? The sweet and sour source? God damn it, dude. You're so dumb.
Drovac007 said, "Hey Thor, I read something yesterday and had to share it with everyone.
Oh?
Horror is comedy without the punchline."
I don't know if I believe that one. I don't know if I believe that. Thank you for the sweet and sour source, by the way. Insane behavior. Straight from the horse's mouth. God damn it. Look at the AoE on that. Damn. I'm gonna get a level soon. This is really nice. Ooh. Wait, it's tier 2. Am I even supposed to have tier 2 shit yet? I didn't think I was supposed to have that shit yet. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. I have to swap to this. Because that's a lot of bonus armor. However, I'm going to lose 31 spirit. Which means I'm losing... I'm going to have to lose scavenge plating. Which is fine. But that's a big boy armor. So we'll lose that. But we'll gain this. And that'll make my armor go from 54 to 60 baseline. But I'm losing fire resist. Is that worth it? That might be worth it. Yeah, because if we go down here to armor 52%, yeah, that's worth it. Yeah. Sucks to lose the fire resist. Sucks to lose the life regen. Sucks to lose all that. But that's just disgustingly strong. It's very, very strong. It's okay. I think that's worth it, personally. Because my defense, my armor is actually elemental resistance as well, technically. Ooh. Very nasty. Too many of them. All right. 12% increased physical damage. Done. Become bear. There's an exalted workbench in here, too. And something called a Hall of War is the name of this room. What do we do with this? More? No. No. More? Rare equipment with the new random modifier. Is that not enough? This already has 6. My man. I like that. Needs to have a free modifier slot? Yeah, that's true. I don't know if it did. I will tell you, that amount of extra armor is enormous, though. Like,
Soil her glory! Tortured creation!
too much bullshit going on.
Reforged. Divide. In her memory.
He's teleporting, and I don't like that. Yeah, I really don't like that he's teleporting around and getting weird.
In her memory. The round in her fortune.
Please, game.
In her memory.
That guy's got a lot of HP, man.
Reforged. Eruption! Divide.
What the hell is that?
Molten leeches. Round her fortune.
There's too many ads. I gotta keep pulling this guy around.
Divide. Score. Remade. Round her fortune. In her memory. Score.
Not good.
Round in her fortune.
Too much teleportation. Come on, man.
In her memory. The round in her fortune. Divide. Pity. Random. Will go on. Reforged. Round her fortune. Scorn. Her legacy remains. Drowned in her fortune. Wild chicken.
Feel like I earned that legendary. That's a nasty dude. That's a nasty dude. All right, man. A body armor legendary, huh? And something called a forging mechanism, which I don't know what that is. Adds an augment slot to a martial weapon, wand, staff, or armor. I think I should hold on that one until I find a thing. Nasty fight. It's funny because someone said Z DPS. That guy he was very strong, dude. Yeah. Because, like, I'm definitely not 0 DPS. You can take it? What do you mean you can take it? You can take it as a currency orb. Really? Oh. Oh, okay. So it just does it that way. That's a little bit weird. Yeah. Okay, we're doing this again. This hurts the bear. Come on, man. God damn, dude. I am getting slowed to shit by something, and I don't know what it is. He's got a hinder aura. This may actually be a problem. I need those ads in the middle to be dead. There we go. Come on. The Hinderer is very scary. Come on, man. Alright, we're gonna have to chill for a little bit. Gotta chill, chill, chill. I got a regenerating health potion, so it should be fun. And I just gotta chill. It'd be really cool if that would, like, go in a direction that made sense. But it doesn't seem to want to do that. Is he chilling? We chilling? Is it? What you doing over there, man? What are we doing? Are we just... We taking a break? Okay. I guess that's cool. Ow. Crushed him. That's a good one. Just gotta keep rolling. God, it hurts.
Balance restored.
This guy's getting a little bit spooky. It's getting a little bit spooky. I'm gonna be honest. I'm getting a little scared. It's starting to hurt. The hell's a ferocious roar? What does this do? Empowers 1 attack per 8 enemy power in range, counting up to 64 power. Gain 2 rage per enemy power in range. Empowered attacks break 123 armor and hit. Okay. That's kind of cool. I like that. Become strong. Yeah, give me that. Just put more sockets in that, man. Cool. I don't even know what that does yet, but I don't even care. Scream enemies into submission. Yes. Do love screaming at enemies till they die. This is really a scary dungeon now. I've made something that's a little spooky, I have to say. It kind of freaks me out so far. It's a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, and I'm starting to get nervous. Which is good, because that means I'm right where I should be, you know? I feel like that's exactly where you need to be in Path of Exile. It's right where it's like, Is that a ghost, bro?
Rot claim you.
That's the tech. That's the tech.
Enough already.
I need to go sell. Temple's not yet complete. Are you sure you want it? Ooh, that's the grift, is it? Okay. I thought I could leave at any time. That is not accurate. Shit. Okay. Time to collapse all my garbage. It won't reset, you can leave and come back? Then why would it give me the warning? You just have to run through the temple. Oh, okay. So I'd start back at the beginning of the temple, effectively. Another frenzied talisman, huh? Those are cool. These guys have a lot of HP, man. Antler focus. Oh, we got ads. What do we do with this? That one's done. That one's done. Alright. Alright. Warning scared you too, but it doesn't reset. That's good.
Steel_generation with 500 bits said, greeting Pirate Soft Bear. Did you know that in Washington state, there is a nature fund for the protection of swamps and other wetlands?
Yes.
Weirdly, it's funded entirely through a tax on the sale of any depictions of horses sold in the state.
No, it's not.
They call it the R-tax.
That's not true. They do have protection of wetlands, though, but it is not the R-tax. What happened to Jeff? He's an Orbezos. That's what he is now. The R-tax. I swear to God. You guys are goblins. Oh. God damn. I don't know which direction I want to go from here. Maybe pick up all this armor? Maybe pick up this health regen? 0.6% max HP? I just don't know. Elemental ailment threshold, maximum energy shield, maximum armor. I just don't know which way I want to go. There's a lot of shit I could do here. Oh, the stun buildup is a pretty big deal. Ooh. I think these three, that one doesn't matter. This one, that one, and that one are just kind of big. And then I could do an energy shield boot, and then that'll give me tons of armor. Bro, what is that cursed thing? That, I feel like that shouldn't even be an emote on Twitch. I feel like putting that in my channel means it's not, like, gonna be one anymore. Yeah, more tank. That's exactly what I'm going for. That's a wild emote, dude.
Abominations!
Alright, we're gonna go fight another boss. I filled this thing with bosses. I've made a mistake. Lizard Man boss? Ow. Oh, he's like a boss. He's got like a big health bar. Rude. Crush the man. Dodge every attack, crush the man. Another point. 30% more physical damage. Glorious. This is getting a little brutal in here, man. Is this like the new endgame activity, even though they give it to you right from the beginning?
Leave water.
There we go. That's a wild emote though, man. Still blows me away. How that could even be on Twitch. Then again, I've seen weirder, I think. I think the pregnant Sonic one is pretty weird. Or is it Mega Man? Prega Man. Yeah, it's Prega Man. The pregnant Mega Man one. Yeah, don't worry about it. It gets weird. Twitch is a weird place. Oh, shit. He breaks armor. It's getting rough in here. You know, you ever just feel like it's
doesn't forget.
You feel like it's getting rough in here, maybe a little bit? You have no life regeneration. But the armor is so big. Oh, but the armor is so big. But the armor is so big. It would have been really cool, I think.
Ancient secrets laid bare.
Oh, but the armor would be so big. No, why have you done this? Don't put Prega Man in my chat. Jesus Christ. Life regeneration per second is 22.2. We get 0 now. That's so grim. That is so grim, but the amount of... The defense goes from 59% to 73%. We just can't. It's just not worth it. We already have all those. Is anything else in here? Rare equipment that we need? No. No. Are we done with modifiers? I think I might be done with modifiers. Holy shit. I think I'm done with modifiers. Okay. Can we put that in there before it's identified? No. Whack. Oh my god. This place is starting to get scary. Is your tune's name Barrington? No, it's Pirate Soft Bear. I'm anything but soft as a bear, though. I'm terrifying at this point. Ow. Just melted him. Just absolutely annihilated that guy. That one was nothing.
I'm not ready yet.
I like that the shout rears the bear back up on his two legs so you can immediately go into a slam. Because the slam adds 0.4 seconds to the cast time if you're not already standing, so you shout into, which is just very nice. Like, it just feels really good. Yeah, I love it. Absolutely loving it. Alright. Hello, friends. Squished.
Nature takes what's owed.
The temple is done. I have finished it. Upgrades a magic item to a rare item, adding 1 modifier. Okay, what can we do for magic? You become strong. Critical hit chance. Cool. And then we can take that over to one of these other ones and then buff the shit out of it. Yeah? Honestly, man, I really think that these dungeons are starting to become the scariest part of the game. Like, straight up. And I think that's very cool. Why is that not working? I don't want to talk about it. I don't know what's going on there. I don't want to look at it. It's gonna slip through the wall, and it's fine. But yeah, they're really starting to become like the most difficult part, and like my favorite part. So, I've been having a blast with these, entirely so. No. Oh, this one actually makes a magic into a rare. I guess we do that. Dex, ew. Yeah, ew. We got PoE 2 before Division 2. Did we actually? I don't know if we did. When did Division 2 launch? And when did PoE 2 launch? I don't remember. Pretty sure Division 2's been around longer. Maybe. Division 2 way before PoE 2? Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, I'm pretty sure Division 2's been around for basically ever. Now I get to find out whatever the hell this blood thing does. Oh, I can add a treasure vault now, huh? Okay. I'm gonna go back into my lost temple and go fight that treasure vault, yeah?
Never the same twice, this place.
Oh, wait. By placing it, it is now gone. And it does not exist on the map. Okay, so it only exists for the next time I go through, I guess. Interesting. Huh. Some nasty shit in here. Okay, you go in the stash, never to be used ever again. Got it. You could view that map inside the vault? Yeah, but I didn't know how to use the thing. There's like a thing that I had to use. What a sick run, though, man. Division 2 was fond memories for Thor by the time that I started watching a stream a little over 2 years ago. I love Division 2. I love that game. You're waiting for PoE 2 1.0? Fair. Yeah, I think that's a very fair thing to do. I've just been having a blast playing it, personally. But that's like down to, do you want to play a game that's not complete yet, you know? And that just comes down to your personal interest. Nope, mine's better than that. do uncut skill gem level 7. Furious Slam. Big slam time. And an iron rune. The lesser iron rune is pretty goddamn good. 21% cold is kind of a meme. Let's exalt that up. Lightning resist, again. Not bad. Not amazing, but not bad. Bonus physical is not a bad thing at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need one more. / follow. Oh, you don't even need to do that. Just click on your own name, man. If you want to know how long you've been watching the stream, like someone who's been around for like a long period of time, just click on yourself. You've been following since December 29th, 2023, right? Yeah. Yeah, isn't that a cool system? Getting no health regen is kind of scary. Wait. What if I use the armor that gives 0 health regen, but I have the helmet that consumes a corpse and heals me? Right? On YouTube, you can't do that. No, it's over on Twitch only. Right? Because then I can get 700 armor off of my main. Off of my chest piece. And I don't think that passive regen is really doing a lot for me. And I could change my build. I'd change my build up completely, wouldn't I? Because, like, look at this thing. 766 armor. 28% increased strength. 10% reduced dex and ed. It doesn't really matter, right? Yeah. Why shouldn't I wear the armor of the gods? Look at that name. Look at that armor. 59%, 73%. Armor, 66% reduced damage from elements, 51%. I'm going to save this one just in case. But I feel like this is going to be fine. And now, what are my resistances? Dog. Okay, I need resist runes in here. Wait. 14% increased armor. Oh, but no, that's not going to be multiplicative with that, is it? It's going to be additive with the 443, isn't it? Increases quality? Fair. Yes. $919, my dude. 71. 71. 75. God damn. God damn. Yeah. You never reads YouTube. The AI is learning. Why you like this? No, I think that's enormous. Yeah, but I'm trying to think about what runes I want to put in the armor. I definitely don't want to do an iron rune, because we're at 443 increased armor, so adding another iron rune is just going to add another 14%, right? Sort of worthless. Fire resistance is big. That would be cool. Lightning resistance is what I need, but I don't have a single one. Maybe max HP? Are there any healing abilities? Yeah, I mean, my helmet eats enemies and then turns them into health for me. I have no health regen because of this. So now I gotta rebuild this, because I've got some points like these ones now that just don't work, right? Like, these don't do anything anymore. I wonder if the recoup works. None of these do anything now, though. I guess the 5% damage ones do. But the regen does nothing outside of that. So... shit. What can we do here? These are important. I feel like I could drop... The skill speed feels very good. I feel like I could drop all of this, and I can instead go to increase damage. Area, like area damage there. Critical damage bonus. Like, this seems to be right. What if I go up this way? And just get all the armor and then go across. But this is a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Konami did a big dumb. They removed the Denuvo DRM only to replace it with Enigma DRM. Users are saying that they have lost 10 to 50% in 10 to 50% in performance for Resident Evil 4 Remake. Jesus, dude. That's wild. Recoup still works. You can also invest in Life Leech. Yeah, can you tell me more about this? What do you mean Konami? Wrong name? Yeah, I was going to say... You meant Capcom. Okay, I was going to say Konami. I was like, when did they work on Resident Evil? I was like, wait, what? I had to double take that shit. Okay, so if I go up this way, there's 4 allocations here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and that brings us back around to that. And then we'll have the same thing. I need to remove some of my talents. So I need to talk to the Hooded One.
Never too old to start afresh.
Oh, damn it. Yeah? It'll cost me like 1,000 gold, but I lose all the shit that I just don't need, because it's health regen. We don't care about that anymore. And this gives a lot more just base damage. I get 24% more base damage. No, 34% base damage instead of 10. And I get increased area damage, which I think counts for my slam. And critical damage bonus, which is kind of cool. It almost makes me wonder if these even matter at this point. Do these matter? Maybe? It feels like they do. What is this? Fire damage? Fire damage doesn't seem to matter. There's melee down here with stun buildup. That might be useful? It seems pretty far away, though. Skill speed. Skill speed. No. I am completely beholden to corpse healing now, though. Does a health potion count as health recovery? As health regeneration? Or does that count as a health potion? Is that separate? Sam, I release an update every month. The last one came out 7 days ago, bud. You can now use... You can still use health potion. Okay. I have a deep concern about this, but I think this is going to be overall more damage and more tankiness. It's just going to be a little bit of a change because I was relying on health regeneration, and I just won't have it anymore, right? I wonder if going down these will be good now, because these are like percentage armors. Like that one and that one there from this. Skill effect duration, increased stun threshold. That's on me, though. So I get stunned less often. I can also go down these. I think this is stun threshold there. Yeah. Yeah, he's just wrong about the name of the company. It's fine otherwise. It's not a big deal. I also kind of wanted to build all the way up to this bear paw thing. And there's another thing down here that I found. Lord of the Wilds. You can equip a non-unique scepter while wielding a talisman. 50% less spirit. Non-minion skills have 50% less reservation efficiency. Which is really interesting. Having like an offhand scepter while you're using a talisman just seems really good, because you could get like an aura, which is huge. Or you could do minions in some way, you know. Yeah. 50% less at reservation efficiency means they cost more? I think so. I think that's what it's trying to say. Yeah. I'm gonna try this. It's a big shift from my normal play. I'm a little bit worried. Wait, what? The shit? I got rid of... What? What is going on here? Does anyone understand what's going on there? Because that's definitely not what I had selected. Is that a bug? Cool. Yeah, I didn't like me doing what I was doing. That's fine.
Young man, here we are. Here, have this useless gold.
Have this useless gold.
Young man.
Speak up.
That one's got a crack in it. Stay in sight.
Boo. Both of these are big boo.
Young one, do not wander.
Knowledge is the real currency. I don't know, dude. I feel like currency's the real currency. I have a deep fear of my current build. We're gonna find out how it feels. Oh, actually, I need to do this. New one. V-Bucks is the real currency? I don't think so. I feel like that's false.
End of the line.
I don't think I take damage anymore. I don't think things hurt now. Chad, I don't think things hurt anymore.
Advance with me. There are 2 more gates.
I crushed them now. Yeah. Yeah. Who needs resistances? We just need more armor. We just need more armor. Does this cap at 75? Is that cap? I don't know if that's caps. It's about the bottle caps. True. I don't know what the cap is for armor. Overconfidence is a slow, insidious killer. Yeah, but my hubris is big enough now. I feel like my hubris is large enough that a death now would be hilarious. You know? I'm using my bare hands, yes. You know what I mean? Just... Oh, wait a minute. I think I understand. I think I understand what's happening. This does bonus area damage. I'm pretty sure all of my attacks are area. It's AoE. Everything is getting 10% multiplicative damage increase. Okay. That's busted. Big fan of that. I wonder if there's another way to get through this. Do I even need this? Little fan of it too, yes.
Avrith SATX said, "Hey Thor, I
So-
previously mentioned that my mom had been in the hospital since before Christmas.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she passed away Wednesday afternoon. I can't thank you enough for having been a positive place where I could take my mind off everything and enjoy something normal during all of this. Keep
I'm
doing
really
what you
sorry,
do
dude.
so well, and thank you again.
No, thank you. And I'm sorry that you had to go through that. That's really rough. It really is. And I hope you're doing okay, even knowing that you're probably not. And that's okay. You know. Yeah, it sucks, man. Ugh. Ooh, battle fever, huh? All right, ads are over. I think I'm going to go down this way next and get Battle Fever. Because it's 30% physical damage and then another 25. So 55% physical damage and 5% skill speed. And then maybe go this way. There's a whole bunch of armor break here. I don't know. There's so many different routes. There's all this armor here, too. Defend with 120% of armor against projectile attacks. So projectiles end up being more defended against. Plus 20% increased armor if you've been hit recently. If you haven't been hit. If you have been hit. That's crazy. What's new in PoE? I'm playing a druid, and the druid is wild. %100% more maximum rage. Regenerate 1 rage per second per 4 rage spent recently. No rage effect. Some weird shit in here. I'm going to do Lord of the Wilds. I just have so many ideas now. Basically, I'm playing Druid, and it's getting weird. The build is starting to expand into something very strange.
Blood for blood.
And I've dropped all my health regen because I don't need it anymore. Because I have so much armor. I'm just like a god of armor now. Because I found the Giga Chest. And it's kind of insane. And I love it. Yeah, you don't need regen if you don't bleed, that's true. And I'm definitely not bleeding, you know? But like, look at this. 919 armor. Are there other animal types? You could turn into a werewolf and a wyvern. But I'm playing bear. Bear makes me real tanky. Yeah. Yeah, just remove all your blood and then you can't bleed anymore. Exactly, you figured it out.
Smug Rainbow Pony with 500 bits said, you know, I really like the UI frame elements of this game.
I do too.
The Gothic stone reliefs between the actual information elements. The
It's
statues
really cool.
next to the gauges. Most apps and games recently have grown too. Empty, heartless, distilled their designs down to serifless fonts and rounded corners, sanded off every edge, and reduced their identity to colors and logos. This is good. The potion fitting in an alcove is cool. I want
I
to
agree.
make cool UIs like this.
Do it. I don't know what this thing is. But it's definitely dead now. Oh, it was one of these little bosses. It was a Vol boss. That was kind of cool. I dig that. Horrifying. Yeah, it had blood, and now it no longer does.
Down you'll go.
I do love my beautiful Scottish accent bear. But yeah, no, I really do like the UI. You're right. One of the things that I think is fantastic about it is look how it's reactive to the mouse. You see that glowing on the health orb there? All of the assets along this, they glow and shine as if the mouse was a light source. Which I just think is a really, really nice touch. Like, all the buttons do this. That's, like, not something you'd ever think about. And it's not something that is, like, normal to do. And just looks amazing, honestly. Yeah, it's an unnecessary but beautiful detail. Exactly. I think that the UI in this is great. It really is. It's just so over the top, you know? Windows 10 did something similar for its UI and it looked really cool. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It shows pride in the work. I agree with that. I actually think that I'm becoming the god of bears. I will continue down this path. More armor.
Noxious.
How is this possible?
I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sand. I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave
You
you
ain't
to
gonna
the
do shit.
sand. I tried to seek peace, and the Sekamas disgraced me. Rot in the sand. This time, we choose war.
I remember playing this on my Witch and being terrified of all the melee
We
guys.
shall finish this.
And now I just don't even have to care.
Make haste.
This is crazy.
Ha! He knows he's outmatched. That's why he runs.
Quickly. He conjures the very
It's
sun
over,
against
dude.
us.
The boss didn't even... Like, I hit him to the final phase before it even got there.
This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat that.
Yeah, like, that was... I pushed him out of the phase before he even got to the phase. You know, like...
Thank you.
I don't even know what to do with it.
We would speak to
Yes, skill gems. Socket the skill gem into the thing. I don't even need this. Whatever. Yoink. Bear is goat. Bear is powerful, dude. Bear is broken. And I'm loving it. Legitimately loving it. I need runes though. I'm hurting on that. That's like becoming a problem very rapidly because I don't have the runes that I need. I need the ones that are like lightning resist is what I'm after right now. I need a lightning resist ring or a lightning resist rune. Like I just need lightning resist and it's like starting to become a problem. This caravan will fit 50 humans for one bear. You goddamn right. Yes, the Shrine of Bones. No, I gotta do the Ascent, don't I? Trial of Secamus. It's Secamus time, dude. Those tempting 14% armor, they're not multiplicative, though. They're additive, and this rune, or this item already has 443% armor. So it's just not... It's not good. It'll add into that and be very dilute, if that makes sense.
So this is where the Marketh forge their finest.
I'm really glad that his voice changes based on the form that you're using.
The proving grounds for the sisterhood is complete. Though it
But more
broke
armor?
Many bones and some backs, the triumph is ours to behold. Zerok has been the most helpful aid.
Hello,
Came
friend.
to us at Tel Jari, but now he is something more.
Yes, yes, yes.
I will serve.
Balbala.
We have met in battle.
It's time. Yes, give me the thing. I'm ready.
Let's leave this place standing.
Bear is strong like bear, and kind also like bear, and bear also like bear. Bear is very much like bear. Oh, crush them all.
Beast.
I just realized I have to worry about getting hit because I'm a melee now. I never had to worry about that before as a witch. Honor's going to become a problem, isn't it?
Swift magnificence.
Yeah, I've never done this place as a melee. I usually get through this place without losing a single point of honor. Because I'm on a summoner witch. And it's just trivial. Cool. What happens if you run out of honor? Do you die? Or do you just go back to the beginning? The mechanic is not fun. Personally.
I would give anything for a sip.
You are thrown away. You don't die. So I don't lose my hardcore. When you run out of honor at the bottom. This. It counts as a fail, but not as a death, right? 0 honor does not count as death. Okay. Oh, you gotta go there. Chalice Trial. These are the fun ones. Give me the elite. Rip him up. Bear, bear, bear. I love this music, too.
Balance restored.
A great challenge overcome.
Off we go. Give to me this key. The golden key. All right. Reminds you of Diablo 2? Yeah. Yes. And there's a big reason for that, and it's because they're Diablo-based. That Diablo kind of made the genre, and then Path of Exile went their own direction and made a lot of really cool shit that we've never really seen in this genre. They've done a phenomenal job with it. Gone a direction we've never really seen or, felt before. And made a lot of unique stuff. I feel like Path of Exile innovates dramatically more than Diablo does.
That was close.
I didn't even lose a single piece of honor.
I would give anything for a sip.
Silver key, I guess it is. And then bronze cash requires a bronze key to open. Afflicts you with suspected sympathizer. 50% reduced honor to No, that's not good. Lose all sacred water and floor completion doesn't really matter. That's fine. Yeah, honor staying high is good, yes. I agree. I'm probably going to go with the honor restoration reduction. I gotta get him into an area that's open.
Nature takes what's old.
Lost a little bit of honor there, but that's fine. Gotta dodge everything in melee, huh? A little bit spooky. Went from 910 down to 685 there. Not bad. What's causing you to lose honor? Anytime you take a hit, you lose honor. You have to play perfectly, is the whole point of this. We'll go this way. Awards a shrine to restore honor. We'll go that way. Yeah, it's dangerous. You only need 1 honor to finish. You do, but the boss fight, you're going to get hit a bunch, so... My giant fat ass is no longer a benefit. Thread the needle. Alright.
I'll turn you to scrap.
I feel like I should have gotten hit there, but I didn't. Actually, I don't need to use the pledge, do I? I don't need to have a pledge, do I? In any way. If I don't do this pledge, I don't gain the debuff, do I? Or am I? I'm gonna do the pledge. Take 167 damage after completing 8 rooms. We gain 3 minor boons. We just take physical damage. Take 19 physical damage on room completion. That's fine. Oh no, that'll do damage to me, won't it? It'll take damage off of my stuff. Top one's free. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna do the top one. 50% increase honor restored. You can see an additional room ahead on the trial map. Trap steal 50% reduced damage. Not the best boons, but alright. It did not take me to the one that I wanted because the mirror. Damn.
Monstrous wretch! Wilds take it.
Nice. Didn't lose anything. It's a scary place in here, man. Whoop. If I would have got hit by that, I would have rolled. Yes, honor restoration. Perfect. I didn't think I was actually going to the right place. Bronze cache. Let's do that. Hey, Thor, what's up, dude? It's a terrifying run. It's a good time. Haven't gotten hit still. Made it. All right, here we go. Roll the marbles. Let's see what happens.
The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
Every time she says that, I think she says the forehead is formidable. The forehead is formidable. Thank you, Bobala. You're the best.
Come on, then! You great lump of stone!
It burns.
Forgot about that. Not good. I missed out.
Stand clear. Beware of what falls.
So much heft, and still you fall like the rest.
I knew.
I forgot they blow up. All right. Neat. You're a bear, it's all forehead? You're not even wrong. It is very much so forehead. Okay, I have a golden key. Choose the ascendancy.
Decision to make.
Oh. Let's see what these do. That's kind of crazy. Benefits of bonded modifiers on runes and idols. What is bonded? Some modifiers on runes and idols are only available to players who have allocated the Shum Wisdom of Magi Ascended Notable. Maximum Rage. Every 2 rage also grants 1 spell damage. No inherent loss of rage. Regenerate 6% of your maximum rage per second. Increases and reductions to mana regen rate also apply to rage regeneration rate. Skills have +5 to rage cost, +7 to max rage. Okay. Avatar of Evolution. 5% of physical damage taken is cold, fire, and lightning. Adaptations have a duration of 5 seconds. Double adaptation effect. +3% of all elemental resistances. Plus 10% less elemental damage taken. Adapt to the highest elemental damage type of each hit you take. 10% less damage taken of each elemental type during or per matching adaptation. Okay. Which one is for being a bear, right? What is this? Wait, what? You see what is and what might have been. Reveal a suite of Oracle-only passive tree nodes after ascending as an Oracle? What is... That's wild, dude. Enemy critical hit chance against you is unlucky. Damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky. Unlucky things are rolled twice, and the worst result is used. That's interesting. Because they can see the future, yeah? No keystone passive skills in medium radius of allocated keystone passive skills can be allocated without being connected to your tree. Non-keystone? Wait. So if you do a keystone, it gives you all the ones in the radius? Is that what it's meaning? I'm not quite sure I understand. Forced outcome is 100% crit. Hits which could potentially be a critical hit, but do not roll a critical hit, will reroll critical hit chance until they succeed. That's crazy. You have to spend skill points. Okay. Moment of vulnerability. That's not my thing. Align fate. While active, visages of yourself from alternate timelines will occasionally appear and cast one of your spells from your first valid weapon set. Until the next visage appears, your next cast of the same spell aligns your fate, empowering that spell. Visages can only cast non-channeling, non-buff spells you could cast that have no cooldown. Cast the matching spell before the next visage empowers it. Empowered spell deals 30% more damage. Okay. You just see yourself from alternate timelines. Hit damage is taken from mana before life if your current mana is higher than your current life. Weird. Wait. Grants a passive skill point? You just get 2 more skill points. This is weird, dude. I don't know if I want to go Oracle or if I want to go Shaman now. I feel like elemental resistance is disgustingly strong. I feel like reactive growth is very powerful. Right? 10% increased defenses. Armor, evasion rating, and energy shield are the standard defenses. Other protective stats such as resistances are not counted as defenses. So that would give me 73% armor, up from 71. That's very strong. Yeah. It's free real estate. It is kind of free real estate. There's a lot of hidden passives for rage, slams, and armor. I just don't know what I want to do with this. So, like, if I do the way that I feel like it, what does Apocalypse do? Build glory by hitting enemies with elemental damage. Okay, we wouldn't be going that route. That one doesn't make any sense. This is like the caster route. I think I would be doing the Avatar of Evolution and the Furious Wellspring, right? And maybe even Wisdom of the Magi. I don't know how many points we end up getting. Whatever you do, have fun. Yeah. Oracle allows you to access 136 hidden passives? Bro, what? Does anyone have a list? I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I've returned, and I'm eating. Did you just call Tank Girl a retro movie? I'm dying. I got to meet the main actress from Tank Girl at a comic convention and got her to sign a picture of Tank Girl, of the cover art. I have it somewhere in my boxes. Awesome goddamn movie. I also have, I think it was the same comic convention I got the original Batman. Old school Batman. I was very young. Yeah. I think it was like 18. Oh. See how old she is now. Yeah, Lori Petty. Oh, thank God. I was really worried it would say was, but no, she is. She's still around. That's awesome. Yeah, I was very concerned for a moment. I was like, oh no. You know you're old when you refer to your ATO yourself as very young.
Separate universes. But if I had a nickel for every time kangaroos were mysterious warriors, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice.
I agree with that. Yeah. 20 years ago? Yeah. Yeah, something around there. I think I was like 18. I was pretty young. When did Tank Girl come out? Tank Girl came out in 1995. Oh my God. Dude, I'm ancient. I'm ancient. It's over. It's so over. I'm going to go this route first. Get the elemental resistances and then the adaptation.
I stand with the elements, and they with me.
Yep. Keys. Oh, that's weird. Those are up above it now. Gold Royal Cash, gimme. Did I not have a key? I thought I had a golden key. Oh, no, it did the thing. What keys do I even have? I got 1 silver and 2 bronze, huh? Let's go Boots Cash. And then we'll go Relic and Warrior. Alright. Neat.
May that serve you. Use that well.
By God, he's done it. Simon burned Roblox after they made an announcement adding Gen AI to the game. Whoa! Wait, what the hell? A moment. That's really weird. Is Twitter shitting itself? Because it feels like it's shitting itself. Oh, that's why it's shitting itself. It's not carrying persistence of login between twitter.com and x.com. Roblox prioritizing shareholders over creators is not surprising at all. They're a public company, and that's their duty. If you want to understand the direction the company is heading, don't look at the marketing aimed at the creators. Read how they talk to investors versus how they talk to developers and artists. In investor communications, the focus is on scalability, efficiency, margins, and AI-driven growth. In creator-facing messaging, the word AI is often avoided entirely, replaced with vague buzzwords like real-time dreaming or 4D. That disconnect is calculated. The strategy is clear, though. Leverage developer and artist content to train their own AI labs and reduce dependence on human-created UGC over time. Whether that future arrives in 2 years or 10, the direction is obvious. At the end of the day, platforms under investor pressure look for ways to scale content creation without scaling payouts. It's visible in earnings calls, investor decks, hiring patterns, and the language used. Depending on the audience, creators should pay attention because the story told to shareholders contrasts with the one told to them. What do I know? I've been on both sides, as a successful UGC creator and now as a UGC game platform. I met with many of the big companies you now can think of and was part of the many discussions on monetization and business strategy for those businesses. I know this space from the core. I started from absolutely nothing and worked through every aspect of the business. But hey, that's just my personal opinion. That's bonkers, dude. Yep. I agree with him. Entirely so. I really like Simon because he doesn't give a shit. Yeah. That's it. Why you hate Mblanky, lol? The list, I can find a build with the passives allocated. No, I don't want that. I just want to play around. Yeah. I honestly think this is fantastic. I got one thing that Roblox never had. Profits. Which is a pretty heavy flex. Yep. That's wild, dude. I honestly think that he's going real hard there, and it's good. I really don't like that Roblox is being advertised all over Twitch, and I wish there was something that I could do to remove it from my channel, but there isn't. You know? And that just sucks. So, I get it. Yep. Like, I'm not making anything off that. They're just advertising it here. Which is not the best. Yeah, there's a Roblox button on top of Twitch. Jim the Dandy. Poop pants emoji, man. Yeah, to be clear, just so you guys understand, I am not advertising Roblox. That is Twitch doing that, and I'm not getting any money from it. That's just the platform doing whatever the hell it's doing right now. So, do keep that in mind. Not a fan of that. Yeah, I'm not getting anything for that. It's a platform ad, and a platform ad we don't make any money off of, dude. Expedition 33 devs have been knighted by the French Ministry of Culture. Really? I'm not surprised. It's a really big deal for France, dude. Like, it's a really big deal for France. So hell yeah. That makes sense. Good. Oh, I gotta go and actually regenerate these. 1 sec. Yeah, it's really cool, man. Good. Imagine making a video game and getting knighted for it.
Whatever it takes.
Wild.
Need something? Speak up. I've got some trinkets. This could be useful.
Oh, it's so good. It's such a good one. That sits in the old bank. Fury of the Mountain. First message, like, game's so good they changed global perception of France as a country. Yeah, they did. They actually put France on the map as a country that can produce great works in the gaming space, which wasn't really a thing for France before that. Not really. France produces very good film, phenomenal film, but French film. Film that is not widely accepted in many parts of the world because their storytelling is very different. It's very French, right? I really like it. I like things like Amélie. Like, I loved Amélie, you know? Really cool shit. You can see a lot of really amazing animation come out of there, too. Fifth Element? Is Fifth Element French? I don't think it is. Is it? It is. I didn't know that. That's cool. Didn't know that. Yeah, the ones that come to mind for me are Triplets of Belleville and Amélie. Those are the two big ones for me, right? I didn't even realize Fifth Element was French. That's cool. I think it's actually really neat. Yeah, it's very American cinema, it is. Yeah, Fifth Element is. Triplets of Belleville and Amélie are very not American cinema. They're very different. City of Lost Children? Ooh. That's... City of Lost Children's rad. His wife did crazy singing lady part, if I remember correctly. Really? The one with the... like, the blue? You know what I'm talking about. Tentacle lady. That was his wife? It's kind of cool. That's really neat. Yeah, Leon the Professional, that movie. I knew that was French. But no, there's just a lot of really good French cinema. There's not a lot of well-known French video games. So it's a totally new, like, area of media, like, really, for France to be recognized. And to be, I think that's, yeah, it makes sense they knight them. You know, like, you put France on the map. It's a big deal. Played an affair with Lulu? No. F Ubisoft? Dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. Ubisoft needs to live for just a little bit longer. All they have to do is produce Division 3. Once they do that, all bets are off. I don't care anymore. That's all I want. That's all. I don't care about anything else. They need to live, damn it. After that, they can shit and cry violently. I don't care. But that needs to happen. Yeah, it's cool they knighted the devs. Dude, I don't take any damage at all.
Begone, foul creature!
This is getting crazy. This character is unkillable now. I've become a golden god, Chet. The hubris. I can feel it. I can feel the hubris. Yes. Yes. Are there harder difficulties? Yes, as we go forward. Slowly but surely. Yeah, the huge breeze. You just have to understand, like, where it's at, right? Like, it's getting strong, right? Your hubris is leaking, it is. There's hubris all over the floor now. Hubris all over the video game. Hubris on that boss. Look at that. Look at that guy. They spent all that time summoning him and I just two-shot him. The hubris. 2 turntables and a microphone and hubris. Look at this guy. Gone. Gone. If you get hightail now, will you keep it after launch? Absolutely, yes. You keep that for the rest of your life. My god. It's like a nuclear bomb in bear form.
Blood for blood.
This is my favorite class now. I think you've broken me of the witch. I actually think that I'm done. I think legitimately, I just want to play play Druid now, and I just don't even care about my Witch anymore.
Not one's been laid to rest.
I've been playing Summoner Witch since PoE 1.
Begone, foul creature!
There's the first part of the relic. There it is. Need them both. My God. Is that a hyena centaur? That gets weird, right? I got all these weird, like, elemental shields around me now. Or as being his own summon. Yeah, I don't need to summon anything more. I just need to exist, like, on the screen. You know what I mean? Ow. It's incredibly rude. Not nice. Not a nice man, you know?
Beast.
Strength. Orb of Alchemy. Hyenatars? Yeah, there's a lot of them here. And I just kind of have to slap something and it just dies. You know? And I release a gigantic bombardment of death. Armor's down to 74%. You gotta keep gaining more. You're still a summoner or summoner of power and death? True. I'm mostly interested in how this boss is gonna go, because doing this boss on my witch was actually kind of tough. And remember, I only have 6% lightning resist, and I'm still walking through enemies casting lightning on me. Checkpoint. Jesus. High defense, yes. Running 74% armor right now. Because I found a chest piece that's busted. Check this shit out. 919 armor, 28% increased strength, and no life regen. But then this eats a nearby corpse and gives me 20% of my max HP back every 3 seconds. Do you think PoE 2 is more fun to play and less time-consuming than Path of Exile 1? I'd agree. Yeah, I would say that. But I'm going to be honest with you. Why do you want a game to be less time-consuming? If the time consumed feels fun, it doesn't matter, right? I'll spend all the time in the world playing a character. And to be honest with you, this character will eventually die. And I'm playing hardcore, so I just delete them when they die. You know? Ursa Immortalis, let's see if it holds up.
Let's finish this. worthy and better
So
off
anyway,
for it.
I think it did really well. Felt good. See how my HP's not going up, by the way? Watch what happens when I kill something. See how it's back to full? Watch this. It, like, eats the corpses every 3 seconds, like that one. That gives me 20% of my max HP back. That's the helmet doing that. I love how the first hit knocks the item out of their hand and the second hit kills them. Vampire bear? Corpse eater bear. Yeah, it's corpse eating. I consume them. Oh.
Mortal fool.
Yeah. Carrion bear, I guess. It's kind of grim, right? Necromancer bear, I guess. Why was there a checkpoint here? It's kind of a weird spot to put a checkpoint, right? A little bit odd. A little bit of a hungry bear, yeah. Nice. Nice. Carrying Ursine, yes. Isn't there supposed to be... not a mini-boss, but there should be like a pit here, yeah? There's supposed to be like a... Oh, did I not actually pick up the tusks? I gotta go back and get them. That's dumb. That's dumb and funny, actually. Such an insane ability.
What else take you?
Yeah, I think I forgot to pick up the tusks. I'm on my way back down there. Did he just not drop those? Did I hit him so hard he didn't drop it? Because I don't remember them being there, right? I'm pressing Alt. There's nothing there, man. I think I killed him so hard he didn't drop his quest item, dude. No, I didn't ditch him. They're, like, big. There's no loot filter blocking it out. I think I actually just bugged it. I think I unironically bugged that fight, man. Neat. We'll just kill him again, whatever. Yeah, straight to the Shadow Realm, exactly. Isn't there supposed to be, like, the like, undead pit thing? Or is that only for Witch in this zone? Yeah, the Abyss Pit. Is it still here? Other map. All right. It's in the Mastodon Badlands. Is that the one? So this one back here. Ever do a voiceover of a Where's Waldo book? Dude, maybe. Seeing as there's, like, no audio in that, right? There's no, like, there's very little text. Still developing or just gaming? I worked on Block Game for like 8 hours today, man. We did a whole bunch of design work stuff. It's quite fun. I also released an update for Heartbound 7 days ago. Next update is either going to be today or tomorrow for Heartbound. Yeah. We got ads. Yeah, either today or tomorrow for Heartbound. Hit him so hard it deleted his gear, exactly. Heard your name. Hello, where's Waldo? A detailed description of every image on the page, ending with
Smart
the precise
Rainbow
location
Pony
of
with
Waldo.
500 bits said, "Oh, is the queue empty?"
It is. And it was. And it is again. All right. Be gone, Bezos. 15 seconds. Wish you could assume the Ashes of Creation game? What do you mean assume it? You mean like play it more? Yeah, I mean like... It sucks, dude. But like... That's what happens when the director and owner... A director of the game and the owner of the company lies. I don't know what else to get out of that. Pisses me off, but... There's not much we can do there. Other than be like... Yeah. Oh, you mean me own it? No. I don't have money for that. Like, that's... Their burn rate was 800K a week, dude. Which, to be honest with you, is likely due to a lot of mismanagement. But I don't have that kind of money. That's like... I don't even know. That's like insane money. Yeah. $800,000 a week. How many employees did it have? 250. So it's not unlikely. It's quite a lot of money. Yeah. Just need more marketing and design people? No. They needed more QA testers. And they needed less design people. I'm still wondering if that's how many people are actually working in there. Because it's just so many. Alright, here we go.
Doug, these abyssals move quickly.
What would you say versus PoE 2 or Diablo 4? It would have been Diablo 4, but I don't think that the storyline of Mephisto made any sense to me. And I feel like they fumbled that. And I think that the reason I like Diablo is because of the primevals and the deep darkness of the primevals. And it felt cartoonish. Does that make sense? Yeah. Because, like, I love Diablo. I love the Herodrim. I love the Primevals, and I just don't feel like Mephisto was done very well. Personally, you know. And I think that Path of Exile has done a very good job of creating interesting build diversity without sacrificing gameplay in any way.
Take it.
You know? And it just, I don't know. Just Diablo doesn't feel right for that. Felt heavy before. 4 was just Booba Succubus. A little bit Booba Succubus. I agree with that. I really liked her story, though. I think Lilith's story was beyond just Booba. I think that her manipulation was very cool. I liked the way that that played out. The blood curse and all that shit was very cool. And her fight was awesome. Her fight was very cool. Mephisto's wasn't, though. And that just seemed out of place, you know? I think the reason why is Josh Mascara. Diablo 3 was in a really shit spot, and then Josh Mascara became the game director, and he brought it back to its kind of like dark, like grimdark roots, right, for Reaper of Souls. And then he was the game director for Diablo 4, and before it launched, he left, which means his influence was there for a lot of what we played at launch. And then it's slowly been drifting from that since. And that's kind of why I feel that it's weird. Is why that drift happened, is because his influence is gone now. Yeah. Where did he go? Went to go do his own shit. He left the company. I don't actually remember where he went. But I think that's something to note is games aren't made by companies. They're made by people. And when those people leave, the influence of the storytelling style that they have goes with them. And I think that's exactly the case for Diablo. Josh Mascara, to me, cared a very great deal about that grimdark fantasy that was Diablo at its core. Without him there, it just doesn't feel the same. Yeah. Is there a good grimdark sci-fi ARPG that's not Warhammer 40k? Grim Dawn. Grim Dawn is fantastic for that, I'd have to say. I think they've done a really good job with that. Very, very fun. Very grimdark. Yeah. Like, I play a lot of action RPGs. I really like Grim Dawn. I really liked... God, what the hell was... There was another one that we played recently. I want to play... There's one that we played during in December, and I can't remember the damn name of it. It was freaking cool. Yes, yes. Lurking creature. Hello, hooded one. Put it in my brain! Alright. What's up, man? An unrevealed desecrated mortifier into the slots. I don't have any of that. Not yet. Yeah, not yet. But soon. Favorite build on Grim Dawn? I haven't played in a long time. I have not played in a long time. I would not be able to tell you that right off the bat, man. It's got a nice change there. I think I should probably roll that one. Orb of Alchemy. Don't do me wrong. Oh my shit. Look at that. +2 to the level of all melee skills, my dudes. That's busted. That makes me excited. Yeah. Well, I gotta roll some more on. I gotta exalt it. 3 to 5 physical is not bad. It's not terrible. It's not good, but it's not bad. Yep. 30 to 49 right now. Mine's 24 to 49. But mine has 15 to 30 fire damage on it, which is kind of a lot. I will need to keep upgrading this. But it's already in a very good spot. You know. Really, Grim Dawn is getting a huge UI overview. Really? Overhaul? I don't even know why I imploded there at speaking. Yoink. $5.99. 603. Yeah. Overview, overhaul, imploded brain. Well, I guess at this point, I'm going to need... What am I going to need here? Because I got an essence now. Holy shit. Thanks for the 20 gifted subs, my dude. That is a lot. That is a lot. Jesus. Thank you very much. How come AOC shut down? I have a video on my YouTube all about it, but Steven lied to all of us. That's why. He lied to everybody. And I wish that was not the case, but it is. He had investors. He claimed that he didn't. And he lied to everybody.
Ah, that's nice.
Yeah. It's incredibly upsetting. Especially my current druid item in my hardcore solo self-found run as a level 28 wyvern build in a DM. Let me look. The Pain Leash. +2 to all melee skills. Nice, dude. Yeah, mine has got +2 to all melee skills as well. And it's 151 attacks per second. So it's already busted. I think I might just use mine. Mine's got more damage per hit, though. But a lot less hits. I need fire damage bonus, is what I need. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this time the Phoenix isn't coming back. It sucks, man. Like, it actually does. I thought we were finally getting a social sandbox that was devoid of corporate influence and pay-to-win bullshit, and instead we got a liar. And he lied about investments, and as such, the company fell to the same corruption as every one of these other goddamn games. Just sucks. Yeah. Really sucks.
Stay inside. Take your time.
And I feel very bad for the developers that are still stuck inside there, because we get to talk to them all the time. And I talked to them earlier today, actually. Yeah. They had 215 employees in total. The value doesn't account for contractors who are all in Canada and are currently being told there was no wage theft for them by one lawyer. Hopefully they're going to figure that part out. The contractors in Canada are not covered by the Warren Act. There's going to be a lawsuit. Thankfully. Yeah, I'm talking to one of the devs right now. But, yeah. They haven't been paid. The devs still haven't, even though they're under the Warren Act and have to be paid for the next 60 days. The termination letters that they receive from their HR app have now been pulled, so a lot of them can't even apply for unemployment correctly. And they keep receiving emails from this new board, but they're all AI generated and have no legal backing and keep saying weird shit. It's really bad, dude. Like, it's really, like, it's... Yeah. This is straight from one of the devs, too. That we know is a dev that we've talked to for years that has worked there the whole time. So it just pisses me off. Is there a way to tell how much damage I'm about to do? Attack time 0.5. Attack time 0.58. It's kind of huge. Press G. Is it only in there? Oh, it is. 524. 522. Oh my god. That's actually more DPS.
Paj01 said prepare to feel old gamers. The Konami code turns 40 this year.
269. Because of the +2 melee skills, this is actually better. What a beast. Holy crap. I can't get these runes out of it, can I, even if I salvage this? Yeah. Thank you for those gifted subs. That's incredibly nice of you. Thank you. Yeah, if I salvage this, I won't get them back, right? Runes are gone. Fair. Nuke it. I just want the Artificer Shards, then. Because then we can do that, and then I can put cool shit in it. Like, increased physical damage by a percentage. Mmm. Delicious. Yeah, delicious. No 40? No? What do you mean no 40? What? You okay? Yeah, cool shit, exactly. And then 4 to 6 fire damage would probably be a really good idea. Most likely. They old. They old. Maybe I'll wait for more iron, because this is all pure physical right now. Oh, the last TTS. I was so confused. The Konami code does turn 40 this year? God damn it. Okay. You're an evil bastard. Did you know that? What is it like? What's it like being as evil as you? There we go. 28% fire at least. You're the Crypt Keeper? Keep those crypts, dude. I have so much armor now. Let's see. Armor's at 1153, 1452. Disgusting. Hey, let's find out why that thing blew up. I don't know why that happened. Bear shape indeed, dude. I'm only playing bear. And now I have this just wicked strong weapon. Look how much faster it is. Whoa.
Down you go.
The bear's got hands. Love it. Yeah, exactly. Ooh. 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 It feels really good, man. I'm really happy because, like, just building this build out has just been fun, man. Jesus. He's just a boxer, you know? Yeah, Rocky Balboa, dude. Bam. It's just the slap over and over again. He's a literal beast. It's true. Man fights like an animal. Meanie the Pooh, dude? Okay. Jesus. He hits so hard. Resolver in, nice. Actually insane.
VVVA with 500 bits said hello Mr. Soft Hair.
Hello.
Josh Mosquera is apparently game director at Bad Robot Games and the game they are working on right now is called 4 Loop. Steam link incoming. Warning. https://store.steampowered.
That's where he went over to? It's called 4 Loop? Let me see what the game is. Because I really, really respect Josh Mosquera a lot. I love what he's done. Your crew versus an alien invasion. Odds are you're going to die a lot. Thankfully, that's all part of the plan. Wait, are they all clones? Okay, no, they weren't clones. I was like, wait a minute. Cool looking game. I'm interested to know what the gameplay loop is like. Oh, I love the... Look at the armor. Dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. If Josh Mosquera is working on this, it's probably got some amazing gameplay loops. It probably does. And I would be very interested in playing this. Also, is that a skill tree? Yeah, all right. You got me. I understand. I'm going to link this to chat. Because I trust him a lot. I saw the passion that he had for Diablo. Very much so. So I'm gonna follow that. I'm gonna follow that. I want to find out more about it. I had no idea he was working on that, man. Thanks for letting me know. I hadn't really followed up to find out like where he'd gone, you know. But I trust him a lot, and I think that his ideas are fantastic. Is Sony not involved? It said PlayStation, which is weird. I don't know who's actually publishing that. Yeah, PlayStation Publishing. Is that Sony? Or is that PlayStation itself as a separate entity? And how does that work? That's what I don't know. Because normally you would say Sony Publishing. But PlayStation Publishing might be different. I need to find out. I know it's Sony. I don't like Sony. I think Sony's shit. Yeah. Says Sony in there. I'll look into it, because I want to find out more. I want to know if they're just doing the PC port, or if they're actually, like, funding it, or... It requires a PSN account, then I won't play it. F. Yeah, like, that's nah. Oh? Oh? What are you? Yeah, link retracted. I mean, like, if you're into it, you're into it, but I'm not. If it needs a PSN account, like, if it needs a PSN account, why? Right? I don't need more accounts. I agree. Do I think Sony is shit confirmed? I do. After what they pulled with Helldivers 2, I was very, very unimpressed. So yes, that is a factual statement. I am not a fan of Sony. I have not been a fan of Sony since they did that. Even though they walked it back, it took them a year to do so, and it made me not like their company at all. Yeah. If it's online only, you're out. I mean, it's definitely going to be online only. It's a multiplayer game, so. Does your weapon count in bear form? It does not. That only counts when I swap out of bear form into humanoid form, the other weapon. But it hardly matters, because I just never swap out of bear form. PlayStation Publishing is a brand difference, but it's still under Sony. It is a brand difference, and it's still under Sony. It may have different direction, which is why I need to find out more. Because, like, if they're not doing the stupid weird bullshit, then they're not doing the stupid weird bullshit, right? God damn, it hits so hard. And that's really what it comes down to for me.
Faxoran with 500 bits said you Thor, gamer, developer, long hair goblin master.
Hello.
I Faxoran, gamer, possible future developer, lost hair long ago pun master. Saw your short about apologizing to those whom you said may have been influenced by your enthusiasm of the game. I will say again, not needed but appreciated. I myself only got it to be a part this most bodacious community. It was worth every penny. Being
really
here is
glad.
exactly like a pirate. You can lose a hand and still get hooked. Giggle.
Why are you like this? Alright, now I gotta do this again. My God. You still not gonna drop your horns, man? Where are my horns? Am I killing him too fast? It's not filtered. I'm holding alt. Am I killing him too fast? Kill the elephant guy first and then the other guy? It's a bug? That's a rough bug. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Oops. You always kill the elephant first? I just killed them both. It doesn't even matter. I don't think I've ever had this problem before, and I've killed them in both orders. So, like...
End of the line. Get on, foul creature!
Is the bug new? That's the only thing I can think of, because I've done this a lot. And I don't think I've ever killed the elephant first. I think I always kill the caster first. Or close to each other. I have no idea. Had that happen to you a long time ago, too? Really? I'm going to try to kill the elephant first this time, and we'll see. I may also just be killing it too fast. Looks like PlayStation publishing deals with porting PlayStation games to PC, so it may just be that. Which I think that is more acceptable. I just don't want, like, weird bullshit. Is that game already out on PlayStation? Got ads. Crimson Desert, should you keep your hype up? If you like single-player games, it looks really goddamn good, dude. You arrived to see this abomination version of Bezos? You goddamn right. Overwatch Hello Kitty? Oh no. Oh, this is weird. All right, ads are over. All right, I've killed the mammoth first. Yep, you gotta kill the mammoth first. It's just a bug. Really weird bug, man. Really weird bug, actually. Definitely one they gotta fix. Very strange. Yep. So killing the caster first ruins that. Yep.
How can I?
Yes. What can we do with this? All right. With that in mind,
The
It is
underscore
new.
Stickmaster with
And I have
500
things to
bits
do.
said, chat, Thor, I have cursed reminders, since we're talking about anniversaries. February 27th will mark 23 years since we've lost Mr. Rogers.
Oh.
September 4th will mark 20 years since we've lost Steve Irwin. Sorry to bring up sad memories.
Why?
Sevens in chat for our childhood.
You son of a bitch. That's pain. That's pain. Hope you guys had a good time today, though. We got a bunch of stuff done for block game. Move farther in Path of Exile. But I think tomorrow I need to find out if we have some of the implementation ready for block game, or if we're going to play Dune. Because I think there's new stuff for Dune. I need to talk to Kronos about what's available. So, with that in mind, I will see you all tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to have more Hightail stuff tomorrow in the beginning. But I got to talk to Jake, and I got to talk to Kronos, because we've got a lot of stuff to do. So, in any case, I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you all later. Bye, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye. Also, chat smells. It's true. It is true.
Zidane underscore 143 said I need help picking a new game to play. Chat help me out. Po2.
Guild Wars 2.
Continue
Guild Wars
Dune,
2.
Mech Warrior 5. Start
Wars 2.
FF14 online. Noita.
FF14.
Im up for any of these. Im
Noita,
stuck with picking
FF14,
one.
Path of Exile. All of those are good. All of those are good. All of those are good. They're good.